I'm thinking that. Yeah. Oh, she is. She's on the telephone? Okay, all right. Calling this session of the Moore County Board of Education into session. I understand we have Shannon Davis on the line. Shannon?
Good morning.
Good morning. So we have, looks like everybody present and or accounted for. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, there's a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. By Ms. Caldwell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Metcalf, why don't you lead us in the pledge? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And let us have just a moment of silence, prayer, and reflection. Okay, thank you very much. Now, let's go to our next item on the agenda, which is board training. Dr. Locklear, you want to introduce our trainer for today?
Sure. Good morning, board members. As we have in many of our work sessions, we do have training this morning. This is a training that we've kind of had in the hopper for a while to look at construction bidding and the laws around that. We know that we'll continue to be moving into additional capital projects in the future. And so this will be good information, I think, for the board to have. We have Alice Grovekerf from Swartz Law, who is with us today. We've worked with Alex before, so you'll be familiar with Alex. So I'm just turning it right over to Alex because we're going to press him to try to get done in an hour. So it's a lot of information here, but I'll turn it right over to Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Tim. And in the interest of getting this done in the hour, I've tried to make this as smooth as possible, and there's going to be a second bidding training at some point because of how much we had to cut out. So this is going to cover school construction and bidding requirements. We're not going to handle purchasing or services today. That will be the next session. So I wanted to start with an overview of the different kinds of construction contracting that you can engage in. These are the most traditional methods that boards are traditionally familiar with. There's single prime, which has contractors bid on performing all of the work required by the project at a specified price. The next is multi-prime or separate prime, and in that one, the government entity advertises for and receives separate bids based on 4 categories or branches of work, which are HVAC, plumbing, electrical, and general, and a separate contract is awarded for each. And then dual bidding is a combination of single prime and separate prime. And in this, the government entity determines if it's going to do a single prime or a multi-prime for the same project based on the bids. So then we're moving for alternative methods. These are the ones that boards are typically less familiar with. Some of these are newer in the state of North Carolina. The first is construction manager at risk. We're going to talk about that a lot today. In a construction manager at risk, the services are provided by a firm that provides construction management services for a project throughout the pre-construction and construction phases, licensed as a general contractor, and guarantees the cost of the project. That's the biggest reason that boards like CMARs is when the cost of the project is set, the CMAR is the one who is charged with ensuring that the contract doesn't exceed that amount. The next one is kind of a catch-all, which is an alternative contracting method authorized by the State Building Commission. Those are incredibly rare, and I can't really give you an example because I don't know of one. Design build is another one which allows for an appropriately licensed person, corporation, or entity under a single contract to provide design services and general contracting services. Where that's within the scope of their professional engineering or architecture, and they're performed by a licensed engineer or architect within the scope of the general contracting performed by a licensed general contractor. So All of these, and we're going to get into what QBS is later, but all of these alternative methods must be bid under the Mini Brooks Act, except for the alternative contracting methods authorized by the State Building Commission. Lastly, we have design build bridging, which is a design and construction delivery process whereby a governmental entity contracts for design criteria services under a separate agreement from the construction phase services of the design builder. So that's a step different than design build. And then lastly, we have a public-private partnership. Sometimes you'll hear these called a PPP or a triple P contract. And in these, they're undertaken between a governmental entity and a private developer to benefit both of them. And these alternative methods on this slide also must be bid using QBS and bid under the Mini Brooks Act. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Mini Brooks Act, which uses qualifications-based selections. And here you'll see these are the costs of the contract and the way that you need to bid each of these contracts. And anything that falls under the Mini Brooks Act, no matter the cost, needs to be bid under QBS. So the Mini Brooks Act is a North Carolina law which dictates the selection of architects, engineers, surveyors, and construction managers at risk. It is patterned after a federal law, the Brooks Act, which is why it's called the Mini Brooks Act. The Mini Brooks Act requires qualifications-based selection. QBS focus on the merits of the firm rather than the fees or the price. QBS means that a firm submits a bid based on its merits and qualifications to perform the requested job. And QBS is most typically done through a request for qualifications. Essentially, when you're doing QBS, the price of the contract, it does not matter at all. You are trying to choose the best firm for the project. So they're sending you things like their resume, past jobs they've done, and the board looks at those, ranks candidates, and then votes for the candidate that the board thinks will do the best job. And all of this is done before the board considers price in any way. So I think it's important to know what an architect is. We've already talked about what a CMAR would be, but an architect is someone who is legally licensed to perform architecture in the state of North Carolina, which would include design, construction, enlargement, or alteration of buildings. And that includes the consultations, investigations, evaluations, preliminary studies, preparation of plans, specifications, and contract documents, administration of construction contracts and related services. And these are people who are holding themselves out to be an architect. So generally, when you're looking at work inside of a building that involves the structure, that is where you'll see an architect typically being involved. Engineers. Engineers, again, are someone who hold themselves out to practice engineering in the state of North Carolina, which also includes consultation, investigation, evaluation, planning and design of engineering works and systems, planning the use of land and water, engineering surveys, and the observation of construction for the purposes of assuring compliance with drawings and specifications, including the consultation, investigation, evaluation, planning, and design for either private or public use in connection with any utilities, structures, buildings, machines, equipment, processes, work systems, projects, and industrial or consumer products or equipment of a mechanical, electrical, hydraulic, pneumatic, or thermal nature. So thinking about that, things like wiring, water systems, things like that are where you're typically going to see engineers involved. And this is a continuation which shows how you will look for an engineer, and that's someone who holds themselves out essentially in any manner to be a professional engineer. So when is an architect or an engineer required? This is a chart that will show when you need to have an engineer or an architect in the state of North Carolina. These are defined by NC Gen Stat 133 1.1a. And so you'll see non-structured building repairs, $300,000 or more. Structural building repairs are $135,000 or more. New constructions or additions are $135,000 or more. And repair of life safety systems are $100,000 or more. And I think when you're looking at this, the public policy reasons for these costs are a factor. So life safety systems are things like your fire alarms, things that are inside of the building that would alert you to dangers. So it has a lower number because those are vital systems to you, and they matter. So you want to make sure that people are doing the work at a lower threshold and making sure that you have someone qualified to do that. New construction or structural building repairs are going to be affect the building more, and that's the reason you have that lower threshold there. And then the non-structural building repair is higher because you're not dealing with the structure as much, so safety risks on those are slightly lower. So now that we've gotten out of the way what architects or engineers and CMARs are, I want to dive a little more into the Mini Brooks Act. So the Mini Brooks Act applies to the Moore County Board of Education, and there is an exemption under the Mini Brooks Act. You can exempt particular projects from the requirements of the Mini Brooks Act. This must be done in writing. This is only for contracts anticipated to be under $50,000. And the board may exempt any project under $50,000 for any justification as long as it is not an illegal justification. So the reason that the board has to give to justify exempting a project from the Mini Brooks Act doesn't have to be very detailed, and it must be adopted in writing, and it must be particularized to each project to be a valid exemption. Your board policy actually has a $50,000 contracting threshold for the superintendent, and you have a board policy specific to the Mini Brooks Act that has that delegates to the superintendent contracts up to $50,000 that he can engage in that process rather than the board. I would still recommend on those that if the board is looking to exempt that project from the bidding requirements of the Mini Brooks Act, that it formally adopt that exemption, because the statute looks for a particular project to be exempted rather than a blanket exemption from the board. And then Mini Brooks Act compliance is required for all projects over $50,000. And there is one exception, which is a special emergency involving the health or safety of people or their property. Keep in mind that these statutes are written for all local government entities. So the situations that a Board of Education is going to have a special emergency where it needs to exempt itself from the Mini Brooks Act for a project this expensive is incredibly, incredibly rare. So under the Mini Brooks Act, the board needs to use qualifications-based selection. And qualifications-based selection looks at a demonstrated competence and qualification for the type of professional services rendered. And the board shall grant a preference to a resident firm, so a firm from North Carolina over a non-resident firm. And a resident firm is defined as a firm which either paid unemployment tax or income tax in North Carolina in the last year, or which has its principal place of business in the state of North Carolina. So one part of the qualifications-based selection is looking at where the firms are located and if they are in the state of North Carolina. An RFQ is generally the recommendation for the way to solicit firms. An RFQ does not need to be formally advertised under 143, 129. I'm sure you guys are familiar with some of the advertising requirements of that statute. It can be advertised in another manner, but it should be advertised in a manner which reaches and solicits historically underutilized businesses. And I'll go a little more into historically underutilized businesses later in this presentation. An RFQ is not required to be sealed or open publicly, and unlike some of your construction contract requirements for other bidding methods, the board is not required to receive a minimum number of bids, and it can proceed with the RFQ even if it only receives one response. Typically, if you reached out and the board had only received one response, we would probably recommend rebidding anyways in order to just see if you can get more bids on the project, or maybe looking at a different form of advertisement. But there's no legal requirement to rebid the project if only one bid is received. So as a part of the RFQ, the board cannot ask for and firms cannot provide. So this goes both ways. You are not allowed to ask for it, and they are not allowed to provide it for you. If they provide it for you, you are not supposed to consider any of the prohibited information. This is an estimated total fee or a contract price, or work product or designs for the project. So you can't ask them to tell me, what would you make this school look like? Please give me, specifications, because you're basically getting yourself work for free if you do that. So the statute specifically prohibits that, and you can't ask for an estimated total fee or contract price, and that would also include trying to figure out ways to trick them into giving you a contract price. So you can ask for an hourly or unit cost, but not in a manner in which fees could easily be derived. So you couldn't ask, how much does your architect charge per hour, and how many hours do you expect your architect to work on this project?
Are you saying that there is no way for us to engage an architect and have an estimate of how much it's going to cost?
You're not allowed to ask as a part of the RFQ the estimated cost of the project for the total project. We'll get into it at the end of this slide, but that doesn't mean that you're totally out in the weeds on the costs of a project. You still are allowed to eventually handle costs, but at the initial phase, the board's goal is to choose the firm that the board believes would do the best job on the project.
Okay, appreciate it.
You can ask for previous or past work or projects, and you can also ask for a discussion of concepts or approaches to the project, including impact on project schedule. And that's actually encouraged by the statute. So previous or past work projects, typically if you are looking at, say, building a new elementary school, a firm may show you 3 elementary schools that they've built in the past 5 years as examples of the work that they have done to help you consider their qualifications. But that is different than asking them to do work product for your project. So you can look at things they've done in the past, but not ask them to go future looking at your project. And then Chair Levy, to your point, fees are negotiated once the board has selected the architect or the engineer, and the fees should be fair and reasonable. So I'm going to skip to this slide for a second since we were talking about, sorry, this is your board policy 9110, and I will note that the board is currently renumbering its board policy. So you actually will have difficulty finding this on the website. You have to directly search for 9110. Your 9000s are currently not displaying on the board policy website, but you can find this board policy. So your process begins by the superintendent soliciting proposals and then providing to the board for consideration a list of architects and or engineers who are selected based on the following criteria. So training and experience, planning ability and promptness, experience in specification writing, experience in the construction of K-12 buildings. That's one thing that when we're working with boards to develop their bidding process, we always recommend asking something specific to building K-12 buildings, because those are very different than, a commercial apartment complex that a firm may have built. K-12 schools are kind of unique, and you're only going to have certain firms in the state that have even built K-12 buildings. Their reputation for quality of design, the history of thorough inspections and follow through with jobs, relationship with contractors and designers, quality of work and appearance and utility, adequate staff and proposed team for the project, and then any other factors the board deems relevant. And so these are factors that should be requested in the RFQ, either directly or through questions that would solicit them. And then if the board chooses to engage in interviews with any of the firms, these are the types of questions that would probably be good for the board to think about as it's considering firms for projects. So once the superintendent has compiled the list that we just discussed, it should be provided to the board for review. The board shall consider and select the best qualified candidate. If the contract is under $50,000, the superintendent may select the firm on the board's behalf, and board approval is not required. And I discussed this earlier, but if the project is exempted from the Minnie Brooks Act, we still recommend that the board vote to exempt the specific project. And then the superintendent or the board shall negotiate a contract fee with the selected candidate. If a fair and reasonable fee cannot be agreed upon, the board or superintendent will select the next best qualified firm and negotiate fees. And based on that, we recommend that each board member rank the firms individually, so that if these negotiations fail with the firm that the board chooses the first time, that you don't have to review all of the materials again. that the board members can just go back and look at option number 2 and speed up the process a little bit. So that's what I have on the Mini Brooks Act. Do we have any questions right now on that process? I know that was a lot of information. I don't think we've gone through a Mini Brooks project with the board, but I was going to ask.
I was gonna say, yes, we have, way back when. I don't think any of these board members participated in that, only I did.
Okay. So next we're moving to contracts that I think you're probably a lot more familiar with. These are construction and repair contracts. And from $0 to $30,000, no method of bidding is required. From $30,000 to $500,000, informal bidding is required. And then $500,000 plus formal bidding is required. The standard for the selection of contractors for construction and repair projects that are not required to be bid under the Mini Brooks Act is different. This is the standard that I'm sure that the board is much more familiar with. The owners shall select the lowest responsive bidder. And as a result of this standard, it's the complete opposite. Price is the major factor. However, a bidder may still be rejected if they are not responsive or responsible, and proposals may be rejected for any reason determined by the board or governing body to be in the best interest of the unit, and the board may also consider quality, performance, and time specified in the proposals for performance of the contract. So one factor there is that the board could ask for how long it expects the contract to take. If a firm comes at you and says $550,000 and it'll take 12 months, and another one says $600,000 and it'll take 10 months, the board could consider the time that it would take to perform that project while awarding that bid as the time specified in the proposals was a factor requested by the board. So I think we get questions a lot about responsive and responsible bidders. So I wanted to talk a little bit about them. A responsive bidder has submitted a bid that conforms to the bid requirements and meets required legal specifications. So this includes timely submission, the submission is in the correct form, and meets bidding requirements. And a bidder who submits a bid on the wrong product or offers a substitute may be rejected for not being responsive. So you'll see this a little less in construction bidding, but especially when you're bidding on or purchasing, you'll see bidders sometimes try to offer a substitute product and tell you that their product is better, and that's but it's also cheaper. So especially in like laptops, I'll see that a lot. A board will ask for a specific type of laptop, and you'll have a bidder come in with a different laptop with different technical specifications and try to substitute that in. That's a bidder who's not responsive and could be rejected. A responsible bidder is a little different. I pulled this case. This is a Court of Appeals case from 1992 that says a responsible bidder will have skill, judgment, and integrity necessary to the faithful performance of the contract, as well as sufficient financial resources and ability, and reputation of the bidder alone will likely not qualify as a reason for rejection. I can tell you I've gotten the call before about someone getting the lowest bidder, and all I've been told is, well, I've heard they did bad work in the past for someone else. Unfortunately, that's likely not going to get you to the standard of being able to reject them as not being a responsible bidder. What we typically recommend to school districts is if they're having issues on a contract, to just make sure that they're documenting throughout the process all of the issues that they've had with a specific firm or bidder, and have those, because that's where you start building up whether they have the skill or the integrity to perform the contract.
Yeah, I apologize, but before we get too further down the road, could you expand on the notion of informal bidding?
Yeah, informal bidding, and I realized I actually didn't include a slide about that. Informal bidding can be, it's a little more informal. We're going to get to the, formal bidding has a bunch of structured requirements that you have to go through. With informal bidding, you're not required to submit the bids in the same form. A lot of the time these days, they're conducted electronically. So you'll have an email solicitation go out to a bunch of bidders. Typically, we still do recommend advertising them, especially at least on your board website. I know that's free. Sometimes advertising in the paper can get expensive, but we would still recommend some form of public advertisement. Also, with informal bidding, you still need to work on contacting historically underutilized businesses. So there are databases with the state of North Carolina, like listservs, things like that you could contact. And it's just less structured overall. You don't have the same requirements that you have to go through. And the statute doesn't do a great job of telling you what's required and what isn't. So some of it is a little bit of just a decision of what you want to do. I always say as close as you can get to formal bidding requirements is better, because you're never going to get in trouble by doing a formal bid informally.
Thank you.
And then if the board determines that a bidder is not responsive or responsible, it's best to practice to contact the board attorney and document the reasoning that bidder is not to document in writing the reasoning for that bidder not being responsive or responsible. That's one way that a board can get itself into trouble, is by rejecting a bidder that it shouldn't have. So we always recommend reaching out to legal first. Like I said, you will hear sometimes that someone's not good, or that they've done bad work in the past, or a variety of reasons. And sometimes it's a legitimate reason, and sometimes it's not a legitimate reason. And then if we talk it through and decide that this is not a responsive bidder or this is not a responsible bidder, it's best to document that in writing in some capacity, whether that's a memo or when the board awards the bid, just a statement, as a part of the motion that it's specific to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So moving to formal bidding requirements. This is when a contract is over $500,000. It must be advertised. The bids must be sealed. Bids must be in paper form and cannot be received electronically for construction bids. That's different than purchasing, but that's an issue there, is that for formal bids, they need to be received in paper form. The bidder needs to pay a bid deposit. The bids need to be opened in public, and there's a 3-bid minimum. If 3 bids are not received, the board will need to rebid the project. If the board does not receive 3 bids the second time, the board may then move forward. But if the board does not receive 3 bids, the project has to be rebid. And then the lowest responsible bidder standard of award. There are also historically underutilized business requirements, dispute resolution procedures, the separate specifications for HVAC, plumbing, electrical, and general, and then the specific bidding and delivery methods all need to be considered when the board is going through a formal bidding process. So we're moving to the fun part, approval. Following the opening of the bids for formally bid construction and repair work, the architect and administrative staff shall conduct a full review of all bids for accuracy and completeness and shall prepare recommendations to be considered by the board. The board will convene as a committee of the whole to consider any alternates or any proposed reasonable changes in the plans and specifications as may be necessary to bring the contract price within the funds available. Before any formally bid construction contracts are awarded, they must be reviewed by the board attorney. That's in your board policy. There is an exception if you're using forms that have been previously reviewed by the board attorney and there's no changes to them. The actual awarding of the contract will take place in an officially constituted board meeting to be held after the completion of the staff and board reviews. And that meeting, except in emergencies, will be no less than 1 day after the receipt of bids. And awarding of a contract could take place at the same meeting as the board's review session. I think typically your practice, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that at your work sessions is when you begin your initial review of a bid, and then at your meeting the next week is when the board actually approves the award of the bid. So you'd meet that timeline. There are also performance bond and payment bond requirements. A performance bond protects the local government by securing the contractor's faithful performance of the contract in accordance with the plans and specifications and conditions of the contract, and is solely for the protection of the local government, and it needs to be at 100% of the contract amount. And then a payment bond protects the subcontractors and suppliers that furnish materials or labor on the construction project by ensuring prompt payment by the contractor or subcontractor who is liable for the payment. It is also 100% of the contract amount. Do you have any questions on payment or performance bonds?
Are we required to do a completion bond?
I'm not aware of a completion bonding requirement. What-
Okay, just curious.
So licensed contractors, you're also required to have licensed general contractors for most construction projects costing $30,000 or more. And so these projects would include construction of any building, highway, public utility, grading, or any improvement or structure. And a general contractor is defined as any person or firm or corporation who, for a fixed price, commission, fee, or wage, undertakes a bid upon to construct or who undertakes to superintend or manage a construction project. General classifiers can be classified to perform building construction, residential construction, highway construction, public utilities construction, and specialty construction, which includes specialized building trades or crafts. You guys would typically be looking at building construction. You may need public utility construction if you have a pump system or water system or something like that. Typically, you would be jumping or engaging with one that's already built rather than building your own. You're not really building public utilities. And then potentially specialty construction as well, depending on what the board is building. The board cannot consider a bid or enter a construction contract with a contractor who is not properly licensed for the project. The contractor must have a valid license at the time of the bid and during the provision of services. And when advertising a project, the board shall include in the invitation to bidders and in their specifications a copy of this article or such portions thereof as deemed necessary to convey to the invited bidder whether a resident or non-resident of the state and whether a license has been issued to him or not. The information that will be necessary for him to show evidence of a license before his bid is considered. So this is when when the board needs licensed contractors. You cannot even consider a bid if it is coming from someone who is not a licensed contractor on a project. So it's also important to ensure that licenses are checked when both considering the bid and awarding the bid. I think these are important things as well. This is more general, but substantial completion and final completion. These will be defined by your contract documents, but these are technical terms that I think are important to look at. Substantial completion is the stage of construction or a building project when it is sufficiently complete in accordance with the construction contract documents so that the owner may use or occupy the building project or designated portion thereof for the intended use. And after substantial completion, you'll generally have a punch list, which is prepared to allow the owner to review and request correction of minor or major issues. So substantial completion is when you're at a point where you can be in the building, but there may be like a door frame that needs to be adjusted or a paint job that needs to be redone, things like that. And then final completion is when the project has achieved all the technical and performance requirements set out in the construction contract. All of the punch list items have been completed unless the parties agree otherwise. So you could either choose to waive a minor technical issue if you wanted to, or if it's going to take 6 months to fix something and you'd rather just declare final completion if you agree that the final completion is contingent on something being done within 6 months, things like that. The contractor has paid to the owner of the project any delay or performance liquidated damages that may be payable. So if liquidated damages are owed under the contract documents, those need to be done as part of final completion. Contractors transfer to the owner of the project title to all materials and equipment used in the construction of the project. And then finally, the final payment has been made to the contractor. And as I noted earlier, these are also defined by your contract documents and may slightly differ from what's up here. These are the general ideas. Your contract documents will be more specific to substantial and final completion. Historically underutilized businesses. These are businesses in North Carolina which are at least 51% owned by one or more minority persons. Minority in person includes someone who identifies as Black, Hispanic, Asian American, American Indian, or female. Hubs are state certified and are publicly listed at that link. State law requires that local governments adopt goals for hub participation and use good faith recruiting efforts for building projects which cost $300,000 or more if no state money is involved. So that would be if you were using money directly from your commissioners. building projects which cost $100,000 or more if state money is involved, or for building projects between $30,000 to $300,000. The percentage goals do not apply, and good faith recruiting efforts are not mandated, but you should still be using these good faith recruiting efforts. And public entities are also required to use good faith efforts to notify hubs for business opportunities for projects that are required to be bid under the Mini Brooks Act. So these are your board policies that relate to construction contracting. There are other board policies as well, but I tried to choose the ones specific to your construction contract requirements. And I've also listed where they used to be in your board policy if I was aware of where they used to be to make it a little easier if you're more familiar with that numbering system. So policy 6420 applies to all contracts. This is not specific to construction contracts. All contracts over $50,000 are required to be reviewed by the board attorney unless it is a renewal or on a form contract approved by the board attorney. Unless otherwise prohibited by statute or state regulation or in excess of budgeted funds, superintendent may approve contracts up to $50,000. Those then need to be reported to the Board of Education. Contracts over $50,000 must be approved by the Board of Education. And then this is essentially the School Budget and Fiscal Control Act, but no obligation may be incurred by the school system unless the budget resolution includes an appropriation authorizing the obligation and an unencumbered balance remains in the appropriation sufficient to pay funds in the current fiscal year and the sums obligated by the transaction for the current fiscal year. Essentially, you have to have the money to be able to pay for the contract. And all of your contracts should have a pre-audit certificate at the bottom. That is your finance officer saying, I've looked, you have the money for this contract. Board Policy 8305, and you have a regulation as well that are both federal grant administration, especially for ESSER. This is where you would see these, and as ESSER funds wind down, you're probably going to see less federal money involved in your construction contracts. There are federal requirements. Most of them are going to be met by North Carolina bidding laws and North Carolina contracting requirements. The board and district staff will need to consider bidding and contracting requirements which differ at the federal level. These include things like debarment, the Davis-Bacon Act, conflicts of interest, and other applicable federal requirements. And then district staff are required to receive sufficient training to carry out their duties in accordance with all applicable requirements for the federal grant or award. A lot of the times that training will come from the Department of Public Instruction. It can also come from things like this, the board attorney giving those trainings. But the board also needs to be aware and make sure that its staff are receiving appropriate training for using federal funding. Facility construction, this is applies to all contracts for construction or repair work. Use of change orders. After a contract for construction has been awarded, the need may arise to amend the terms, conditions, or specifications of the contract by a change order. Change orders cannot be divided in order to try to avoid this policy. So you can't try to break it up into 10 change orders that are under the board policy to try to sneak around the board policy. Change orders must be reported to the board if they cause the project to exceed $50,000. If it's under $50,000 and the change order still doesn't bring you over $50,000, that wouldn't need to be reported to the board. And it needs to be provided to the board members on a monthly basis. And then change orders that involve amounts over $50,000 exceed the remaining funds for the project budget or cause the total cost of the project to exceed $50,000. So if you had a $45,000 construction contract and then had a $15,000 change order to bring it to a $60,000 construction contract, that would also require board approval on that change order because you'd be exceeding $50,000 on that project. And I think this can be kind of annoying one for some boards because once your project exceeds $50,000, it means every single change order needs to go to the board, unless it's a minor change order that doesn't affect the cost of the contract. Additional requirements for contracts in excess of $300,000. When amendments to a contract in excess of $300,000 are necessary, the contractor shall submit a proposed change order in writing. If the project does not have an architect or engineer, the change order must be submitted to the superintendent or designee. Any request for expedited review must also be in writing and accompany the proposed change order. The contract for construction projects in excess of $300,000 must specify the manner in which change orders will be submitted on those projects. We talked about board policy 9110 a little bit earlier. This is the one that has your 11 criteria which need to be considered when using an RFQ and QBS. Architects shall be used in accordance with Chapter 133, Article 1, and in addition, architects may be used for preparing feasibility studies for additions, alterations, or renovations of existing facilities, providing consulting service on technical matters, providing services as agreed upon related to long-range planning or facility design, and assisting in the preparation and submission of any document requested by other government agencies. So you may use the services of an architect for things other than just building facilities. You may use them to consult to see if you need to modernize a facility, or if you need to, or if you're looking at long-term expansion, sometimes boards will reach out to architects to consult on those projects and explain the best ways to proceed on those, even if it's not necessarily engaging an architect to build that same facility. And then this is your board policy specific to bidding on construction. This authorizes you to use all of the bidding methods that I described in slides 2 through 4. The superintendent shall make a recommendation to the board for the methods that should be used for a particular project. Typically, that will probably also go through the construction committee or discussions with Ms. Purvis and her departments. If the superintendent believes the project cannot be reasonably completed under the methods authorized by 143, 128, superintendent shall so inform the board and make recommendations to the board that it approve the use of alternative methods. Under board approval, you can then submit to the State Building Commission a request to use an alternative contracting method along with supporting documentation. This is that catch-all I mentioned earlier that's pretty rare. Your board policy also authorizes it if necessary. This is a continuation of that. All formal bidding is required for projects over $500,000, and they must be reviewed by the board attorney unless using a form contract already approved by the board attorney. Informal bidding is required for projects between $30,000 and $500,000. Construction or repair in excess of $100,000 shall be reviewed by the board attorney and approved by board unless there is an exception in board policy. And change orders are subject to policy, and that says 7,500. I think that's your old change order number, but they're subject to that policy. And if you'll note, this board policy just mirrors all of the statutes that we discussed earlier, and you're just required to your board policy is just going to mirror bidding requirements in the statute. And I'm happy to take any questions that the board may have at this time.
Any questions for members of the board? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Alex.
Alex, just got a handful of questions, but first, who prepared this brief?
I did.
Okay. Obviously, you have a lot of time into it. So, my first question is, you mentioned the use of design and build people, which is generally recognized as the least expensive way to go. There's very few things in the world more expensive than hiring someone to design a building who's incentivized by a percentage of the take, as architects are. But your brief didn't go into great details about the design build method. Is there any reason for that?
I mean, no, there's no reason. I was mostly looking at bidding methods rather than specific construction methods. So the reason I looked into CMARs a little bit more is that those are newer and are growing in popularity with boards and are specifically mentioned by the Mini Brooks Act. But there's no reason I specifically didn't discuss design build at all. And
Yeah, I've noticed in my 40-plus years of working with the government, both in the government and out of the government, that boards are not necessarily, most boards are not necessarily concerned with saving money and being economic. I mean, just 8 years ago, 5 years ago, Moore County built 3 elementary schools for $33 million apiece when Rockingham School District 50 miles as a crow flies, built essentially the same schools with the same capacity for $20 million, which is 40% less. So I would argue that that board was not concerned about saving taxpayer money. They just wanted to get the schools built, and they weren't concerned about saving money. So what's different between contracting a design-build organization versus using an architect firm? Is the process the same?
Well, so the bidding on the architect and the bidding on the design build, both of those would fall under the Mini Brooks Act, so that part would be the same. But then you would look, depending on what construction method the board then chose after it had an architect, you may have something separate on the second phase of the building, whereas the design build would all come under the Mini Brooks Act.
Wait, I'm sorry, could you say that again?
So the design build would come under the Mini Brooks Act. That's required to be bid in that manner. So whereas if you chose an architect and then had a general contractor to actually do the building part of that contract, that would be bid under the lowest responsive and responsible bidder standard of 143, 129. But the architect would be bid out under the Mini Brooks Act.
Yeah, I would say that architects appear to have this is an editorial comment, they appear to have a very, very powerful lobby in the state government if you have to select the architect before you determine the fees or the cost of the project. The first words out of my mouth would be showing someone a project and saying, what's your estimate? But anyway, that's what we're up against.
Well, and just to clarify, design build, you are also looking at that prior to looking at the cost. So design build's required to be bid under the Mini Brooks Act. So you're
Right,
going to
that's
be,
right,
yeah.
correct,
So you're
right.
looking at that
Right.
pre-cost also.
Yeah, it's like the state law is designed not to have value. It's designed, it's designed for the lobbyists that had the bill written that way. Okay, on page 30 on board policy 9110, just real
Mhm.
quick, it refers to chapter 133, article 1.
Mhm.
I assume that's a chapter of a
That's
North Carolina
the general
General
statutes, yeah. And if you look at, it will be, I can tell you what I
That's
think
okay.
it's. I
No,
can-
if you're referring to the North Carolina
Yeah,
general
it's
statute,
referring to the
look that-
general statutes.
Okay, I just
So,
didn't recognize.
Article 1 is looking at, that's going to be in the entire article, but it's not a specific statutory citation.
So you say that you cannot discuss fees when you're doing the selection and consideration. You're saying that you cannot consider fees and this and that. Part of my concern about hiring architects is they get a percentage of the take. I think Ms. Purvis, who's the architect firm that we're using now? I'm sorry, for Pickney? Okay, but who just did the gyms and?
SFL&A.
SFL&A, right. So for some projects, we're using an engineer, and other projects, we're using an architect firm. Okay, and how do we determine that? Because, well, let me ask you this, Cranes Creek, the expansion of that, are we using SFLA, or are we just having an engineer look at the plans? Yeah. Oh, there we
Thank
go.
you. We did have SFL&A take a look at that because they were here just doing some other work, and they had been hired previously, but we would have to put that back out. And we would decide that would probably be an architect instead of an engineer because of the design of that. We'd look closely at what has to be done, but that is probably architectural since we'd be building on. We use an engineer mostly in cases of HVAC, mechanical work, those types of things.
Oh, that reminds me of my other question. So,
Okay.
but here's my concern. My concern is it's just like having a toolbox. You have to use the right tool for the application. And, you know, I keep hearing SFLA, or I had previously heard SFLA names pop up. You know, I knew they took a look at Cranes Creek. I thought that they would be the people who would proceed forward with that. And there's a time for, you know, an architect, and there's a time for an engineer. And the design build people that I've used to build, you know, industrial buildings, they have engineers on staff. And they have engineers review their plan, and the engineer makes an hourly rate, not a percentage. My concern about architects is, I think the last contract we talked with SFLA about, they got 8% of the general cost of the project, but I may be off, it might be 6%. But, you know, the architect gets 8%, then they bid it out to a general contractor that gets 20%, and then they bid it out to subs who gets, you know, whatever. And you're nesting these percentages. Plus, there's no incentive to lower the cost. You know, the amount of oversight that it takes to build a $35 million Pinehurst Elementary using significantly upgraded stuff that we may or may not have needed. That's the exact same amount of oversight that was required to build a $20 million school in Rockingham. And you know, the architect made 8% more on $13 million, so they put an extra $1 million in their pocket. So when you choose somebody on a cost plus percentage, then there's an incentive there for them to over-specify. And just last year, when we were talking about it, in the last couple of years, when we were talking about this, we had testimony in this board that the architect firm, you know, develop less expensive plans for many projects that were never presented to the school board. And we never got to the bottom of why those less expensive plans were not presented to the school board, but only the most expensive plans were presented. I mean, we could go back and watch the videos. And of course, those were selected because, as Ms. Caldwell put it, I didn't know we could ask for options. So anyway, the problem with using an architect is there's very little incentive for them to go, oh, look, you know, no, you don't need to build a $33 million school. We could do this for $20 million or whatever the current costs are. So if we could go to page 10 real quick on the brief.
It's actually where I was going to send you, because that's where it has Article 133
Right.
also.
Yeah, so here's my question, and it's really an interpretation of the law. And it's on page 10 where it says, 133 says the board shall require plans and specifications be prepared by a registered architect or by a registered engineer. So the design build the design build people I've worked with, you know, they have someone design the plans, but an engineer reviews and approves the plans. You know, my father was an engineer, and when he was a structural engineer, and when he reviewed a structural plan, he would put a stamp on it as a professional engineer, and that's what, you know, so does, I prepare the plans, does review and approve the plans meet that? Or does the engineer actually have to prepare the plans?
I would have to look at I would think that Chapter 89C would define technically what prepare plans and specifications would actually mean. I would have to check on that. I don't know if just putting your stamp on it is enough, or if you actually have to start from square one to do it. I think that's your question, right?
Right.
I
Yeah.
would think, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, and a huge difference, at least the ones that I've met, a huge difference between architects and engineers is, you know, at the end of the day, they both put their stamp on the plan that, you know, it's not going to fall over and it's going to meet the requirements. But the architect gets 8% of $40 million, where an engineer charges you, you know, whatever, 500, whatever the going rate is. And then, you know, you pay a $30,000 bill and your building's not going to fall in, you know. So we need to be very, very careful, and we need to make sure that we choose the right tool for the job. And I think that many, many jobs that we do here are more appropriately done by local design build guys. And that's another issue that I'd caution everyone with. You know, architects, I watched it unfold with the last buildings that we built from the sidelines. You know, the architects say, well, gosh, I mean, we accepted the lowest bid, And that was $33 million. Well, yeah, by the time you specify a $33 million building, you're going to get $33 million bids. It all comes down to over-specifying in the requirements. And that's the job of a board, is to be dutiful of that and keep an eye on those details. Otherwise, you're letting the fox guard the hen house, and you're letting the people that have the lobbyists that got the no-bid rule put into place, you're letting them set the cost of the project. Anyway, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? If not, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes. That was very, very, very comprehensive, and we do appreciate it. Okay, moving right along, we have something that looks like it has to be voted on. Out-of-state field trips, is that Ms. Purvis?
No,
Or is
it's
Oh,
Ms. Sinan and
Ms.
Ms.
Sinan.
Metcalf.
Okay,
We'll grab Ms. Metcalf during the transition here.
Or-
To come in, and I'll just give a little background on this. The reason I'm bringing it to the board as a board action today is the Union Pines Junior ROTC. It's just 2 trips for UP RTC, but the last one that's May 30th through June 2nd was a recent addition, and because of the timeliness and needing to plan for that trip, I wanted to go ahead and bring that to you as a board action. I think, and certainly both of these come with my recommendation for approval, and Ms. Metcalf will give a little more background for the board.
Ms. Metcalf or Ms. Sutton?
Yep, she's coming in.
Okay, all right.
All right, Ms. Metcalf, turning it over to you.
I apologize. I was just getting information on the Sea Perch team, which is one of the reasons why I'm here. So I'm presenting 2 field trips today, and I think Dr. Locklear, we're actually going to try to approve these. Is that correct? The first is one for the fall. It's the Union Pines High School JROTC. They're requesting to go to Parris Island, South Carolina in October, the 2nd through the 4th. They're going to learn about the history, traditions, and career opportunities in the United States Marine Corps. The second is the one that came up suddenly. The Union Pines Sea Perch team won their regionals recently, and so they want to travel to the University of Maryland to compete May 30th through June 2nd in the international competition. The Sea Perch team is actually an underwater drone team, and they do that competition in pools. So Commander was giving me just a little bit of update on what that looked like.
A plane goes underwater?
It's an underwater drone. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Ms. Sutton.
So those are the 2 field trips that we're requesting approval for.
Ms. Metcalf. Okay, any questions about this? Ms. Bruno, can you tell us a little bit about ROTC and how that was at the at the ball?
Do you want me to brag?
Yes, I figured you wanted to.
Okay, there's 2 things. I did go on the field trip with the ROTC, the Air Force ROTC, to Gettysburg. It was wonderful, absolutely wonderful. So I am 100% for this. And we did, several of us went to the military ball, the Pinecrest ROTC ball, and to see these kids celebrating the empty table, getting all their awards, coming in with a flag, saluting, dressed, it just made my heart, it was wonderful. So I am all for this. It was great.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation on the field trips?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second by Ms. Bruno. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. What? Oh. Oh, Ms. Davis, you were saying aye in favor, am I correct? Oh, okay, because there comes a delay after I'd asked for opposition. Okay, and I apologize, I forgot you were there. I'm sorry. Okay, so the motion's approved unanimously. Okay.
Chair Levy, I also wanted to give you an update. Last month, you approved the MSEC field trip to Washington, D.C., and I told you I'd give you regular updates if the agenda changed. So far, those sessions have not been posted specifics. There's been no change in that, but I'll continue to keep you updated.
Okay, what are they going?
They go in the very last day of July and into August.
Oh, okay, so it's sometime, okay. All right, anything else? Okay. Moving right along, now let's go ahead for discussion. The amended FY 23-24 budget, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Yes, Tina's going to review what we bring to you every quarter, which is any changes, any budget matters that need to be amended during that quarter. This is the third quarter budget resolution. It takes us through the state allotment revision number 60. So we've had 60 revisions up to the point of this resolution. So this takes us up to that point. And it does come with my recommendation to approve, as Tina has begun to have the habit as well of updating the board on our most updated projection for fund balance at the end of the year. So Tina also has that information through the end of April. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Evans.
Thank you. Our state public school fund is now at $102,141,957. This is an increase of $1,772,576. Our local current fund is at $39,324,623, and there is no net change. Our federal program fund is at $19,936,807. That is a decrease of $89,862. Our local capital fund is at $6,743,253. That is an increase of $234,617. Our school nutrition fund is at $8,375,988. There is no change. Our after-school fund is at $1,500,000. There is no change. Our local operations fund is at $10,468,638, which is an increase of $426,000. Our total amended budget is $188,491,266, which is an increase of $2,323,331. And then if we can pull up our revision details.
All right, go ahead.
This is our state public school fund. The total increase again is $1,752,576. For program 001 classroom teachers, there was a decrease of $10,820. For 003, for non-instructional support, there was an increase of $47,439. For 011 was an increase of $29,500. 013, which is CTE, months of employment, was a decrease of $101,968. Our 014 for CTE was an increase of $54,529. Summer reading camps in 016 was an increase of $135,424. Our behavioral support was a decrease of $65,048. Our PRC 32 for children with disabilities was an increase of $14,979. Our school safety grants is an increase of $366,120. Our 048, which is other teacher performance bonus, was an increase of $3,202. PRC 56, which is transportation, is $278,368. Our 063, which is children with disabilities, is an increase of $403,485. 064, which is CTE grade expansion program, was an increase of $41. And then 066 was teacher assistant reimbursement at an increase of $8,712. School connectivity was an increase of $437,752. 087, which is stop arm enhancement funds for transportation, was an increase of 15,000. PRC 131 for textbooks and digital resources was an increase of 85,861, and PRC 254, which is increasing engagement in STEM grant, was an increase of 50,000, totaling that $1,752,576. Then if you go down to the federal program fund, that was the decrease of 89,862. That is in PRC 50. There was an increase of $9,515. 060 was an increase of $1,710. PRC 70 was a decrease of $95,294. PRC 103, which is Title II Improving Teacher Quality, was a decrease of $7,313. PRC 118, which is IDEA Special Needs Targeted Assist, was an increase of $5,500. And PRC 146, which is the ARRA Education Technology, was a decrease of $3,980.10, and that is the total decrease of $89,862.46. And then finally, and then also in Fund 4, there was the increase of $234,617. That is for that LEA purchase of school buses in PRC 120. And then the restricted revenue, there was an increase of $426,000, which was the Medicaid Administrative Outreach Program, an additional $426,000, and that is the total of our revisions.
Questions? Are you done? I'm sorry. Okay, yes, I want to make sure of that. Questions? Board members? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Tina, would you explain the behavior support?
So 029, which is that reduction, that is approvals as of April 17th, 2024. So our head count could have went down. I'm not really sure. It comes in from DPI. I could probably find out and let you know exactly what that was for.
Let me ask. You have increase of $1,750,000. This is quarterly? This is a quarterly report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I notice some things are up, some things are down. Maybe this should be directed to Dr. Locklear. Is this normal?
Yes, sir, it is normal. I noted at the beginning that this is our 60th. This takes us up to allotment update through number 60. So throughout the school year, the state is sending us different allotment updates throughout the year. Some of those pull some money back. Some of them award some money in a certain line, like school safety grants that were sent out during this quarter, and those are usually in a specific PRC.
Okay. And all right. And what is our projected fund balance for the end of the year? And I understand you can't actually tell us what it's going to be on the end of the fiscal year is July 30th. Is that what it is? June 30th. Okay. Maybe you can't tell us, but what's your projection as to our fund balance at June 30th as best you can?
Pull that up.
Projected fund balance.
Okay, so I can't see it from here. I still can't. Maybe you could just read it. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. How about that?
So our unassigned fund balance is $2,222,208 with as of I think I've got a wrong date up there because it's the balance sheet actually as of April 30th. I just got a wrong date on there. But our projected fund balance gain is $667,124. And then our projected fund balance for June 30th, 2024 is $5,062,332.32 with a $2 million floor, making our projected fund balance above that $2 million floor at $3,062,332.32.
Yeah, just why it's $2 million now, but we're projecting $5 million by the end of June. Am I correct on that?
The unassigned is $2,222,208. So when you look at the third section, it shows you that this is our projected fund balance. You take our projected unused fund balance of this year that's assigned 2023-24 of $2,173,000, because we do not estimate, our projection is not to use any fund balance.
I understand.
And then our unassigned fund balance is that $2,222,208. Then you add to it that projected fund balance gain of $667,124, making our projected fund balance for June 30th $5 million. That's how it comes up to the $5,062,332.
Okay. Yes, go.
So I, of course, have a few questions for the superintendent. First, let me say, I was just looking this up online. The budget that we originally passed, this board passed, was $181 million. The last quarterly adjustment bumped it up to $186 million. It bumped it up by $4.6 million. And this bumps it up to $188 million. So from $181 million to $188 million is almost a 4% increase in the budget. When this came up back in February, I believe it was, in the meeting, I was making the case this is new money, because when new money comes in, you know, it displaces existing money. So whether you want to call it new money or not new money, it's new money, and it's displacing money that was already allocated. And after I got the stunned mullet look for a bit, then I was told, no, that's not the case, that there's two cases here, or at least in the last budget amendment, there were two cases. One was some of this was new money tied to grants, where, you know, we got a grant to, you know, making this up to get security cameras, and someone did a grant proposal and we got that. But, okay, I get that. I'm glad, you know, maybe Pauline could write a grant and we could, you know, whatever. I mean, if we get new money and it's tied to some, I understand that. But probably more disturbingly, I heard, oh, well, this was money, and this is what I heard, so I want to make sure if this is what was meant now that everyone's had a couple months to think about my questions. What I think I heard when the superintendent was standing up there in February talking to this is, I thought I heard him say that this is money that we weren't sure, these are my words, that we weren't sure was coming in, but we already had liabilities for it, and so we didn't have the liabilities on the books because we weren't sure about the income, and now that the income's come in, we're adding the liabilities to the books, and then the income matches it. Did I hear that right? Is that what was said back in February? That we had contingent liabilities that we didn't put on our books until the income, which may not have showed up.
I don't know if I said it that way or Tina said it exactly that way, but we don't put specific funds on the budget until we receive it. There was I think the one we were specifically talking about at that time was CTE funds, and for the credentialing and all the funds that go towards that. While we anticipate getting it, while we may have some projected cost associated with that, we're not going to put that on our budget. And so you note the $4 million, I didn't go back and look at last quarter's amendment before this, but this one is changing the funds as well. But that is, you know, that is normal in working with the state budgets, that you're going to get those various revisions. We're going to get some funds for certain things in certain programs that are really assigned for that specific program. The only one that's not in this would be the Medicaid reimbursement that goes into our restricted revenue, Fund 8, and that's not specifically restricted and can be used for a multitude of different purposes when the board so see fit. But for the majority, all the others, that is going into a certain program.
Okay, so my question's very specific, and what you described would be, okay, hey, we don't put the revenue in the budget until we get it. Okay, fair enough. That's not my question. My question is, because I think we can go through here and find examples of my concern, and I think we can clearly find examples of this, and back in February, I think we pointed out some examples, and I think it was conceded. So my question is this, if you take any given line item there, well, take them all, where we receive funding now in the third quarter, how many of those or what percentage of those? My concern is that we had already spent money on that, taking it from other funds, until we got reimbursed.
I don't think that's the way, Tina, I'm looking to you to see if you got anything you can share. But we're not gonna let a department spend money for something until we get the money for it. And so that's, in general, how we're gonna operate in 99% of the cases. The only other place you might find that we have no choice would, really the one place that we have no choice is with special education, exceptional children. If we get a new child that needs certain services and that's in their IEP, we're going to move forward with providing that, but there's usually opportunities for us to apply for reimbursement from the state for some of those more severe and profound situations. But I'll let Tina talk a little bit about, we're not usually going to have a department spending money for something that we hadn't received yet.
Well,
But
so let's say we hadn't got this additional $7 million in funding this year that was not projected in our budget. So you're telling me that we hadn't spent any of that $7 million towards any of the stuff that we're spending it on now. You're telling me that none of this money is going to be used to reimburse expenses that we've already done for those projects.
I'm not telling you that because I'm not that into the details and the weeds of it all, but I'm happy to go there, but I'm not prepared to go there right now.
No, that's
Yeah.
because that's a significant, again, I don't care about the details of any given line item. I'm concerned about the process, and I'm concerned that we have unobligated commitments. I'm afraid that we have commitments for money that has not yet arrived, and we're counting on us getting an allocation when in fact we may or may not get an allocation. That's my concern, is that we obligate money towards projects in hopes that we get the money in subsequent allocations. And I think what drives this is I'm pretty sure that there's a state law that says our budget has to be balanced. So every budget is balanced when in fact it's not. I've got this drawer full of stuff that's kind of projects that we're waiting on funding for, and my concern is that we're spending some money on those projects, and then when the money comes in, you kind of wipe your brow a little bit and say, okay, now I'm going to take these projects out of the drawer, and I'm going to put them on the books. That's not budgeting. You know, you can call it what you want, because if that money doesn't arrive, all of a sudden, or whether it's $50,000 or the total $7 million, it's just not a budget.
Yeah, and I get that, but public school budgeting is one of the more complex systems there is for budgeting.
I get that too.
It don't work like a business. I wish it did, but it doesn't. You know, we got 60 revisions up to now in April. That shows you the complexity of moving in and out with budgets. We've been working with the federal government with getting their grant awards, and sometimes that doesn't come into later into the fall or even later, and so we're dealing with cash flow with that. It's complicated, and I appreciate your concern for that.
Yeah.
And I am also not going to act like I'm the expert like Tina is. So I know Tina could answer some questions at a greater depth than I can, but it is a very complex process, and I appreciate your questions and concern.
My concern is that I don't believe that the contingent, well, I'll call them contingent liabilities. That might not be the official, CPA approved firm, but my concern is that that as an organization, the central office knows that there's contingent liabilities out there, and they're just not disclosed to the board, because one of these days the $7 million isn't going to show up, or some portion of it's not going to show up, and then it's going to be like, oh, we have a $2 million shortfall because we've kind of been funding some of these programs down here in the drawer. And as long as the contingent liabilities are disclosed and accepted by the board, that's okay. But if we routinely do this, and then all of a sudden we reach into the drawer and go, oh yeah, okay, we can fund that, okay, we can fund this, then why do we even go through the budget process? Because right now, we've got $7 million worth of spending that most of which, some of this is grants, some of this is new grants, but the vast majority of it, I get the impression, even if it's half, it's $3.5 million. Even if it's 25%, it's $2 million that we reached in this drawer, and we're like, good thing that money came in. And then all of a sudden, we add it to our books and our budget. We've got this whole up until this year so far, it's maybe up to $7 million of contingent liabilities that are not on the books, that all of a sudden we just kind of expose as we get money. Again, I understand, I appreciate the complexity of public school budgeting. I certainly understand it. My concern is that the contingent liabilities are not disclosed, and I'll just leave it at that.
Has that got it? Okay, yeah, did you have anything else? Okay, I want to make sure. Okay. Was there? I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Any other questions by members of the board? If not, I just did want to say that $5 million at the end of the fiscal year in the fund is very nice to hear. So I appreciate that. And Ms. Edmonds, appreciate your hard work, because as Dr. Locklear says, this budgeting process is difficult, and you and your staff are just doing an excellent job. So thank you very much. Okay. Next is renewal of retainer for the board attorney.
Thank you.
Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board retains or has a retainer agreement with Schwartz Law that goes through the end of this year, through June of 2025. That was originally a 2-year retainer. I'm recommending that the board extend that a year. There's no changes to the retainer agreement besides the date of taking it out through 2025. So this does come with my recommendation for the board to continue to retain legal services from Schwartz Law. So happy to discuss any questions the board may have, or the board may want to send those questions directly to Mr. Schwartz.
Questions by the board?
It's a fee. It's an hourly rate, and then the retainer. We can pull up the retainer agreement. The retainer is $5,000 per month that's billed. Part of that is training. Part of that is board policy work that's discounted back to the board. Then there's an hourly rate that's just charged.
Effectively, it's the same retainer as we approved 2 years ago. Is that what it is?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So he hasn't increased his fees, or is hourly, I guess I should say.
Correct. It's the same.
Okay. Any questions by members of the board? Mr. Hensley?
I don't have, excuse me, I don't have any questions, but when this is presented next Monday as an action item, I would like a couple things before then. One is next Monday, I would like presented a chart that shows the last 6 years of legal spending and how much we spend per year with the Schwartz Law Firm and their predecessor. So if we could,
Happy to have that.
yeah, if we could throw in a chart that shows our legal expenses over, say, the last 6 years, that would be great, because I would like to see the trend. And also, I'd asked to do this, 6 or 7 months ago, but I failed to. We didn't. You proposed procedures, and I just failed to do it. But I would like to Wednesday or Thursday of this week, I would like to come by and view the last 2 years worth of Schwartz Firm's billing records. And do they bill weekly or monthly?
Monthly, and we get a detailed report, which is substantial. But they bill on a monthly basis, so we're happy. I think the procedure was, just to have a time coordinated, and we'll provide that for you and any member of the board who would like to see that.
Okay.
And the reason we do it that way, because there could be some confidential matters that are noted in the billing.
Yeah, no. Generally, attorney billing has a little, they bill in whatever 5-minute increments. It has a little summary of what they talked about, so I understand that. And you guys might want to be prepared to I can't think of the word, sanitize that rather quickly, because some of that I might want to present in Monday's meeting, depending on what I find.
Well, that may have to go through the attorney to do that, so I can't promise that would be prepared for Monday, but certainly make it available for review.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Dr. Metcalf, the Moore County Cooperative and Innovative High School.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. Ms. Stewart, I'm very pleased to be bringing this update to the board, which is our update on a Cooperative Innovative High School. Been full speed ahead since that was included in the budget in the fall, working with the community college. We also want to thank Mr. Benway for his being a liaison to that work and part of that. This does come with an action item this month because we do have to express our intent as a Board of Education with Sandhills Community College that we intend to open up an early college. And so an intent letter is due to the state. I'm going to let Mike and Heather kind of walk through that. But that's due to the state, and that simply is just a letter of intent is what that is, to open up this early college in the next school year, 25-26. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike and Heather. I want to thank them for their leadership and work. Lisa's in the room. Her and her team have done a lot of work with our early college with the focus on career pathways. So I just want to thank everyone for their time and effort and investment. So, Mike?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. We're looking forward to giving you an update. I think this is our third update to the board on the work that we've been doing, and I look forward to sharing it with you, and also asking for your approval to allow us to submit that letter of intent, which is required in June. So we'll begin. Just as a reminder, thank you. This is based out of state law, that legislation which allows us the opportunity to partner with a local post-secondary institution of higher learning, in this case, Sandhills Community College. They've been great partners, and we appreciate the work that we've been able to accomplish with them up to this point. There are some requirements within that legislation, however. First is it's a maximum of 100 students per grade level. So that would be a maximum over, if it's a 5-year program, of 500 students. Just like to make sure that we double down on that. 100 students per grade level by the requirements. It's also a vocational focus and has a targeted population by requirement in the legislation. High school students who are at risk of dropping out is part of that targeted population. High school students whose parents did not continue education beyond a high school diploma, and then high school students who would benefit from an accelerated academic instruction. So that's all tied in to the legislation. Really appreciate Senator McGinnis and Representative Jackson had the foresight to move this along. They provided $25 million to the community college to create an cooperative innovative high school with a vocational pathway focus. That $25 million currently is at the Office of State Budget and Management in its own specific budget line, and when the work begins on construction or on equipment, that's when the college will reach out and have that money available to them. So very excited about that. Very aggressive timeline that we're working on. Obviously, we have to do the letter of intent, which is what we will be asking for your permission to do. That's by June 15th. By October 4th, we'll get some technical support then over the summer. By October 4th is when we'll have the application apply for the program to NCDPI. We'll continue to get some support and development. We'll hear in the summer of 2025, next summer, we should get final notification of approval. And then our goal is to open our doors in the fall of 25. The fall of 25. So that's a very aggressive timeline. Good work being done to get to that place. But I did want to point out the aggressive timeline. You got me? Okay, thanks. Maybe I'll do it. Yeah. This is our framework of action. You've seen this before. We've been working through, began our work in October and November. We're into April now, and we're making some decisions about the enrollment process, the target population, expectations for goals, a little bit about what the program is. We'll get deep into May be working on the proposed budget. We'll talk a little bit about that with you today, transportation and some of those other more operating procedures as we work through. Obviously, we turn in that letter of intent to DPI in June, again, work out throughout the summer, and really in October, we apply for the program. Application submission is in October. We have been doing a lot of work. Just wanted to give you an update on a couple of additional site visits that we've done since we last met and updated the board. We're at the Cumberland Polytechnic and Cabarrus Early College of Technology. I think we're at 6 or 8 schools that we've looked at this point that we've actually gone to. We also looked at some schools virtually that are outside of the state and gotten some feedback from them. These 2 schools are similar, 2-year college education, pathways really focused and tailored to the students. Again, that smaller school environment that we're seeing, speeding through the high school classes and getting to the community college classrooms, that wraparound individualized support. And they provided some real help with us, particularly Cumberland, in terms of their admissions process and their application process. Some overall site reflections that we've seen from the 8 schools, 9 schools that we visited. Accelerated high school, generally required courses in the first 2 years experience, starting very small. Schools are recommending that you really start small, around 70 students, 50 to 70 students, somewhere in that range, and you build toward that 100 students in a grade level. Really about increasing support, helping the individualizing the students, preparing them for that transition to the college classes in their junior, senior, and that additional 5th year as well. Exposure to all of the college pathways. We're seeing that in virtually all the schools that we went to. A lot of individualized career planning. Students who have the ability to get specific credentials or certifications also have the opportunity to get their 2-year degree within that 5-year period. And then they have access to the college and all that the college has to offer. So that's the college facilities, libraries, and kind of activities that they may have at the college too that they may be able to participate in. We did a deep dive, as you recall, we've talked about this a little bit, a deep dive into data, looking at demographics, bound for data, future NC, graduation statistics. We looked at the community needs. College is very helpful with this, very eye-opening for me. They can really narrow down just to Moore County or expand it outside of Moore County too, regionally, and get a 10-year forecast of what the expectations are in terms of need. So that was very interesting and really very helpful as we try to match student interest and need for the student with what the community needs are as well. So deep data dive that we did. Just a little bit of the data that we determined with students. This is bound for data. I think I've shared this with the board previously, but wanted to bring it up again. This was really interesting to me. It's self-reported. So our students, before they leave for their senior year, they tell us what their plans are. And so this is self-reported. And this is just 1 year, 22-23 last year. But really, when we looked at it over a 5-year period, we found it to be very similar, right, and within those margins. About 37% of our students choose to go on to college, a 4-year college. Those students, as you would expect, had an average GPA that was pretty high, 3.5 average GPA. About 42% are going to community college or technical school. Again, you would expect that as well with a wonderful relationship we have with Sandhills Community College. A little lower GPA. And then there's students, about 14% that go direct into some employment. Maybe they don't have a plan. Maybe they don't need the credentials, or they haven't taken that. They don't have the courage to get those credentials, don't necessarily know what their plan is. They have a little lower GPA. And our idea is that we're really focusing on those students, that 14 or more percent, because it's about 7% that is not included, and they may not have self-reported. So it's a little larger number than that. These students graduate. It's not that they're not graduating. Our dropout rate is very small dropout rate. These students just may not have a plan, or they just go direct to employment. We want to target those students, provide them that wraparound support, and have them more prepared for the jobs that we need them in, that we have in our community, that we're going to need in our community. Those are the students we're focusing on. Interesting, yes.
you're making a presumption that they're not fully prepared for their chosen occupation. I mean, I guess the vast majority of them are not, but within that 14%, there are certainly highly qualified people that go into the trades and do well.
I would say that there are some that are. We're trying to make sure that those students have the credentials and requirements so they can go directly into that. These are students who aren't necessarily going into the community college or the technical school in order to get those credentials or those certifications. Many
Right,
of
but
them.
I mean, I just, I'm saving my questions till the end like I have the other ones, but I just viscerally react to that because if we're doing our jobs, especially if our CTE department's doing their jobs, our job is to graduate people career ready. And the people who are going direct to employment, well, by definition, hopefully they're career ready. And it just, the comments lead me to believe that for some reason we believe that all of our students must go to college or go to community college or technical schools when, quite frankly, our job is to graduate them career ready.
I would agree. I think our
In
job
fact,
is-
we should strive to lower the second item and increase the third item. Our goal should be to increase the direct to employment and reduce the number of students that fill the need. If our CTE department was doing its job, there wouldn't be a need for follow-on technical school in many cases.
Let me interject. I think part of what our CTE program does is give some foundational blocks for them or exploratorial blocks so they know which career path they want to go into. And there's a lot of career paths that's going to take additional credentials and certifications or a degree. And so that's why we want to make sure we're creating that pathway through the community college.
Well, and agree, but part of that is normalcy bias. Part of that is normalcy bias because requiring students to go to a community college to get follow-on technical training is what's happening now. If you go back to when we were in school, my peers who went into the trades, they graduated career ready. I mean, they were building complete houses in Votech. And when they graduated, they went right into the trades. They were doing auto repair in Votech. They had machine shops in Votech. The problem is the new normal has become, oh no, when you graduate at 18 years old, you're not really an adult. We have to send you to community college for another 2 years to do what the high school used to do 30 years ago. So again, the problem is normalcy bias has dictated, we're like boiled frogs. Well, of course people have to go to a community college for 2 years to learn a trade. Not the way it happened in 1982 when I graduated. There were people who, they graduated high schools and they had already welded, fender panels on Mustangs and repainted cars, and they went right to work for an automobile repair place, or they went right to work for an HVAC. That should be our goal, and that is actually our mission statement, is to graduate people career ready. So anyway.
I'm not debating. I just think some of that's driven by industry. So a lot of that's driven by industry, and that's what we're trying to prepare our students to get those credentials that are industry driven. And some of that does require some post-secondary credentialing.
Or we push that down to our high schools. But my point is, again, I'm just reacting viscerally to it's not a badge of honor increasing the number of people who go to community college or technical school. It's actually, it shows the failure of the modern Votech's approach to Votech and CTE. Anyway, I'll save the rest of my questions.
No, but it is, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Hensley, appreciate it. It is important, though, that we ensure that we're giving our students the opportunity to meet the need that we're going to see in Moore County. And this is some of the cluster growth that we're seeing. So, I mean, the data is pretty clear. In the next 10 years, we're going to see great growth in these areas: law, public safety, corrections, transportation. That's mechanics, more cars on the road, more mechanics are needed, hospitality, tourism, architecture and construction, education, training, health science, science tech, engineering, mathematics, human services, information technology. And when we were looking at the design for the program, we're looking for what is high need for the community, what is higher wage, a livable wage for our graduates, and also requires a higher level of training. So you need a higher level of training to be involved in, some of the health sciences as an example. So those are areas that we would focus on.
And by the way, this is for not for every student,
No.
because it just seems to me that the conversation just going to where we want all our students. This is for 400 or so select students who need the wraparound. You always
Yeah.
would do this, Dr.
Yeah,
Dr.
I would
Metcalf.
exactly, thank you, Mr. Levy. They wrap around support my arms around it. I would say that all that the community college has to offer, every one of our students has that availability now. All that they have to offer that our students qualify. There are some programs that are have age requirements and so forth. Our students have that opportunity right now. The difference with this program is that every 5 years, we accelerate the academics, and we're looking for that student who maybe needs additional support to be able to access those programs, needs a little bit more of a wraparound support. And we'll talk a little bit about that.
May I make a comment, please?
Sure, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Couple of things. Number one, career ready is more of a marketing term. You won't find a definition anywhere for career ready. Secondly, an awful lot of the laws that have taken place, David, since you graduated, and certainly since I graduated, push requirements, safety requirements out into the Sand Hills arena, out of our reach. Machining is one of those. It used to be that you could graduate with a certification in machining, but no longer because of safety requirements. That has to be taken at Sand Hills Community College. So there are some things that are out of our control in that regard. I think the CTE program is doing one hell of a good job, frankly. And I think as we get into the CTE briefing, we'll see that. Thank you.
So I have a couple responses. One is when I voted, and I'll just speak for myself, but when I voted for the new mission statement that said career ready, I didn't view that as a marketing term. I viewed that as career ready. So your view may be that career ready is a marketing term, but that was never what I voted for. And secondly, I've pointed out, because I've had parents and I've had people come to me, owners of companies, say, we used to build houses at Union Pines, and that was, the capstone course, and it taught the trades, it taught entrepreneurship, people were doing bookkeeping, people were doing this and that. Why do we no longer do that? And then, so I go to the central office and I'm told, oh, federal law doesn't allow us to do that. Then I look a couple counties over and that school district's doing exactly what this school district says we can't do because of federal law. So I'm not so sure that when we hear the excuse, it's against federal law, because almost every time I've asked about a specific CTE program, and again, an example I use is where, the capstone course, the juniors and seniors, they build a house, they do the framing, they do the shingling, they do everything, then they auction it off and they take that money and they fund the next house. I was told that's no longer acceptable via OSHA. But then I see other school districts in North Carolina doing the exact same thing. So I'm not quite sure that when we're told that that's not legal, that's not the case, because there's plenty of other school districts do it. The example you use, machining, may in fact there might be some safety stuff, but I know that in all cases that is not the case.
Two things. Going back to the term career ready, you will not find a definition at state level, at DPI level, for the term career ready.
Well, I'll tell you what career.
We all understand.
We
the
understand
sense of
it means you walk out the door and you're ready to start your career.
Well, you're ready to build on. You're an adaptive student prepared to learn the trade.
Or you're career ready. Career
Well,
ready
okay.
means you're career
But
ready.
I'm saying we toss this career ready thing around as if it's a thing that we've defined, and we have not. Second item, are we in compliance with all of the safety regulations that require us to perform our
We are in compliance.
purpose in CTE?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure where you're coming from. If there's another school district that is not in compliance with the safety requirements and with the law, I would like to find out how they get around it.
Well, okay,
you-
so
could you help us there?
let me answer your question. So first of all, you asked the central office, are we in compliance? Well, sure, we're in compliance, but that's not the right question to ask. If you don't do something, you're in compliance, right? If I want to put in a machine shop and they don't do it, are you in compliance? Yes. If we want to have a capstone class to build a house and the bureaucracy says you can't do it, are you in compliance? Yes, because you never did it. But the fact of the matter is there's other school districts who do it. I know people in this, I know people who have left our CTE program because we weren't doing stuff like that, and they went to work for other districts who are doing stuff like that. So your question to the CTE director was not correct. You asked.
Rephrase it for me.
Well, you asked, are we currently in compliance? And they said yes, and I hope that we're in compliance. The question is if we put in a program where, as a capstone class, with proper supervision, where the students build a dwelling and auction it off, can that be in compliance with OSHA laws? That's the question to ask.
I think we've asked that.
I would point out that we do have that opportunity for students to build a house. They do that in our relationship with Sandhills Community College. And so a student who is doing the core construction could have that opportunity as a junior or senior at Sandhills when they take those higher level classes.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
I will give you a list of school districts in North Carolina who are doing what I say.
Good.
What I said.
Please. Appreciate it.
go ahead, Dr. Metcalf.
Okay, so back to the early college or the Cooperative Innovative High School. We went through a decision-making process, really looked at the data, brainstormed criteria for application components, categorized by the regional needs. Again, that high demand, high wage, and high training needs for those particular jobs. Took a very step-by-step approach to that decision-making. Again, appreciate the community college. We did a full-day retreat and made some great progress and have some recommendations of where we're at. Do want to mention the application components. There's a description, a target population, program focus, enrollment, and admission process. Our response to the regional economic vision. Again, we're trying to meet the needs of the community, what our curriculum will look like. So here is where we're at in terms of some current recommendations for the program. First, based off of the schools that we visited, we really feel like this needs to be a standalone school, separate high school, trying to build a sense of community within this school. So we anticipate an initial enrollment of about 70 students. We're building our plan around that. That, again, is very aggressive. Many of the districts that began with less than that, maybe 50 students. We would like to start with around 70. These students would not return to a Pinecrest or a Union Pines for athletics or arts. They would be the Cooperative Innovative High School students, the early college students. We want to create our own little community with that wraparound support and try to encourage them. They would have some clubs and intramural sports teams, those kinds of things, but they would make the decision that they are not going to be participating in athletics, or they're not going to be participating in their home schools' arts programs. They would be a school unto themselves when they come in, creating a cohort, if you will, a community, if you will, an ethos. This is where we're at, and we're together. So it's a cohort model. They stay together. They start as ninth graders, and they move through their prescribed series of courses together. We would make them all honors level courses. Get some questions about that sometimes. Why honors level? Certainly see that at many of the schools that we attended. It's because they can handle them with that level of support. We're building that sense together. We can do this. They all would take Math 1 casework so that they're all in it together. That we pulled from one of the schools that we visited, really recommended that. You know that some students take Math 1 in 8th grade, but they would take it together in 9th grade, reinforce that because that is so critical to the work that they would be doing. And it's a 4-year or potentially 5-year pathway to accommodate whatever their particular academic goals and pacing that are needed. Personalized wraparound support for those students. a lot of academic counseling, tutoring, mentoring, seminar courses. This is a way to keep a handle on the students all the way through. Those seminars would include things, we call Adulting 101, but it's about professionalism and personal growth, some student volunteerism, career exploitation, team building, and of course a senior capstone event, as Mr. Hensley mentioned there, and Mr. Benwin, I've talked about a number of times, could see some real value for that at the end of their experience. And so the idea, again, wraparound support, we're all in it together, very supportive. As an example of the course schedule, these first 2 years would be their academic courses. So that you can see those in bold are the courses that require a state assessment as well. So semester 1 would be English 1, then Math 1, Earth Science, World History. All the students would take those courses. Semester 2 in their first year would be their English 2, Math 2, Physical Education, Economics, and Personal Finance required courses. Again, the goal is to get through the required academic courses that they have in their first 2 years of classes. Year 2, they pick up their English 3 and then their English 4 in the second semester, their Math 3 and 4, the biology, chemistry, their founding principles, civic literacy, and the American history. We would need some staff. We'll talk about the budget here in a little bit, but certainly we need a principal that state provided. We would need a bookkeeper, receptionist, and in the first year we'd need 3.5 teachers. Second year it would top up to 7.5 because you'd have 2 cohorts of students. And we'll talk about the budget a little bit. In year 3 and 4, yes, ma'am.
Where or who drives the curriculum that will be utilizing there? Would it be the same that we use at our traditional schools, or do you know that far in advance, or at this point in time,
So
how we choose that?
these are required courses. I think we would obviously want to make them very hands-on and meet the needs of the particular students that we have, but the curriculum is very similar to what you'd have in your home school. Our way of approaching that curriculum might be different based on the students that we have.
Okay, I guess my question is are there any requirements up front that we use a particular curriculum tied into the state law, or are we able to choose the curriculum ourselves?
We're able to choose the instructional methods ourselves.
Or-
The curriculum
Okay.
itself is required. We have to teach, we have to teach English 1, we have to teach Math 2, chemistry, what have you. So the curriculum is required, but our instructional techniques could be different if we felt like the need of these groups of cohorts of students was different.
May I add something to that?
Please.
Is an observation anyway. The way we teach is going to drive the functional building of that facility.
Agreed.
Form following function.
Yes,
That's a
agreed completely.
Critical piece is building that, how we do it.
Yes,
Thank
agreed completely.
I would just add that the standard course of study is determined by the state,
Yeah,
in which
thank
would be continue to be using the state-required standard course of study.
The curriculum. I understand that the standard course of I understand that the standard is the standard across the board. When I say curriculum, I mean which consumables will we be using? And I may be getting way ahead of myself on that, but I'm just curious if there's any guidance that you have received along that.
Not at this time. I think you're a little bit ahead of us, Ms. Davis, but good questions.
Okay, thank you.
So if we could go back a slide, please. I think a fundamental question that I would ask on this slide is, what exactly is happening here that couldn't happen in their home high school?
So again, we're advancing those classes rather than over a 4-year period of time. We're doing their academics, academic advancement for those students. They're doing them in 2 years, and we're providing seminar courses and a wraparound support for those students. Smaller class sizes, wraparound support for those students.
And that couldn't happen in their home high schools?
You have to look at how to schedule that. It might be difficult. What you wouldn't have in the home high school, I think, is that cohort model of support, that cohort that creating that ethos, using Mr. Levy's term a little bit, creating that sense that we have each other. These are students who,
Well, except schools do that all the time. I mean, schools build cohorts within schools all the time. That's kind of what schools do. That's one thing that's impressed me about schools and generally it's built around clubs or built around honors or something else. I mean, okay, I can't wait to see what years 3 and 4 are, because all of that looks like it could be done in their home high school.
year 3 and 4 is really action to the community college, so they have access to all of Sand Hills Community College programs, the work-based learning, the pre-apprenticeships, their apprenticeships, their internships. We do want to focus on several pathways. So it's individual choice. Student coming to those programs, it's the way we've designed it, has access to all the programs the college has to offer. That being said, we want to market and focus certain pathways that we know that the community has a great need for. And so we market and focus on the architecture, the engineering, the construction, the education, the healthcare, the manufacturing, and the information technology. That comes from the data on what the needs of the community are. But at the same time, students who come into those programs still have access to any of the other programs that are available to us. Again, any student in Moore County Schools has access to every program that the college has to offer, and these students would as well. What is different for these students is it's a cohort model, and they get a higher level support. It's designed for that student who may not have the courage or may not think that they have the skills or may meet that target population that the state requires us to meet, to provide that wraparound support so that they have the ability to access it as well and the support to be able to achieve it.
Oh, okay, so before we press on, I saw you reaching for that button. Other than creating perhaps a cohort of individuals from around the county to take up to an hour bus ride from the northwest part of the county down here, which is another issue. Other than that, you mentioned all of this I see nothing that's not available to all Moore County students anyway. All Moore County school students, I mean, that's what our CTE program is. Pathways to success. We already do this, right?
All of our students have access to this.
Thank you.
One of the things that I'm seeing here is that you are accelerating the first 2 years, so that you're telling me that, for instance, English 3 might be in the sophomore year rather than the junior year, or English 4 might be in the sophomore year rather than the senior year.
It's a cohort model. They finish
Right.
their academic courses by the end, their main academic courses they finish by the end of their sophomore year, taking 4 years of courses into 2 years, so that you have time in your schedule to do the deep dive to be able to graduate with a 2-year degree or credentials, certifications in 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And so what I see this high school as, to almost to Mr. Hensley's point, we might, if this works out, we might offer this in our other high schools, maybe for the kids who don't need the wraparound support. But this is the innovative high school, and we're trying to do this for certain students. Am I right here?
Exactly right. And again, I think we're identifying those students who maybe don't have the courage, maybe don't have the support in other places within their lives, that coming out of 8th grade that we see that with wraparound support, they can be prepared for jobs that we need in our community that require a higher level of training, higher level of certifications. And this is a way to have more of those students be able to access that.
And this is also seminar courses, which means, when you say seminar,
That's the wraparound, that's everything from
that's
adulting.
small classes, right?
All of this would be smaller classes than they would find at Pinecrest or at Union Pines in Northmore.
Small schools, right? Dr. Lockwood?
Except Except we're hiring more teachers to have smaller classrooms. Again, I see nothing here. I mean, we could hire more teachers and do this in Union Pines. We could hire more teachers and do this in Pinecrest. We could hire more teachers and do this in Northmore. Again, I mean, press on. I just don't see anything we couldn't do in our existing schools so far.
So in our application, we have a targeted population. It's required by legislation. Again, we have to target students who are at risk for dropping out or not dropping out of school before they get their high school diploma. We have to target students whose parents maybe did not continue their education beyond high school. And then we have to target students who maybe benefit from that 2 years of accelerated academic instruction. We're looking for those students who do graduate with us, but sometimes slip through the cracks. And that's where that data tells us. We have some students who perhaps slip through the cracks. They get through, but maybe they get through without a plan, or their plan could be expanded. Perhaps they come out of school and they're underemployed. And here's an opportunity for them to have that wraparound support and be able to engage and access those programs, higher level programs, to the benefit of our community. So the recruitment, selection, and enrollment, this, again, marketing is going to be very critical to us. Middle school teachers, counselors will be involved in that. School information, school choice, tour of the schools, parent nights, career pathways, a lot of branding material. It's a lot of work that needs to be done before the summer of 2025. We've got to start our marketing before we even have approval for the program to build that program. We're starting small, again, 70 students per cohort is our goal. We begin the 9th grade, 25, 26. And obviously, these students will need to meet the requirements for their coursework, for their mission requirements. And so that's where some of that wraparound support comes into play. In terms of student application and admission, again, did some deep dives, deep work with this. We feel we need to use a rubric that is weighted towards our target population. So you earn points for the 3 criteria for the target population required by the legislation that we just talked about, weighted for GPA, which would be an average of 6 through the first semester of your 8th grade year, weighted for your EOG scores, weighted for family income levels. We saw many of the schools that we visited do that. They did that in some different ways, and so we can look at that, but you earn extra points for family income levels. Obviously, a teacher recommendation, rubric with the teacher, an interview of the student, writing samples of the student, trying to identify those students for the program. One of the things you're guarding against, one of the things that in having conversation with many of the programs that we saw from around the state, one of the things that they say that you need to try to avoid, 2 things they said. One is you want to start small. What it looks like in your first year is not necessarily what it's going to look like in year 4, 5, and 6 as you develop the program. So start small, start with what is manageable, and build to that program. That was one of their pieces of advice. The other thing that they really felt like we heard virtually every school that we went to is you want to guard against it being an accelerated program for your top students. The goal is not that. That's not what the program is designed for. It's a vocational end. It's not, and when I say top students, students who are desiring to go to Brown and Harvard and Chapel Hill. And if you're not careful, your program can be those students and they go to the community college to get 2 years ahead and then jump to a 4-year school. And their view is not to vocational pathway at all. Their view is to get to a 4-year school. And many of the programs have found themselves weaving into that. And that's where a strong application and admission process with a rubric can help you keep on track to identify the students that you're targeting, that targeting population as it is designed. So we've got some work to do from here. We're working with the college on facilities. Dr. Locklear and I have met with President Stewart several times, and obviously we continue the conversations with the community college, likely to start on a floor in one of their buildings, a wing in one of their buildings. I think it's important that that space is very collaborative and meets all the needs that we've had. For example, It just can't be 3 or 4 rooms. It also is going to need office space. It's going to be retrofitted or in some way have office space. It needs to have a place where the parent comes to meet the secretary or the administrative assistant, what have you, the receptionist. And so we need to set it up like a school, even during a period of transition before perhaps having its own building. It needs to have signage. It's going to have a school name. Those are all things that need to be done, the safety and security. So that work is ongoing. Certainly, we have other parts of the application that we're going to need to do. Transportation, you mentioned it before. Those are great questions. There's multiple ways that other school districts who have these programs are doing the transportation. One school offers no transportation at all. There's not offering transportation. If you choose to go into their early college, you provide your own transportation. One provides transportation just in the mornings, but not in the afternoon. Several of them provide transportation. The student gets picked up at their house, goes to their school location, and then is picked up on a commuter bus, if you will, directly to the program. There are pluses and minuses to that. There are schools that do location pickups. So example, a bus would go in several location pickups, not house to house. Parents' responsibility might be to get to Carly C's and or to get to different locations within the northern area where the bus would pick them up and then zip them to school. So there are multiple options that can be investigated that work on schedule, calendar. These are work that we need to do. So
Just on that, I would hope that we look to full transportation. The reason is that, as you described it, our target population is not apt to be wealthy, or I don't want to say wealthy, better off.
it can't be
They're-
a barrier.
Right,
Yes.
and we want to make sure that we get our target population, so we may have to provide transportation. Just a thought.
So after approval, we'll apply immediately for the school code. Once we have a school code, we'll get a principal, which will be covered by the state. Just talking a little bit about the budget. We'll also get a counselor that will be covered by the state. And then year 2, as long as you have at least 100 students, you're able to maintain those positions. We're also required to have a liaison that works between the college and Moore County Schools. So a liaison, that's a critical position. But we're required to have that. That's not provided by the state, however. It is something that we're required to have. We'll also receive PRC 055 funds. How much is the question? That's based on a tiered system. You know, it comes from the tiered system. I think we're thinking about $180,000 based on what other schools in our tier have received. So that can be used for a number. It can be used for positions. It can be used for marketing. It can be used for curriculum materials. It can be used for a number of things like that. We'll also need, obviously, to use our positions based on our ADM as well. So back to the framework of action, we're moving quickly through. Our next steps are the letter of intent, which we need to have in by September 15th. Really, all that is a Google form where we check a box. But obviously, we need your approval to move forward with that. Well, also, Dr. Roush from the community college is speaking to her board and get their approval as well. We have a draft application we'll bring to this board in August. So will the application complete at that point? We'll bring it to you for approval. We hope to, and feedback, so that we can do some work on that if there's feedback from the board. I'm going to submit the application by October 4th. Again, continually receive some DPI support, which will be helpful, and then prepare for our first cohort, which is in 25-26. And so we just make that request to you this month so that we can continue to move forward. Thank you.
Questions from members of the board?
I have some.
Yes, ma'am.
So way back in the day, we were going to do a school just like this, and it did get turned down by some county commissioners as well. And another factor with that was we could not supply a principal because it wasn't a true high school. So the government or the state was not going to give us money to fund principals, assistant principals, and all of that because it wasn't a true high school. How are we getting around that? Or are we using are we using local funds?
State legislation allows us to have this connection, the innovation. And so
Going
it's a
through the
cooperative
college.
innovation
Oh,
school,
okay.
so we get our own school code. Once you
Okay.
have your own school code, they provide that principal and counselor first year into the second year and beyond, as long as you maintain 100 students.
Okay, and then my second question would be, is the community college helping with marketing and helping with funding some of this, or is the state going to majority fund a lot of this, or are we going to have to use local funds?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of all of that. And so what we saw with many of the schools was that liaison position was funded portion by the school system and a portion by the college. We're going to have to use our normal allotments for some of the positions. Obviously, if you're pulling students out of Pinecrest, some of that allotment, the ADM goes with them. And so that some of that is position allotments. Some of it comes out of that 180 PRC 55 that we would get. So you could use some of that for personnel funding as well. And then Dr. Locklear, I may be looking at Dr. Locklear, goes, how do we work with our county commissioners for any additional positions that we may have to have that aren't in there? Have that conversation.
And I would note that, that's something that I know that our county commissioners are going to be interested in hearing about, what's going to be our budget, what's going to be our costs that we project. And I look forward to, and I believe we'll have the opportunity at a future work session of the commissioners for myself and Dr. Stewart and Mike and his counterpart to get an update to the commissioners. But I'll be sharing this with Mr. Vest as well, so he can share it with our Board of Commissioners.
Okay, and then one last question. What if a student is signed up to do this cohort and then they decided they want to drop out? How is that process? Do they go back to their normal school, or are they allowed to do that? Or how?
Obviously, we counsel that student, but they would have the opportunity to return to a traditional school if need be. One of the things that you find is that virtually none of the schools that we were at capacity of the 100 students, and partly for that reason, sometimes a student would feel better to move back to their home school or what have you. This is a unique schooling experience. It's not going to be for every student. It's for that specific student. When I was in middle school, I used to call them my blue-haired kids. I loved them. I loved those kids. They kind of went under the radar, maybe didn't have the courage to think about what they could be or what they could do. We're looking for their answer, and this kind of family cohort environment, tight, maybe exactly what the need is for that segment of a population. There's a need there for that group of students, and be able to access things that they didn't think that they could access before. If you're looking to go to Harvard or you're looking for Brown, you want the full comprehensive experience that Union Pines, Northmore, and Pinecrest do so well. You want you want to build your resume, right? So you want the vast number of clubs that they have to offer. You want the athletics that they have to offer. You want the arts that they have to offer. This wouldn't be the choice for you. This is the choice for a different student who needs a higher level of support.
And I'm sorry, I have one more because when you're talking, I just had one. What if a homeschooler wanted to look into this program? Are you open to?
Oh, absolutely.
Outside of the
A
community?
homeschooler would become one of our students.
Right.
This state would have to commit to Moore County, but they absolutely
Okay.
could come in here. And certainly we see this as just another option that Moore County Schools is offering. Right, we offer, blended ed programs. We offer, homeschool program. We offer a number of different programs. This is another offering to our community, and another way to attract students to come to Moore County Schools.
Thank you.
I have.
Bruno, yes.
Okay, this school, Moore County, the board will be the head of this school? This school belongs to Moore County Schools,
This is
correct?
this is the 24th Moore County Schools school. That is
Okay,
correct.
how much input does the college have say in what decisions are made?
college is offering access to their campus, and they're offering access to their programs that our students qualify for. In terms of the recruitment of the students, they can assist us, but it's our selection of the
Okay.
students into the program. And we provide the guidance counselor that helps the student make a decision what program best meets their needs. Assessments, whatever we put into place, that would be Moore County Schools' responsibility. Their responsibility is, that in that junior, senior, 5th year, as they're working through a pathway with the school, they're taking those classes with them.
Okay, so basically, this is a Moore County school.
It's a Moore County school.
Okay, the other question I have is, if we're using one of their buildings on their campus, are we paying them a fee?
There's,
No, that's fine.
there's been no discussion of any kind of fees for use of that. They haven't asked for that, and they haven't suggested that. And I haven't seen that at any of the schools that we've been to. I asked those questions about how they kind of separate, how it works. It's worked very seamlessly at most of the schools. Not to suggest that there's not been some challenges
Oh, yeah.
but no discussion of any kind of fees. In fact, one of the questions that we've talked about is custodial. How does the custodial work? And college takes care of that. It's their
So they're
building.
going to pay the electricity bill for us, they're going to pay the water bill for us?
Is our understanding, yes.
Okay. All right, have another one. I don't understand how you're going to do honors courses for all these would you explain that?
Yeah, we've had a lot of discussion, a little bit of discussion about that, and that really came from our view of not Cumberland, it was the other one, where they were doing the honors courses anyway. One of the schools there, Pitt does it, there were several that did it. And again, it's about a little higher expectation for the students with greater wraparound to show them what they're capable of doing. And they said if you send that message, you're going to come here, you're going to have to take the honors courses. Sometimes if the message to the students is the expectation's higher, they're more likely to get involved in it.
Oh,
if
that's
that makes
absolutely
sense.
true.
So it is about expectation for those students.
Okay, but we're not going to say it's an honors course and then
Mm-mm.
just,
It's an honors course. That's all we're offering.
okay,
That's all we're offering.
okay. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
There's a set curriculum for that. There's a standard for that, and it has to maintain it.
Okay. Any way at all, it's not going to be watered down.
That's the expectation is it meets our standard course of study for an honors course.
Okay. Okay, yeah, everything else I had a lot of questions, but you answered all of them in your presentation.
Thank you.
So, so, well, following up on Ms. Bruno's questions, this isn't one of the notes I took, but so this is 2% of our school population. 280 students is 2% of our population. And they're all going to be, and this is a follow-up to Ms. Bruno's question, they're all going to be honor students. So is that not going to take away from the honors program in the existing schools? Or are you saying these are undiscovered honor students, the blue-haired students, as you called them? That's not my term, that is his
I
term.
mean that is in a lovable way.
Oh,
when
I have
say
no
that.
doubt you meant
I
that.
meant
It'll
that in
tickle
a
me
very
Elmo
lovable way.
not in a,
Those are some of my
purple-haired
favorite
mayor of
students.
Southern Pines way. Or,
Yeah, those some of those
Whispering
students
Pines way.
who go under the radar a little bit and need some extra support.
So
are
we're going to
absolutely my
find, we're going to
favorite
find
students.
2% of our student population.
I think it'll be a mixed bag of students that'll select the program that will meet their particular needs.
And they're
But I
going to
do- I
perform
do
at the
think
honors level.
I 100% believe they can perform at the honors level.
Okay. Okay, so here are my questions. Input from stakeholders. Last time this came up, I talked about input from the county commissioners as a whole. And I was told that they were being kept informed, and it turned out they weren't. And I also asked about input from the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees.
I've talked to, subsequent to that, I've talked to Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees, and all they've gotten is a high-level overview brief given by this PhD, you mentioned her name earlier, and their assessment was she was unable to ask even simple questions. So here's my concern, and I voiced this when this came up several months ago, is at some point you're going to go to the county, we're going to go to the county commissioners and say, I mean, it was on several slides, we're going to need money, both operational and maybe construction. And we're going to go to the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees and say, hey, you know, you're paying their electric bill and their water bill and, you know, God knows whatever else. So what exact things have we done to reach out to the stakeholders as a whole? And the stakeholders are the people who control the purse, that's the county commissioners. It's the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees because they control the purse. And it's the citizens of Moore County.
You wanna
Dr.
answer that in
Locklear,
terms of
can you
the-
give
Yeah,
us?
So-
I heard we talked to Sandy Stewart, but he's not the guy who makes the decisions, you know?
I would say that this team, collaboratively with Sand Hills and from our district, has done a lot of work with various community opportunities, whether that's meeting with industry, whether that's meeting with business members, to gather input and feedback, whether that be through our business alliance, whether that be through the collaboration we have with the Moore County Economic Development Partnership, whether that be with our chamber, and various events and opportunities through that. I think this group has used data that is about our community need. The budget bill was written that this is an early college with vocational pathways to provide for the needs of the county and the region. And so that kind of directs our work, right? So from there, we've worked with stakeholder groups that are in that. I would also say that I've certainly shared information with the county manager. I've certainly answered any questions myself I've got from the commissioners, and I've continued to talk to Mr. Vest about an opportunity for us to give a briefing to the commissioners. That opportunity hasn't presented itself yet, but it will, I think, in the future. And we'll be able to give them an update of where we're at and where we're heading. I really do believe that we've done our best in a very constrained timeline to get the input from stakeholders, certainly working with this board, having a board liaison as we've been doing this, making the sausage. Mr. Benway being involved in making the sausage of this work, I think has been very helpful. You know, so I would say that I think we've done a pretty good job of that. And we'll continue to work to make sure we're keeping everyone abreast of where we're at and where we're heading and getting that feedback and maybe, you know, adjusting where we're going as a result of that.
And I have no doubt, just to be clear, I have no doubt that you guys have done your homework. I mean, clearly you have, and it's based upon, you know, research and visiting stuff. I just am of the opinion, you know, if you go ask people for money, the earlier you involve them in the process, because they might go, no, this isn't at all what we want to do. This is what we'll fund this, but we're not going to fund that. So the earlier you involve people in the process and get buy-in from the stakeholders, the better it will go. But it's the same concept with our 10-year capital plan. You know, the county commissioners better be hip deep in that early on, or you're not going to get we're not going to get $500 million. But anyway, so one of the briefs item was access to all college facilities. And we had this issue before as a board, probably 3 or 4 years ago when, you know, Sand Hills Promise. And, you know, there are things at Sand Hills Community College that are not age appropriate. Mm-hmm. And there are things there that are in contrast isn't the right, in that, you know, community colleges are set up for young adults. Well, okay. There are things in their policies that do not jive with our policies, and there are things there that are not age appropriate. So how do you reconcile that with access to all college facilities?
And perhaps I overstated, access to college facilities in which they qualify for, programs in which they qualify for. I mean, I'm sure there are portions of the college campus that wouldn't be appropriate for them to attend. They'll have their own site on campus, but they have access to the campus is what we find. And so they have access to the gym. Perhaps the PE course is an example of one, which could be a college course as well. So access to those programs and locations in which they qualify for.
Okay. so someone will be monitoring
Sure.
that. So one thing I've always wondered, and people have asked me this with the Sand Hills Promise, and this is a question that I've never gotten an answer to. So where does the student funding go? Do we keep 100% of the student funding? Does a community college get some? Do we get our funding for that student and the community college also gets funding for that student? What exactly happens with the student funding? And is the community college cut in on that?
We have the opportunity for what's called dual enrollment. So the community college gets credit for them, and we do too. So it allows the community college to make sure they're getting the resources they need for that student. We can continue to get the resources. So it doesn't split it. It's actually dual counted for
So-
the community college and for us.
So I'm always whenever I'm involved with the government, I always believe in following the money. So if one of our students goes to Sand Hills Community College, right now, we get full state funding for that student as if they're attending here full-time.
We do, and we still provide services for that student,
so-
even if they're taking 3
Right, so
classes.
if
at
a
Sand
student
Hills.
only takes one class at Moore County Schools,
Mm-hmm.
we get 100% funding for that student as if they're attending here full-time.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, now, if that same student attends Sand Hills Community College, they get some funding for that student, right?
I'm not an expert in their funding model, but they get FTE per class, is my understanding,
Yeah,
that the
it's-
students
it's-
enrolled in.
it's, we don't
Yeah.
want to be the expert, but it's tied to their FTEs, which is their employment hours.
So so a student that attends both, from an institutional perspective, both institutions gain because they're really double dipping with that student. Because we get 100% funding, and then they go to Sand Hills Community College, and then Sand Hills Community College gets funding from the state for that same student based upon some formula based upon classes that he or she attends.
I'm not sure I would use the word double dipping. I need to look into that, but I do think both schools benefit, as does the student.
Okay. I've been asked that question many times because people, often look to motive. Okay, so let's talk operational costs.
If I could just add on that, I think it's created an incredible opportunity for our kids with this dual enrollment. And I think the way the model works allows it to continue to happen like that. That you're getting supported on both ends of the spectrum. So I just add that too. Yeah.
I'm not arguing that it's not a good opportunity. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, as a taxpayer, let's take a Pinecrest student. Let's say a student at Pinecrest, a course loads, let's say it's 4 classes. If they take 2 classes at Pinecrest and they take 2 classes at Sand Hills, I think we should give half our money to Sand Hills as a taxpayer. I don't know why, as a taxpayer, I'm paying twice for the same student for services that aren't delivered by the school district. So it's a conceptual issue.
Sure, and we could discuss it more, but we can
Sure,
move on. Yes,
sure,
sir.
but yeah. Anyway, so operational costs. I had that written down.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize Mr. Hensley wasn't finished, but if he wants to finish, and then I'll chime in. Either
So-
way.
Yeah, I would like
Okay,
to continue.
go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
So I'd written down operational costs, but I think that you covered that. Clearly, we're standing up an additional high school.
Yeah.
So, that leads into my next question. So we have 3 high schools. 3.
4 with the virtual, and then also the alternative school.
Okay, and then I believe we're looking at building an additional high school.
That is a board decision, obviously.
I
this-
understand, but
yeah.
the preferred COA is an additional high school, and now we're going to have an early high school. It seems that the people who benefit the most from this are administrators and what I call the academic industrial complex. Moore County Schools is going to have 7 high schools, assuming we build an additional one. And that's a lot of administrative overhead. We talk tooth to tail ratio, and we talk, war fighters versus, command staff. That's the tooth to tail ratio. And what we're doing is we're building more principals, we're building more administrators, and we're making that tooth to tail ratio, you know, the teeth being the teachers and the tail being the administrators. We're making that ratio less favorable to students because we may have a 20-to-1 student to teacher ratio, but all of a sudden we have a, you know, 1-to-5 student to administrator. I just made that last statistic up. Student to administrator ratio. So what we're really doing is we're increasing the tail without increasing the teeth a little bit more. But my question is, how does this fit into, we got this $25 million grant, and how does this fit into our master plan? Is this even worked into our 10-year master plan?
That $25 million is to Sandhills Community College, not to us, for the capital needs of building the school. So therefore, it's not part of our board's plan that the board endorsed. It would be, once we get launching it, it would start to play into capacity studies and student projection memberships. I'm sure it would eventually play into that and how that's impacting capacity in our high schools. But because it can't hurt if you're pulling students off.
Right.
But it's not in our capital plan.
I'm kind of leading up to the point of, you know, we're facing building a $100 million high school, which is very expensive. Part of that is athletic facilities. Part of that is, you know, well, principals and stuff. We need to take a hard look at this and see how this fits into our long-range strategic plan. How many high school students do we have? I know we're overweighted in high school students because, you know, charter schools and private schools take a lot of our elementary and middle school students. That's why we face overcrowding in our high schools, one of the reasons. So how many high school students do we have approximately?
So a little over 4,000 students.
And this is going to service 280. And we have about 4,000 high school students. Well, you know, maybe with a little thought and getting input from stakeholders and, you know, doing some brainstorming outside of a very small group, maybe we'll come up with ideas of maybe perhaps our early innovative high school becomes larger, and maybe it's at Sandhills Community College, and maybe it alleviates the need to build an additional high school. I don't know, but the problem with not bringing stakeholders in, the problem with not bringing entire boards in, that's why the taxpayers of Moore County pay $310 a month for board members to sit here, is to help come up with ideas and bring outside perspectives. And that hasn't been done because the Sandhills Community College board as a whole has not been asked to come up with ideas and bring their outside expertise and ideas in. The county commissioners as a whole have not been asked, and this is the second time that we've been asked. So that, you know, this is not integrated with our 10-year plan. And we need to bring stakeholders in, and we need to take a holistic view of this in light of our 10-year plan. But anyway, I think that's all I have. Transportation, you know, as Chair Levy pointed out, I had written down, that's going to be a big issue, you know, and we have to provide, look, if the target audience is, you know, underserved historically, you know, students who haven't gone to college at all, you're going to exclude the vast majority of your target audience if you're not going to provide transportation. So therefore, we're going to have to figure out how you're going to provide daily round-trip transportation for that student up in Westmore. And that's going to be a challenge. Anyway, that's all I got. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, I think, has been patiently waiting.
Yes, I was just going to say that some of the funding questions and parameters are covered in the general statute, but they're pretty wordy. And if it's possible, perhaps we should have council give us a Cliff Notes version during our closed session on Monday. If it's not doable in that time frame, then I understand. But a few of these issues or a few of these questions and concerns are laid out for us in the general statute 115C 238.54.
We certainly can
That's
work
all.
with Ms. Davis, thank you. We certainly can work with council for that, if not this upcoming Monday at a future time, because, you know, we have a little time in front of us to get that information to the board.
Yeah, well, and I understand Monday may be too soon for that, but I do think we should have a firm grasp. We need a clear understanding of what we do have control over and what the state is trying to, what's been presented in that bill. Because I do, honestly, I have a few reservations myself. I won't get into it right now, but we do need some clear understanding, and that would be helpful.
Okay. There's something else I don't, because there's a delay here. I want to make sure you've got all your questions. Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, yeah, you're done. There is also, I believe, in the statute, 400 and some odd student tops. Am I right, Dr. Metcalf?
100 students per grade level. So I think that's what you're speaking to.
Yeah.
So if it's a 5-year program, that would be 500 students total.
Right. And I also believe I talked to Senator McGinnis, and Senator McGinnis is also trying to raise that. So that's not within our control yet, but I understand that may be in the works. We'll see what happens there, because this is one of his projects, very important to him and to the other representatives. Any rate, any other questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Locklear, you said that the college received the $25 million for capital funds?
That's correct. That 25 million was in the state budget for them to build a facility to house this program. So that's something that the college is looking at based on other funds they may have and exactly how that facility will look. As Mike shared, initially for opening up, we'd be using an existing facility, retrofitting that, making sure it's, it's known as our early college. But then they would be looking at where do we build additional facilities to build out for the early college.
Okay, but if that money was given to them, then they make the decisions.
Collaboratively, it's got to be a collaborative process. They make the
They
they'll
still
ultimately
control the money.
They control the capital piece with the money for it. That is correct. It was given to Sand Hills Community College, but everything else is done in a collaborative way. As part of the application, there'll be a MOU that's developed. So all of that will be in writing on how that's going to work as well. But I have very high confidence in our working relationship with them and with Dr. Stewart and his team. I feel really good about that.
Okay, is there a date that all of this has to be decided?
Great question. I was going to sum up that. Again, all the board is endorsing at this point is our letter of intent.
Okay.
And the information and the details of the MOU and all that is not in this letter of intent. That will be developed as part of our application. That's in October. So we'll be bringing the draft application to the board for your update and information in August. So you'll have more details at that point.
All right. Further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. Now, let me ask the board this. It is, towards that 20 minutes. Yes, I was going to say that. That's what I wanted to get to. So let's take at least a 5-minute break right now. Okay. calling us back from recess. Let's go ahead with the approval of the math text purchase for the elementary and middle school levels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Gephardt, but we certainly are pleased with the math pilot that we ran this year in the middle school and the potential for that also at the elementary school going into next year. So certainly very pleased with where this is heading and very excited for the potential for our math teachers and the learners. So I'll turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Gephardt.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to share, I know in 2020 we began our first math adoption in a long time with Big Ideas Mathematics for K-5 math. Since 2019, our test scores last year in 2023 in third grade math went from 63.4 to 72.1. Fourth grade math went from 57.1 to 63.1, and fifth grade math went from 65.1 to 67.9. So due to having a consistent mathematics program, we have seen an increase over time. So in October, our middle school folks, knowing the challenges they face, they came and asked if they could do a pilot of Eureka Math. We jumped in on that pilot for one semester. We trained teachers back in November, and they have been teaching with the Eureka Math. It sets up a very consistent practice for our middle school and elementary teachers. You begin every lesson with a fluency. You then move into a launch, which activates learning. I was in a middle school classroom the other day, and the launch was, which is better, $30 off or 30% off. And it made the kids think, if the item's $50, I want the $30 off. If it's over $100, I want the 30% off. So it creates engaging opportunities for our students. Then they have their learn portion, which is very scripted for the teacher, but it also gives autonomy because I might choose this problem over this problem based on the needs of my students. And then at the end of each lesson, we have a land, which grounds our learning, and I as teacher can determine if my kids have learned what needs to be learned. So the middle school principals requested, have great buy-in from my middle school principals in February, March, if we could have a 6-8 full-blown Eureka Math for their math teachers. So we're bringing that for you today. The middle school quote is $106,000. And then because we know Big Ideas, we only have one more year of Big Ideas. And I don't like to surprise our teachers. I want our teachers' input. Y'all know how much that's important to me, is that they use the materials. So we had several schools who jumped in to participate in a K-5 pilot, which means that they will be having the Eureka Math for the full year. And from this pilot, they will help us and be instrumental in determining which math program will be Moore County Schools' next math program to continue to hopefully see gains in our mathematics. The elementary pilot would be for a full year, $102,000. We would be using our state textbook funds. It was reported $1.4 million are in our state textbook funds. We have a very specific progression of things that we are anticipating coming out of that state textbook allotment. We've got a 5-year plan. So what we hope is if this pilot goes well and our data reflects that this is the right direction and our teachers give feedback this is the right direction, we would hope to move into a strong mathematics program starting 25-26 that would be a consistent K-8 math program. So we are asking for approval of these two quotes.
Questions, members of the board?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Will the middle school teachers learn this summer on how to do this program?
Those that have not been trained, the ones that are just in the pilot that we jumped into in November, we're going to plan, the date is July 25th, and anybody who has not been trained will come in, they'll get their materials, and I did bring materials if anybody wants to look at it. They'll get their materials, which gives them planning time, and our curriculum documents will be right now with our middle school will be aligned to Eureka Math.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Benway?
Question, clarification. Have any of these students matriculated to high school yet?
Not yet, no,
Not
sir.
yet. Have we got a plan to somehow reinforce all of this through high school?
Eureka
it
Math,
different?
Eureka Math has some materials. We would have to look at, nationally, materials are very different for high school pacing. It's more algebra, algebra 2, et cetera, whereas we have Math 1, Math 2, Math 3. But yes, we are looking at developing and utilizing some of the same thought processes and methodology. That's what Eureka Math has really the strength of. So we would definitely look at expanding and continuing within specifically Math 1.
Okay, good, thank you.
Ms. Gephardt, roughly what's the length of the classes for math in elementary school?
Elementary is 60 to 90 minutes. Just depends on how the arrangement is. And then in our middle schools, it's an arrangement of about 75 minutes.
I was looking at something on the internet here regarding that, and it says this is great for promoting critical thinking. So that's good.
It is.
That's really good.
Thank you.
Other members of the board? Yes, sir.
No, you go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
What?
Go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
I'm writing down my final question.
Okay, I'll go. I would like to vote on this next week, and because I think a couple of us would like to take a look at those books. Okay?
Definitely.
Thank you.
And I actually have an elementary unit, and 3 books are middle school and 1 is elementary.
Okay, perfect.
Ms. Gephardt, one more thing. So I was looking at this, it says Eureka sidesteps the inquiry process by focusing more on reading and writing than mathematical structures of word problems. So it was comparing that to the Singapore math. Have you heard of that?
I have. What this actually does is allows our kids, which we know writing across the curriculum, if I truly can write about it, then I absolutely have a strong understanding of that.
Yeah.
So the writing across the curriculum, it's not just about can you come up with the answer of, when I did the problem of 30% versus $30, it's not just can you come up and say, well, it's $30. It's that you have that rationale and explanation and can actually determine that it depends, and they write about it. So it's grounded and strong.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely great because I know my child, I think one of them, maybe 2 of them, actually 2 of them, they both have reading or visually impaired. And one of the things that that they both struggle with are word problems. So anything like that can encourage reading, I like it. I really
Strong
do.
program. Thank you.
Mr. Hensley.
I have a handful of questions. So these books are consumable, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this $208,000 is going to become an annual recurring cost.
Potentially more.
Yes,
Remember,
if
the
we
pilot
adopt it.
is a smaller.
Well, yeah, right,
The
right.
teacher books are not a consumable, so the teachers will be able to reuse their materials. The kits, which are the manipulative kits, will be able to be utilized. So all that we would have to buy going forward would be the student handbooks.
Right,
So
which
that
is the
should decrease
majority,
the price.
But the student handbooks are the majority
Yeah.
of the cost. They're thicker, or they
Yeah.
appear to be. Well, anyway, so that's leads into my next question. You mentioned that this was piloted, and it's going to be piloted larger. How many schools does this $208,000 cover?
It will cover all of our middle schools, including Westmore and Elise. The only middle school that's not going to do it this year is West Pine Middle. And then for our pilot with the elementary, it will be K-5 McDeeds, first grade K-5 McDeeds, second and third, fourth and fifth grade Cameron Elementary. Vass will be second grade only. And then third grade will also pick up, 3 through 5 will also pick up Aberdeen, Robbins, and Southern Pines Elementary. So we've tried to go very much across the district to make sure that we are getting a wide representation. And then fifth grade Westmore will be part of this pilot.
I guess the reason I ask is, assuming this is adopted, has anyone done the math, pun intended, on the total recurring cost of these textbooks?
We would actually, one of the things that we've worked with the vendor is that if we do a multiple year contract, we would receive a bigger discount. So right now we want to see from the pilot, where do our math scores go? How that comes out, how our teachers, most importantly, I want to know that our teachers are finding value in the program. And once that is done, we will sit back down with the vendor in probably March of 2025 and have conversations. But he was very complimentary that we would be able to get a discount for a multiple year contract.
Okay, so let's say this is all of our middle schools except for one, and for sake of argument, let's say it's half of our elementary schools. I'm not sure it's quite half, but so this could potentially be a $250,000 a year recurring cost.
Hopefully, I know in working with them, we're hoping no more than a 5-year, like we have currently, like a 5-year commitment that would be around $500,000 to $600,000 that we would use our textbook allotment to pay for.
So $100,000 per year.
That's what I'm hopeful for. I'm
Okay.
hopeful that with the with the multiple year contract.
So we're hoping that we're going to increase the number of schools and cut the price tag in half.
That's what I'm hopeful for.
That's ambitious. Okay,
I
so
am. Trying to be.
Obviously we're already spending our textbook allocation on something. So what are we spending that on, and what is this displacing?
So this will be displacing right now it's not displacing anything. As you know, that budget continues to build. What it will displace in the future would be, as we get rid of Big Ideas, we would not be going back into an agreement with the Big Idea Math Company. We would be moving to a new math company, which would be the Eureka Math. In 2020, when we implemented Big Ideas, that was about a $600,000 budget pulled from the textbook allotment. Yeah, over for 5 years.
Okay, so actually, I think you answered my next question. So currently, we're paying Big Ideas approximately the same amount. But because we have a 5-year contract, we're paying for Big Ideas, and then we're also paying for this alongside as a test program.
As a pilot, yes, sir. And the middle school that we're paying for, we currently do not have a textbook adoption in middle school,
Okay.
which is very, very needed.
Yeah, so, okay, but going back to my first question about the book allocation. I mean, the book allocation is being spent on something, so you're saying it's being spent on Big Ideas, and this is a supplemental money, and if we adopt this, and it's going to displace the Big Ideas money, I guess, assuming this is all budgeted for. Okay. So what about the results? You spoke to the results, but I didn't see a slide on that.
No, I just pulled it from our beginning of the year. I'll be glad to share this with you. This was in your capstone that they presented. I think we presented it in September, October.
Yeah.
So it just gave us the 2018-19. We had a 4-year looking from 2018 to 2019 to last year's data. So that's where I pulled that from. But I'll be glad to share this slide.
Okay, and based upon the follow-up questions that we just had, it sounds like this is, well, you hope to get it to the same cost as the existing. That's really where you come up with that $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
Is that's you want to get it on par with
Exactly.
the existing Big Ideas. Okay.
That's what I'd like to do.
Right, understand. Thank you.
Further, yes.
Yeah,
Go
one other
ahead.
question. You said that the teachers' books will not need to be replaced.
No, sir. The teachers' books, they can continue to reuse those.
Okay, even after the 5-year contract is up?
If after the fact, well, it depends on how much the new materials change. So when we do a long quote and longevity, we are guaranteed the same books. But let's just say the company does a huge revamp in 4 years. Then we would have to, if we, after year number 6, we would have to change and buy the new book, potentially. Those are things that we have to look at down the road. But we would want, if this resource is getting the job done, then we would not just go with just the newer model, so to speak.
How,
Yeah.
how often
Yeah.
do strategies change?
With Eureka Math, they went from a Eureka product that used to be just Eureka versus what we're looking at now, which is Eureka Math Squared. So this has probably been the biggest. It's been about 3 years ago that they went through this overhaul. So, but most often, to me, it's the strategies are still the strategies, and that fluency launch lesson and land are going to be consistent throughout. So we're trying to build those consistent practices.
And this program kind of exceeds the state's requirements, right? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Further questions?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Bruno.
Donna, we're still paying for Big Ideas through June 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
So how are you going to, I understand that, okay.
So what are we gonna do with them, right?
Yeah,
Okay. I knew where you were going, because we've had a lot of conversation with that.
okay,
So for the schools that are in the pilot,
okay,
there's only one that's a K-5 school. So they will use these as ancillary material. So as you're aware of, a lot of our schools have an intervention block.
yes,
And doing the same thing twice isn't what we want to happen. So what they will do is take this and if I'm not getting it this way, then they'll pull up the big idea. And that
Okay.
big idea book will supplement during that intervention time, so that I call it the double dipping process.
Sure.
So you've done me once, I'm still not getting it, so let me do another 45 minutes of a different lesson, and let's see if it cements into your
okay,
thinking.
terrific, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further board questions? Okay, let me just, this is all data-driven, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is, oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, yes, go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry. I just want to clarify, Ms. Gephardt, that I understood. So if they have edition 1 out for our teachers and the consumables, it's possible that in 5 years, they revamp, edition 2 comes out, that we would have to change our consumables. This company does continue to produce edition 1 consumables regardless?
They would continue that we could use these same resources, which is what they've done now. There is still Eureka Math that exists, and this is the newer project, which is the Eureka Math Squared. So they still produce both products.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Why don't we go over to iReady?
I'll let Donna and Mike go right into that. I think the board has heard of our use of iReady and have probably seen it in our classroom. So I'll let Donna talk about renewal of that for 1 year, using every bit of ESSER funds we can. So,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Dr. Locklear. I think you guys, it's hard to believe that 3 years ago, Dr. Locklear was standing before you asking to use ESSER funds for a 3-year commitment for iReady. We've seen lots of benefits. Just a reminder, iReady is our diagnostic tool. We have a beginning of the year, middle of the year, and an end of year diagnostic assessment. Students also interact with MyPath, which is differentiated for me and tries to fill skill gaps or accelerate my learning based on how well I did on my diagnostic. And then we have the teacher toolbox, which is included in this quote, which allows us access to the magnetic reading online materials, as well as an entire additional curriculum support that differentiates for our learners. So this is Dr. Scott. I always admire her, knowing that I was dying for iReady again. She found some ESSER funds as she's looked through. So we are requesting the 1-year renewal for iReady at the cost of $487,696.62.
Board questions? Mr. Hensley?
I must have misheard. Did you say 1 year?
This will be 1 year.
So cost per student is a bunch. What grades are these used in?
These are used K-8.
So 8,000 students, roughly?
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Assuming I could hit the right keys here. Oh, okay, so it's $60 per student.
And then
It seemed
remember,
like a big number.
it
Yeah, I know,
does
it's
seem like
like,
it, and remember, we also get the teacher toolbox, which is part
Yeah.
of that, which allows our teachers another whole set of and y'all know I'm very passionate about making sure our teachers have the tools that they can use to ensure that our students are moving forward academically.
Okay. Donna, if we're in a multiple year contract, why are we only renewing it for 1 year?
The ESSER funding, after we went through that first allotment, we found out that the ESSER funding would not allow us to have a multiple year contract. So, and as they twilight on September 20th, this will be our last opportunity, and then we will, again, you heard me talk about looking at sustainability of how we sustain it. We'll go through, lots of companies have products out. We'll go through a review again of the product. If iReady is still the one, then we'll look at some the textbook allotment.
Yeah, and I would caution the board, you know, that $20 million loss in funding between, you know, over the last year. And, you know, the previous board worked really hard not to spend ESSER funding on recurring expenses. But this is an example of where ESSER funds, which have gone away, are being were spent on recurring requirements, or now become recurring requirements. So some of that $20 million loss is going to have to be made up. And this is $500,000 of that $20 million evaporation of funds that's going to have to be made up. And I suspect we're going to find several $1 million more that were funded with temporary funding. I mean, here's $500,000 of it right here.
Further questions from the board? Let me also say that if there appears to be one computer program that seems to be worth its weight in gold, it's iReady.
Yep.
I have heard from teacher after teacher after teacher how valuable this is, and this is something that I'm just so glad that we're renewing, because I think it's made a great difference. So we appreciate that. Okay. Exceptional Children's Services. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gephardt.
Thank you, Donna.
Dr. Locklear.
Yes, this is for the board's consideration, exceptional children's contracts for next year. As always, we're trying to work ahead, planning ahead, and put these matters in front of you ahead of time. And so this is one of those matters of the contracts that we know we're going to need based on the kids that we have and we're servicing, that we can go ahead and plan for the next budget year. So Neil Waters, our Assistant Director for Exceptional Children's, with us, and I'm going to turn it right over to Neil.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good afternoon. I do have several contract proposals within this executive summary that I want to go over with you. The first of which is John Sexton and Associates, our longtime contractor for audiological services, currently providing services for approximately 16 students. That contract is not to exceed $76,000, and this contractor, along with all of the others, are funded through our IDEA federal grant. We have the Mariposa School for Children with Autism in Cary, who we currently have 2 students placed there, students with significant needs due to autism, and that is $156,000, also coming from the IDEA federal grant. Carolyn Cameron, one of our speech language pathologists. She is a retired lead SLP from Lee County, who we've been able to use for part of a week. We're thrilled to have on board to provide speech language services. And then also Infinity Speech, which is also a local provider, Liz Dasher, out of Stedman, North Carolina, other side of Fayetteville, who we've got on board with us this year for $85,000 is what we're projecting for the next year. Really excited to continue to bring forth therapists who are local companies in some cases, like with Infinity Speech, to provide our speech services and to just give us a continuity of services that we really haven't had. We've had, as of January, was our first opportunity to not have virtual services in some time, over a year and a half. So really prioritizing those in-person services. And I'm thrilled to hopefully be bringing these wonderful providers back to give that continuity of services for our students.
Yep. And this comes from my recommendation.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Questions from members of the board?
Yes,
Yes. Go ahead.
comment more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these contractors are making upwards of $140 an hour, is that correct? figure?
No, sir. We, I think our highest, highest rate at this point is 88.
88, okay. There are permanent teachers doing the same exact work in the same exact room for less than 50. I think we somehow have to task force an EC solution along with our legislators, perhaps. We can't continue to do this and expect permanent teachers who are giving their all to hang in there. We've got a problem. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
If I can dovetail off what Mr. Benway said, it's a tough problem. You know, you got to have someone to provide the service. You know, the problem is multifaceted. I agree with you, by the way, Mr. Benway. I just got to get there. You know, we can't hire retired people, and many times the pond that you fish from are retired people, so they have to hang out a shingle, and you hire them as a consultant. If you take the person there, $59,000 a year, that's, I just looked at the proposed contract, it's $65 an hour, so she's working 22 hours a week for $60,000 a year, right? And so if she was working full-time, you know, that would be $120,000 a year. Of course, we don't have to pay benefits on that, so it's not substantially higher, right? You know, it is higher, but it's not, because, you know, benefits are 33%, you know, 30%. But the point is, and what I share your concern, is if you encourage people to drop out as teachers and return as contractors, that's 100% what happened to the nursing profession. But it's made more complicated because, at least in the case of one of it, I heard one of them was a retired teacher, and that's kind of how you do it, is they come back as a service. But I share the sentiment, you know, we should have these capabilities in-house. I think something that disturbs me most about exceptional students is it seems like the need it keeps coming up piecemeal throughout the year. You know, we see this now and we go, okay, we got exceptional students taken care of. And then a couple months later, oh, wait, no, that was that part of the exceptional students. Here's the rest of the exceptional students. Someone needs to take a holistic view of this and under some committee and figure out exactly what we pay for exceptional students and try to come up with a comprehensive plan. That's my concern, is we, the board, tend to get this in piecemeal over the course of an academic year or a budgetary year.
I would just say we do the I and IEP, that individualized need. It sometimes surprises us when children move in, children move out. There's definitely a lot of variables involved that we have to be ready for when students who arrive in our system come with some significant needs. And the way our funding works and rolls out, and it is a tricky gambit.
Question, how is our outreach recruiting EC students from the various universities and colleges around here?
EC students?
I'm
or
sorry,
your
EC
faculty?
teachers from the graduating classes. How is that going, or is it going?
It's very difficult at this point. They're not, the programs are not turning out to the level we've had to resort, obviously, to residency licensed teachers, what we used to call lateral entry. We have quite a few of those. Thankfully, with the IEP coordinator that we now have, is working with that. Dee Dee Terry has just been phenomenal working with those, because we know we want to try to retain them, and that is tricky when there's a pretty steep learning curve there. But as far as the programs, we do have a few here and there, but there is quite a bit of there's been quite a bit of attrition in the area of EC. It's just it's a very a field where we need a lot of people and we don't have a lot of people.
Okay, thank you. I'm
Sure.
not pointing at you at all.
Of
but anything
course,
is-
no.
We need to put our heads together.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Further questions by members of the board? Yes, ma'am.
Is the IEP coordinator going to every IEP meeting?
No, ma'am. Our compliance specialist, what she is doing as part of that is supporting those. In some meetings, they are at some meetings supporting them, but it's mostly as kind of a mentor and as helping them through the paperwork process. Okay. And really working through that, because it would be Yeah, one person
I
to
know,
try to do
almost
all that
impossible.
would be
Yeah.
almost impossible. But she's doing great work.
I'm very, very happy to see the IEP coordinator doing great work, because I think that's one of the most important positions that we have. And I appreciate it, Dr. Locklear, for adding that. Anything further? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And then let's go to the amended contract for day services.
Still me. So
Okay, yes.
So we are looking at amending our contract and increasing it by $30,000 for Sandhills Children's Center. We know that the funding back in February, the developmental day funding per student increased from $1,004 to $1,350, and that was that original increase of $252,275 to $338,750. Having said that, we have 3 students. We know that when children turn 3, with children with IEPs, they become our responsibility with Moore County Schools. So we have 3 students. We currently have cap out at 25 students at Sandhills Children's Center, but we have 3 students who are turning 3, and we're trying to have continuity of services with them through the end of the year at Sandhills Children's Center. And we've also had through an IEP team is requiring one-to-one support staff for one of our students there at the at Sandhills Children's Center, and thus the increase to $368,750 from that $338,750.
And that's coming from where?
It also comes from the IDEA federal grant.
Okay, so this is not our operational funds.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
So our involvement, explain our involvement with the Sandhills Children's Center.
I'll do the best I can without Marcy
Okay.
here. This is definitely not my. I'm more focused on the related services, but we do have in the past it was our more involved, more needy students. I would say we're developing more of a capacity now to work with some of those students even from age 3 within our developmental day, our school-based preschools.
Oh.
So we're seeing more of that and more of us being able to meet those needs. But we still do have the need for having them as kind of a stopgap to help us with providing those services for those children 3 to 5. I hope that answers your question. Does that make?
So
It is a higher level of service. I mean, I think we provide everything that they do, I would say, but they contract with their related service providers, and they do provide in-house a very high intensive level of service.
Yes, they
within there.
do.
Mhm.
So does Sandhills keep them for a certain amount of time? Is there an age limit?
There is an age limit. There is it's a pre-K. They work with children who are preschool age.
Okay.
So yes.
And then they come to us?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we see a lot of those children arrive in our kindergartens, and sometimes even they move over into our pre-K slots in our school-based preschool programs. Yes.
Okay. Further questions? If not, we'll move along. Endorsement of the Career and Technical CTE application for funding assurances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sure Dr. Scott's going to be coming in. Thank you, Neil. This is, the board each year approves this. This is essentially ensures that we receive our funding for our career technical education programs. And I'm going to let Dr. Scott and Dr. Metcalf take this away, and this comes from my recommendation for the board to approve.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are we doing?
Thank you.
All right. So it's that time of year again where we're going to submit our application to the Department of Public Instruction to receive our funds for career and technical education. So the one document you were provided was how we budget out the funds that we are receiving. The first part of those funds on pages 1 through 3 of that document are how we get our months of employment, which is how we staff our CTE. So the months of employment turn into the position that we have at each of the schools. The list includes each of the schools and the positions that we have and what pathway that they represent. So with CTE funding, they are switching to a previous year ADM model. So our projected funding for next year is the same allotment we received this year, as they will be using this year's ADM numbers, okay, to project the funding that we're going to get. So with our months of employment, we will receive potentially the same 658. Obviously, if they decide to be generous and give us a few more, we'll figure out how to use those funds to support our programs. And we have those mapped out in the first 3 pages of the spreadsheet that you were provided. That is our 013 funding. And that is allotted from DPI based on a formula. And the formula allocates funds based off a 50-month baseline for all LEAs, and then the remaining months are allotted based on our average daily membership in grades 8 through 12. Okay? The next allotment we receive is our 014 funding, and this funding is also a state allocation. It's used for student supplies, student materials, contracted services for curriculum support, administrative support, our business advisory council meetings, professional development for our new employees, and to support our middle school programs. Our projected allotment for this coming year is $228,122. This is allocated from DPI with a base of $10,000 and then additional funding based on our average daily membership of students in grades 8 through 12. The next funding we receive is 017. That is our federal allotment of funding that we receive. These funds are used for field trips, program software for students, workshop expenses, curriculum support, and development. Our projected allotment for this coming year is $213,725. This is allocated, 70% is allocated based on the proportion of children in poverty ages 5 to 17 from the preceding fiscal year, so they use census data. And then 30% is based on just the number of children that we have ages 5 to 17 from the preceding fiscal year. The last allotment we received is an additional state allotment. This is our credential funding. They have separated that this year, so it is 083 money. Our credential funding for this year was $128,956. That's what we are anticipating going into next year. The credential funding is allotted based on our current year enrollment in courses approved by State Board of Education and local pathways that lead to a credential. So they look at how many students we have in those classes who will potentially take that credential, and they fund us based on that. And being that they're industry credentials, we pay industry pricing. So we don't get to set that. We have to purchase it through what DPI guides us towards. As always, any planning allotments and allocations we do receive are determined by a formula, but they can be reduced to provide funding to charter schools. Charter schools have to submit an application for CTE funding, and so if they do, they could pull some of those funds back. The other document you received is the assurances, and this is also provided in the application from DPI. And it just is saying that we are going to spend these funds on career and technical education to support the programs that we have that align with the State Board of Education and the Department of Public Instruction. And it outlines in multiple different avenues that it's comprehensive, it's based on local needs, that we're providing all Perkins 5 requirements, as well as making sure that our labs for our students meet the requirements they need in order for us to provide the certificates and credentials that they receive. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, questions by members of the board? Yes, sir.
If you could scroll down, please. I have a question on a couple acronyms I don't recognize on
Yes,
the
sir.
budget worksheet. If you could scroll down, Charlie. Thank you. On the budget worksheet, and I think it's on page 2, bottom of page 2.
I think I know which ones you're going to ask me about.
Yeah, yes, just the bottom,
Yes,
like
sir.
10, or there's a group there. That I
So
don't understand.
CDC is our career development coordinators. who are also special population coordinators. So they help support our students who have IEPs, who participate in our coursework. We provide, as appropriate per their IEP, any modifications that they may need. So we have one at each of the high schools to support those students on site. We have one in my office at the district level who helps coordinate our career fair and other events and support teachers throughout the year. We have one that is a middle school CDC, and that position is currently on hold as she is filling an interim position for the district.
So are
Yes.
they, I think the answer is D, all of the above, but are they IEP coordinators? Are they counselors? Are they event planners?
Yes. We do all of these things, right? Right. So the special populations, the Career Development Coordinator of Special Populations requires them to take specific training from the Department of Public Instruction to get those on their license. So they are trained to counsel children, to support the programs within the high schools. These are our, you've probably seen a few of them before. It's Miss Sanborn, Miss Patterson, and Mr. Cox at each of the high schools. So they're there to help walk the kids through. They help get our kids together for signing day. They help our kids make decisions on career choices and where they want to go. They facilitate the field trips. They work with the teachers. They do a lot of that paperwork to take that off of our teachers so that our kids get the experience and our teachers can continue to instruct them as they need to in the classroom. So these are the support personnel to help support our students and our teachers in those buildings.
And what is a CIMC?
IMC, that is
Yeah.
my Curriculum Instruction Management Coordinator. So much like we have curriculum instruction with Ms. Gephardt and Ms. Burris, Sherry Ivy is our Curriculum Instruction Management Coordinator for CTE. So she's responsible for any updates that come throughout the year. She helps pull together our professional development that we do for our teachers 3 times a year because CTE is so specific and unique. And so we attend multiple meetings throughout the year to get these updates. Any new things, she helps with our credential ordering, our certificates, any additional credential support materials that we have to get together. She carries that and takes care of that for our department.
So, just looking at, to address the redundancy, because this structure also exists outside of CTE. Not the same people, but, you know, counselors and IEP people and this and that. So if a student goes the CTE route, they have a different counselor?
So they're not their counselor per se. They're there to help them with career planning. The special populations piece of this is if we have students who have an IEP and participate in CTE, they may not focus on all of the standards the first time they take that course because it's more than they can take on. So for some of our kids, they have more opportunity in career and technical education to take the course up to 3 times in order to achieve full mastery of the program and the course so that they can take the credential, if they so choose.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Further questions? Yes, ma'am.
I've always wondered this. Like, I attended, I think I went twice to the culinary class up at Northmore.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you paying for that food?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Northmore doesn't,
No, ma'am.
okay, that all comes from your budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all the equipment,
Mm-hmm.
the refrigerators,
Mhm.
everything
Yes, ma'am.
comes from your budget.
Mm-hmm. You're very welcome.
They wanted another refrigerator, didn't they?
Yes,
they got
they
one.
did.
They got one.
They got one. Very good. Fantastic.
We may have not had a few washers and dryers decide that they were done this year, and a few refrigerators and freezers. But yes, everyone.
Okay,
yes.
he did
Yes.
ask for one.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything further? If not, okay.
I
and
had-
with,
wait, I
with
had-
all right. Well, all right. All right. Well, anyway, with apologies to Mr. Kinseki, we have. Can we? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Well, let me go to Mr. Kinseki then. To the Southern Middle calendar flexibility.
And Bob?
Yes.
Yeah, and I would,
It
and I
sounds.
would say.
We're going to have pizza. Maybe you'd like that, sir.
But Bob, if we can also do the printer and copy contract, because he's been waiting here all morning, and I'm sure he has other things.
I mean,
he
it's
needs to
fine,
do.
it's fine with me. It's all right. Okay, but go ahead, Mr. Kinseki or Dr. Locklear, however we can do it.
Hand it right over to Sean. I think the board's familiar with this alternative calendar that Southern Middle's used. I think we're in our second year of that now.
Yeah, well, this will
This will be the third year. So I'll let Sean quickly talk about that. It does require board approval because it's outside of the prior approved calendar. So it's a little different for Southern, which is a restart school.
Yeah,
Sean?
with the restart flexibility, we're requesting the same model that we've used since I've been at Southern Middle, which is to add 15 minutes to each school day, bank that time, and have some strategic flexible learning days, just as we've done for the last 2 years. The teachers are very favorable. I haven't had any teacher that's against it. The students like it. Haven't had a parent complain about it, and it's now sort of institutionalized at our school. I'm not sure if it's some big overarching great benefit, but it seems to be better than not doing it, and now that it's established, we want to continue it.
Questions by members of the board? Go ahead, Ms.
I have a comment. Well, first, I assume you've gotten results, right?
Yeah, yes.
Like favorable results.
Yeah, I mean, the EOG scores did go up last year. We're hopeful that that happens again. The teacher working conditions survey was just posted. That's very favorable by any measure that might be included in something like this. Very proud of that. But then there's other anecdotal results, which is simply the teacher saying at the end of the half day that's flexible when they have 7 or 8 or 9 kids in there instead of 32 or 28 or whatever, that it was really good. I got to connect with this child, and everybody seems to a person, feel that it's a great day to have targeted time with children.
Right. And good. So here's my point, and here's my comment, and here's why I asked. I assume we got good results. On the curriculum side, we try things out. We just had an example of that. We tried a new math program, and it looked good. So then we're going to roll it out a little bigger and try it, and then if that goes well, then we're going to roll it out district wide. That's how we've done a lot of things. But I haven't heard talk about expanding this successful program. If the teachers like it and the parents haven't complained, and if we're in the education business, we should be looking for reasons and opportunities to increase the amount of time we spend educating. So my question to the superintendent is this something that we should look at expanding to additional schools, assuming that it's successful?
I think Dr. Metcalf also is.
Yeah.
She wants to come in.
I think the simple answer is yes, sir. I think at least middle, now that we've gotten official approval of them as a restart school, we may see them bring this forward next month. Yep.
So it has to be a restart school. This is restart school flexibility.
Calendar flexibility is part of the restart flexibility that we can bring. So no, it could be a calendar that's approved across the entire school district with these additional early release days and bringing in extra time into the calendar. But at this point, we've only treated it as a calendar flexibility with restart, which does require board approval. So I do believe Elise is looking at this as well, and the board will probably see this next month from them.
And just to refresh everyone's memory, in a very simplistic, well, it is actually fairly simplistic, but the idea is you bank an extra 15 minutes every day, and then periodically, as you can see up there, monthly, you have a day where the teachers focus on a much smaller subset of students who need the help while the other students are out doing some sort of guided activity.
Well, they've already met their requirements, so that's not a school day for them.
Okay,
it's an
right.
optional day for anyone who wants to attend. We don't deny any child, and it's usually around 140, 150 kids. We invite about that many, and some don't come and some do, and it ends up being about 150 kids, which is our target was 25%, and that's extra school for them. That's a day for them to come. They get fed, they get a bus, and they get 3 hours of focused education. Yes, sir.
Right. I think we should look at expanding this
I agree.
to additional look, all of our schools have students that are struggling and can use help and focused help. So we should look at expanding this, expanding it.
This is the sort of thing that falls under the, the category of optimizing teaching to maximize learning. And I think that's kind of the lens through which we need to look at all of these emerging success stories and integrate them institutionally. Thank you.
I agree with both of you. I think that needs looking into.
And Mr. Kinseki, I just wanted to thank you very much because you go above and beyond. You have the courage to innovate. And that's one of the things I think what this entire board is saying. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, y'all.
And I think
Thank you,
you
Sean.
had asked to go to this copier thing as well.
He's been waiting.
Yeah,
Bless him.
okay, all right.
Thank you,
The
Ken.
pizza will wait. Okay.
I appreciate that, but IT can work anywhere, so.
Good point. Just real quickly, as a school district, we obviously have copy needs and copier needs as a school district, and Kent's done a lot of work over the years to try to streamline that and bring extra customer support from that. And this is the next iteration of that. We had a 5-year, right, Kent, 5-year contract that was approved several years ago, and now this is up for renewal. I'll let Kent and Jamie walk through this, and I'll turn it right over to them. And this does come with my recommendation. I will note, because we don't buy our equipment, we lease it. This may also require us to go to the commissioners and get their approval because it's a long-term lease with the option to purchase, which we don't plan to purchase these copiers. But we're also continuing to have legal counsel look at the contract to see if we can't get some revised wording where that wouldn't be needed. But I will note that might be a need as a result of the board approving this. So Kent?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yes, as you mentioned, our contract with Carolina Business Equipment will end on June 30th of 2024. We reached out with a request for information process to all the vendors that are on the DPI state contract for managed printer copier services. 2 vendors responded, Sistel and Carolina Business Equipment. Based on our current equipment accounts and the copier usage for the last 12 months, CBE came in at the lowest cost, both for equipment and estimated print cost. We are proposing an additional 5-year agreement because that provides us the lowest equipment cost over the time of the agreement. We surveyed our staff and got positive responses, both in terms of the service and the system as a whole. So that led us to choose CBE as our provider. So the new contract will also provide a complete refresh of all the equipment in the district, and we're going to take that as an opportunity to look at the actual usage, and wherever we can find opportunities for cost saving, we're going to see about reducing copier and actual unit counts. So I'm available for any questions.
How often do you have to call them in for repairs?
We're actually pulling statistics from them. I'm just waiting on a report for that. I could provide that number, but they handle it directly, so it's the schools can call directly for. They don't even need to get technology involved.
Okay,
in that.
and are they quick on response?
From what I've heard, we do have a few hot spots in terms of the responses we got. There were 1 or 2 people that had some concerns, so we're reaching back out and saying, do we actually have a problem at this location? It could be related to something even as simple as they're not storing the paper properly, so they're getting a lot of jam. So we're trying to determine that. But overall, in terms of the survey, it was very positive response.
Okay, and I had another question. I'm forgetting all my questions today. When they come out for a repair, is that included in the lease price?
There's no additional service
There's no
cost.
additional.
The only supply cost that the district has to pay for is the paper, and beyond an initial load of staplers for units that get a stapler, they have to pay for stapler refills.
Oh, okay.
Toners, everything like that is covered.
Everything is covered.
That's correct.
I remember when I taught school, the copiers were down all the time. They were constantly being repaired. So this is good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Does this include mimeograph machines? I'm just joking.
Interestingly enough, in the survey, it was asked about risograph machines, and just to be thorough, I went back and looked at the old cost of that. The cost per page is much lower than what we even paid way back in the past for risographs. So, yeah, this has been a very good contract for the district.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, further questions? Okay, nothing further? Okay, thank you very much. At this point, we're going to take, is it 20 minutes, Dr. Locklear? Or to call it 25, and we'll be back at 1? Is that a good idea? 1:05, he says. Okay, so we're back at 1:05. We'll stand in recess. That's right. calling us back to order. Let me see, Ms. Davis and has left us. Okay, and Philip and Mr. Holmes has also left us. So, but we do still have a quorum, so we're doing okay. All right, so let's go to the next matter on the schedule. Student fees. Go ahead.
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, Ms. Sinan's here to give a review of student fees for next year, and any changes therein, as well as some recommended increases in daycare costs for next year as well. And Ms. Sinan will note any fees also that we've taken off of our student fees. I think those are worth noting as well. So, Jamie?
Perfect, thank you. So the very first thing that you'll have is the student fee schedule. We have maintained the $10 student fee for all students K through 12. There is an additional $25 fee that is in there for our 6 through 12 students that covers their technology piece. One of the changes that you'll notice is for all of the changes that we had were actually highlighted in the document so that you can easily find those. Connect Academy now has a $35 student fee, which includes the technology fee plus the $10 student fee, and that is for students K through 12 because all of those students have a device that they take home every single day. The changes, again, I said the changes are highlighted. You'll see for the transfer fee, the student transfer discretionary admission request. Previously, it was $10, but the cost for Scrib, which is the program that we use for that transfer, those discretionary transfers, has also gone up. So we increased that to $15 instead of $10, so we can continue to sustain that without having to pay that from another source.
And can I just add, that's the processing fee for when they want to transfer?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Parking permits will not be waived. So we do have a clause in there that any of our fees can be waived for the family's inability to pay, or if there are any issues with that. So the only fee that we say that you cannot waive is the parking fee.
Just one thing. Dr. Locklear, do we need a policy on that, or do we have a policy? I'm just talking about the parking cannot be waived. 'Cause we've had some problems on that, at least once, I know.
Well, there was one concern related to that, only one, but I would say since it's noted on the fee schedule that the board's approving, I don't know if there needs to be a separate policy.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have our bases covered there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay,
to
no,
interrupt.
that's fine. We've also removed some of the fees that were in there previously. There was a middle school and high school other semester courses fee. That has been taken out of there. And then there was also a middle and high school math fee that we've taken out as well. So we've reduced the fees for our middle school and high school students. So that's the information on the student fees.
Board member questions? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So what's the total amount raised by fees, by academic, I would call these academic-related fees? The base student fee, the drama, the art, et cetera. What's the total amount raised?
I don't have that in front of me.
I've got
We
it.
provided that in the past. You have it, Jamie?
I do
There
have
we
it.
go.
Yep, I have it.
Approximate. I just need an order of magnitude.
I have it. What was reported, this was something that Tina put together for us last year based on the fees that we had last year for all of our schools. It was approximately $538,795.
Does that include the parking fees?
That did not include the parking fees. It includes oh yes, it does include the parking fees. I apologize. It included the student fees, the technology fee, the graduation fee. It included the grade 6 through 8 art, band, chorus, orchestra, and the math fee that we've taken out.
Yeah.
It's included all of those. The 9-12, same thing, all of those extracurriculars, and it includes the parking fee.
Okay. So just, I got some questions and I have a recommendation or two. The $10, the basic fee, the $10 for elementary, $35 for middle, and $35 for high school. What's the stated purpose of that fee?
So I can answer that, and then if Dr. Locklear has anything else to add, those are for any of the supplies and materials, additional supplies and materials that they purchase for student use. It could be at the elementary level, it could be used for additional crayons, markers, things like that. It could also be used for art supplies. So those art supplies that they have in the art class that are consumables, it could be used for that as well. So it's based on what the school needs are.
Okay, and what percentage of our students get their fees waived approximately?
I'm not sure.
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head, but there's a process for that, information they can
Okay.
fill out to get that waived.
Can we have that as part of the presentation for next
The
Monday? please?
percentage or the process?
The percentage.
Okay.
The percentage.
We'll
I'd
work
like
to
to
do
know
that.
the percentage of
Mhm.
students that have them waived. I don't know, they could probably explain it. For it to get waived? It's economic. It's based upon economic situation.
So they have to turn a form
Yes, ma'am.
in?
They have to request
all
for it
right.
to be waived, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but when we cover this Monday, I'd like to know the percentage of students who have their basic fees waived. I'm not a fan of fees. I think that we should eliminate, I think we should have worked with the county commissioners who would have been very receptive to eliminate all fees, all academic-related fees in Moore County schools. I think we still can and should do that. I'm glad that we eliminated the math fee. I think that we should certainly eliminate the basic student fee. I think that you tax what you don't want, and we want students to graduate, so it's, oh, congratulations on graduating, where's your $25? I think it's crazy that we want students to go into science and we want students to graduate, and we fiscally punish them to any degree is unacceptable. So those fees should go away. And, you can do the quick math. If we have 4,000 high school seniors, if we have 4,000 high school students, assuming a fourth of them graduate every year, which is probably not a correct assumption, but let's say that, it makes the math easy. That's $25,000 a year, which is what, if we just eliminated the graduation fee. It just sends the wrong message. Again, I'm glad we eliminated the math fee. Parking fees. Can you scroll over a little bit over there, please, Charlie? That's out there. Well, first of all, they vary between high schools, but I think that somebody needs to let me ask you this. Do parking policies vary by school? Obviously, the amount of fee varies.
You mean the process of getting it? And
Just the whole program.
I think it's probably fairly consistent. I haven't delved into what each high school publishes in their student
Yeah.
handbook
Right.
and the process they use for acquiring the parking spaces. But I think it's fairly consistent, and it's as we will often say, it's not a right, it's a privilege.
Right.
And so that's why we say that's not something that's waived, the parking.
Oh, I agree with not waiving it. You're
Yeah.
right, it's a privilege, it's not fundamentally
Yeah,
tied
but-
to education, blah, blah.
Some of our high schools support, use those funds to support having someone to monitor those areas. I think certainly Pinecrest does that. So they use those fees to support that
Right.
and the implementation of the parking.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the parking fee at all. I understand it funds a program. Here's my concern. I've had a couple constituents reach out to me, and I think as a board, we should take a look at this, or maybe it's just a conversation with you and the principals. Let's take Pinecrest. They got a beautiful, huge parking spot. My girls went there when they were seniors. They were assigned parking spots, and the problem is they have assigned parking spots, and there's not enough student parking to go around. They have assigned parking spots, and there's students who cannot get parking passes because they're sold out, but at any given time, the parking lot is 75% empty because a majority of the students aren't in class at any given time. They're at Sand Hills, or they're only taking 2 classes because it's their senior year. So I've had constituent feedback that their students, their children are unable to get passes in spite of the fact that on any given day the parking lot is at least half empty or 25% empty. So somehow we should take a look at maybe not doing a sign. I don't know what the answer is, but it seems crazy not to oversell the parking passes with the assumption that any given day or any given hour, 25% of the students aren't going to be there. because it's frustrating for the parents, for their children not to be able to get parking passes at Pinecrest, and the parking lot never approaches being full.
I can understand that feedback and that perception. And
Yeah.
I think I know we've looked at that and looked how to expand parking. I know UP had a project where they expanded some spaces in the last year or so. But it is challenging, to oversell it, and then you have that moment where there's not parking available.
Well, I mean,
so it's something that our principals have to kind of wrangle with. But I definitely get the feedback and the thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, there's 100 parking spots and on any given day, there's 2 extra. I mean, you drive by there on any given day and the parking lot's half full or, maybe 70% full. So there's a lot of frustration that the reserve parking spots have led to students with driver's license not even getting an opportunity to drive to school.
Just had a thought, and I know this has nothing to do with what we're voting on. Just to go off what you were saying, David, what if we did something to the point of having a section of Sand Hills Community College parking spots, so everything else can get entitled for, and then there would be a section of just Sand Hills Community College where they could just park there, because I think that's where we're missing, all these missing spaces are. So they would have like their own little section, and then everyone else would have a filled-in parking lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know what the parking program is in detail. I haven't studied. I've just heard from a couple constituents lately, and it just makes sense that if you have dedicated parking spots and someone only has 1 class a day at Pinecrest, then that parking spot's sitting empty 75% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's not the focus of this.
Yeah.
I just saw parking fees. I recommend that the board take that up, some committee. But anyway, that's my thoughts on this. Is I'm glad we eliminated the math. We should definitely eliminate the science and the graduation. And quite frankly, we should look at eliminating the base student fee. But I would like to, when we cover this next week, to know what by category, how much each of this raises, and what percentage of students are exempted from the base student fee.
We'll work to get that information. We certainly have the amount, but the percentage will be. We'd have to reach out, and if we can get that, we'll have it all linked into the executive summary. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Because, look, there's 2 types of people whose children attend school. There's those who are exempted from the fee and those who resent the hassle of having to write a check out for $10 and submit a check or a payment for you're sitting there, my God, I pay this in property tax, I pay this and that, and they're going to hit me up for another $35. It's crazy.
I had a question on the graduation, because the 25 is not for the cap and gown, so what's the 25 for?
Is it for, I'm going to let you answer that, Mike, because I can't.
Right, to be clear, you still graduate, you still get a diploma.
Right.
It's not, but it is for all those accessory, actually, it costs much more to put on that graduation than we receive in fees. Our schools
Like
will go into
pamphlets
the
and
whole.
the brochures and
Brochures, all of that you
Diploma.
see at the graduation, that they use some of those dollars for that, and it actually costs much more than we receive in the fees.
Just curious, thank you.
Okay, Jamie, you go to daycare, please.
Okay. So the next piece is that you'll see coming up is the proposed changes for after-school care cost and daycare cost. So these are programs that some of our schools have that provide an additional service to our families. At the top, you'll see the 24-25 proposed changes, and below you'll see what we are currently charging. There is no change proposed for after-school care. We still have that as for 1 child, $50 a week. For 2 children, $85 a week, and for 3 children, $115 a week. All Moore County Schools employees, it's $25 per child for their child to be in after school. Daycare is where we have an increase. And in looking at what we're doing with daycare, we are still significantly below the average market rate for Moore County. We wanted to increase about $150 per month. And this is because of the increase in salary. So the folks that work in the daycare are still state employees. So when there's raises for state employees, they're included in that as well. They also get paid holidays, paid sick days. If they have a sick day, we have to pay the sick day, their salary for the sick day, plus we have to pay for a substitute to come in to cover that, because you have to have that certain ratio there, so you have to have the same number. So what we're proposing is for infants to 2 years, it's $850 per month. For the second child, it's $800 per month, and for the third child, it's $800 per month. For daycare for 3 to 5 years old, so this is before they enter kindergarten. For one child, it's $750 a month. Second child is $700. Third child is $700. So that also takes into account, it's paid by the month, so it also takes into account that 5th week in some of the months that we have. Some of our months are 4 weeks, some of them are 5 weeks, so it takes that into account as well.
Did you say $700 a month for one child?
$750 for one child that's ages 3 to 5. For the second child, so if I have 2 kids, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old that are in daycare, my one child will be $750 for the month, and then my second child will be $700 a month, so $1,450 for the month for 2 kids.
Well, it's a lot of money.
It is.
For day. It may be what the market is. I just don't know.
That's cheap.
It's,
I was going to say, that's cheap.
So the
Oh, yes.
yeah,
Yes,
the current, and I have the current average market rates. So infants right now monthly in Moore County, and this is an average. This is not the highest one. The average is $1,142 per month for an infant. For a 2-year-old, it's $1,104 a month, and for 3 to 5-year-olds, it's $915 a month. And there's usually not a discount for your additional child. So that's the monthly average in Moore County at this time.
Now, our teachers who take advantage of this, do they have to pay this?
Yes. Yes.
So our teachers, let me see if I can get this straight. Our teachers are getting an average of let's call it $4,000 a month. But if they have a child and they have to use daycare, that's a quarter of their salary.
So that is, yes. If you have a child that you need to put in daycare, it's very expensive. And ours
So-
is, for the school, is much lower than what they would pay if they were at a private.
So I
Private
just, what about as a recruiting tool, giving, I mean, it's expensive, but giving our teachers really discounted money on daycare? I mean, that would sound to me like it's a massive pay raise to teachers without it costing us maybe as much money as it is. Dr. Locklear, have we looked at that? Because, boy, you know, how can a teacher go into the teaching profession when they're paying a quarter of their salary for daycare for their child, you know?
It's that way with every profession. I mean, people that work for me pay daycare and they pay $1,200 a month.
Yeah, if they don't get into a Moore County school preschool, they're going to have to go outside of that and pay much more.
I don't doubt it, but I'm trying to figure out a way to maybe have a very, very appropriate recruiting tool. I just don't know.
And I'll get on my sandbox for a minute. I'll say that we should pay our teachers more from the state of North Carolina. And then they'd have.
I think we all agree with that.
They would have more funds in order to accommodate for this. And as I'm a long time ago when I had kids this age, it was costly, even in a 2-parent home. So a single-parent home, very difficult. But had we looked at this, we've talked about it some, but there's some complexities that go along with it. It actually becomes part of your salary. It has to be reported to the IRS. There's some different pieces that go with that. But, you know, we certainly can continue to look at it in the future and see if we find a funding source to go along with it. But to Ms. Codwell's point, we don't have daycares or pre-Ks offered across the entire district. So it's limited, so it may not be an equitable opportunity for our staff. So there's some complexities that go with it. I'm certainly, great idea. Would love to be able to continue to look at ways to creatively offer some recruiting opportunities. But it's something we can continue to look at.
Thank you. Further questions on this? Hearing none, let's move right along to a very important thing, septic tank and grease trap pump out, which is important. I shouldn't minimize it.
It is very important when it doesn't get pumped
When it
down.
turns
That's right, yeah.
It then becomes an emergency.
Thank you, Ms. Purvis. I'll let you dive right into this and several, no pun intended, and several items that we have from a capital and operations perspective. Jenny?
Yes, sir. So I'm coming to you with septic and grease trap pump out. An informal bid process was followed in May of 2023 for these contracted services. You'll remember we brought this to you last year. The bid notice noted that the contractor who was awarded the bid at that time would receive a 1-year contract with the option of renewing for another 2-year contract if the services were as expected. The initial award for 23-24, which is this school year, went to Donathan Pumping Service in the amount of $55,200. If you'll remember, at the time, that was about $30,000 cheaper than the other bids. That was because it's a local fellow in Cameron who actually has his own land to dispose of this, so that lowers the cost. They've provided us with excellent service, and they're willing to continue those services for the same rate that was quoted to us last year for the next 2 years. So we're recommending a 2-year contract renewal with Donathan Pumping Services for the 24-25 and 25-26 years. That would be $55,200 per year, so it would equal $110,400 for the 2-year period, and that will be paid from the maintenance budget for contracted services.
Okay. Questions? Seeing none, we'll go ahead to the next item, the HVAC.
Yes, sir. So now we're moving to the award of bid for HVAC replacements and renovations at Pinckney Academy. Remember when we talked about those HVAC upgrades at Pinckney, we also said this would be a terrific time to make some upgrades there, as they're going to have to strip everything out of that building. So single sealed prime bids for HVAC replacements and renovations at Pinckney Academy were opened on April 25th, and we had 4 companies to submit bids. Barr Construction Company, $1,328,000. Carolina Construction Company, $1,374,000. H.M. Kern, $1,240,000. And Lomax Construction, $1,229,900. The apparent low and responsive bidder was Lomax Construction, and we recommend that the award go to them. Lomax is based in Colfax, and they've successfully completed renovation projects throughout the state, including projects for Elon University and Guilford College. It will be the first time that Lomax has done work or is doing work for Moore County schools. Now, while the renovations are taking place at Pinckney, because this is going to take a bit of time, first we'll have abatement of asbestos, which we'll bring to you as well today, and then we'll move in with the HVAC and the renovations. While that takes place, the main classroom for Pinckney will become the Ed Center. As you know, you guys have already approved putting HVAC in at the Ed Center over the summer. So those folks who are located at the Ed Center this summer will be relocated to the mobile units at Cranes Creek. They will remain in those mobile units at Cranes Creek until Pinckney renovations are done. At that time, the students will move out of the Ed Center, and the folks from Cranes Creek will come back. So we will be utilizing that Ed Center as Pinckney's main classroom building. The hope is to have this project finished by the end of October. So they will begin in that Ed Center. This project will be funded with county funds and a combination of bond premiums. So we have $1,229,900. It'll be a combination of county funds and bond premium funding.
Questions on the HVAC Center for Pinckney? Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Bruno.
Yeah, does this include the roof at Pinckney?
This does not include the roof at Pinckney.
Okay. What are
The
we doing
roof-
about, what are we doing about that?
I think you're thinking about the roof that's having issues with the buzzards.
I
It's
am.
The one that's over the IT building.
Yes.
Yes, and we are looking into that.
Okay.
We're gonna need to do something with buzzards. So-
Yes. Thank
But
you.
this does not include the next item, the asbestos abatement.
No, sir, that's
Okay.
a separate contract.
Okay. Further questions on the HVAC? Okay. Why don't we talk about the asbestos abatement?
Yes, sir. So going right along with this, Pinckney is award of asbestos abatement. Informal bids were gathered for the abatement of the asbestos at Pinckney prior to that HVAC installation. This will happen first. We received bids from two companies, CCI Environmental Services, $229,800, and Rimtech Environmental, $391,400. The apparent low and responsive bidder was CCI Environmental Services, and staff recommends the award of the bid go to them in the amount of $229,800. The abatement will begin as soon as school is out, and it will be followed by the installation of HVAC and renovations. The project will be funded with bond premium funds.
Questions on the asbestos abatement? Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I have a question for our construction committee chair. So how does this fit into our 10-year master plan? What's the future of Pinckney and Carthage Elementary? Yeah. Well, okay, let me restate it this way. So there was a lot of criticism on, there was a tremendous amount of money dumped into Aberdeen Elementary right before it was closed. You know, there was all kinds of money put in there because a county commissioner walked through there, and then there was this knee-jerk reaction on spending millions of dollars on Aberdeen Primary, only for it to be abandoned, you know, a year or so later when the new one was built. So I'm reluctant to approve a lot of capital expenditures right now until we have clarity on, there's a lot of stuff up in the air, especially Carthage Elementary. I guess there was a public hearing or a presentation, you know, last week or the week before on that. I found out about that by reading the Sandhill Sentinel, by the way. Anyway, and it seems to me that there's viable courses of action that would make this wasted money. You know, the timing may not be adequate, but there's a very real course of action that no one is exploring, is that, you know, this building's about to fall down. The Pinckney is about to fall down. I mean, here's $1.7 million worth of stuff, and then we just heard it needs a new roof. Well, that's the adjacent building. Well, it's all kind of one building that looks like it's all about to fall down. And a very viable course of action is if, you know, we decide to build a new Carthage Elementary, that we remodel the existing Carthage Elementary, and then that becomes the new central office. And perhaps the Ed Center functions move there as well, and we abandon Pinckney. In other words, this needs to be, I would like to see how this fits into the overall 10-year master plan before we start spending $2, $3, $4 million on a building that someone along the way might go, wow, wouldn't it be nice to have the central office closer to the county, you know, kind of central services area? And gosh, wouldn't Carthage Elementary make a great central office? And then we could move, you know, the IT support there, and we could have a campus, and maybe the county could use some of that facility as well. And then, you know, we abandon Pinckney. So in other words, I'm not sure that we're not going to abandon this building at some point in the future.
I mean, I'm not gonna probably be on the board to decide that, nor I don't know if any of us will be, because that could be future down the road. I mean, we can't predict what the future is gonna hold on that. But as far as our talks with Carthage, we didn't talk about Pinckney at all being abandoned or transferring central office to Carthage. We didn't talk about any of that. So I don't have an answer for you. I don't know where you got that information, but we didn't talk about any of that.
Okay, there's a thought for consideration.
Yeah.
The point is, it goes back to the planning process. We get input from all the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are this board at large, the county commissioners at large, and the public.
Okay, let me,
Anyway, it's part of the detailed part. Look, there's a prioritized 10-year plan, no doubt about it.
Yep.
That's the prioritized, but within, now you start developing courses of action within that. And, you know, the courses of action haven't been thoroughly discussed, you know, explored, I don't think. And we need to have a better vision of what exactly we're going to do with Carthage Elementary before we put money in Pinckney. That's my point.
Well, and I'll make sure, Jenny, that we make sure that David gets the notices, but I would welcome you to any of those meetings or even come to the construction meetings as well, because I think your input would be valuable.
All of a sudden you have a quorum at the fourth part. That's the problem,
No.
is the chair says, oh, any board member can come to it.
Any board member can come and be like a guest, so.
But I can't participate because
At-
Levy said that before, oh, just come to a meeting and provide your input. Well, I can't come to a committee meeting because if there's three, that makes it four.
You can, but yes, you have to be a community member. Now, if the committee opens up as a, we pretty much everyone talked at that meeting. I forgot how we did it, but we were able to.
It was the
have
design
everyone-
purpose of the meeting.
Thank
was
you.
To get stakeholder input. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. And so that's why we had, I think, Ms. Bruno, Ms. Davis that sat at the table and participated as a community member.
Yes,
But that you as committee members listened, walked the room.
that's
et
right. We
cetera.
didn't actually talk at that
Um,
time, yeah.
Yeah.
The answer is, because council has basically told us that, although I don't want to say what council specifically told us, my understanding of what it is that a person can participate to the extent that the rest of the members of the audience can participate. So if a board member wanted to come to a committee meeting to which that person was not a member, so long as we let the other members of the audience, and there really aren't that many members of the audience at these committee meetings, participate, then that board member can participate. Noting that the committee itself is publicized. So it is not any kind of a secret meeting, so it doesn't. So the answer is, yes, you can come. And if the chair allows the audience members to participate, then the board member, who is not a member of the committee, can also participate, if that helps.
Jenny, you want to add some
Yeah.
additional information?
Sure. Just to give a little clarity on how we got to the depth of this Pinckney project, you may remember that when we had the facility assessment, when they reviewed all of our mechanical systems, we found that almost all of them, lots, were past their useful life. So like that, the HVAC at Pinckney has lots of trouble. So we do not expect that we're going to be able to use that HVAC, patching and repatching parts of it that do not work at all, much longer. It's on its last leg. So the initial request was through ESSER funding, let's put new HVAC in there because it's well past the time that it should have been done years ago. When we get into that HVAC process, in order to do that, we have to abate asbestos. So when we get into the asbestos abatement process, then we begin to look at, okay, in order to do that, we have to clear everything out of that building, down to the last paper and last chair. So everything has to leave that building for that process to happen. We could do a partial process of asbestos abatement just to do the HVAC. But when we do that, that means that if we were to, in the future, want to do any improvements at Pinckney, like the floor, like the ceiling that needs to have a better ceiling, like bringing those that bathroom that's outside in the building. If we wanted to do that, we again have to go back with asbestos abatement. There's economy and scale when we look at that because they're wrapping the building. Once it's wrapped, if we abate all asbestos at one time, that's a great thing. So that is when we started looking at, okay, since we're gonna have to abate in the first place, and since the interior of Pinckney is less than desirable, and that's been expressed, by the board before, how do we do at the same time add some renovations to this? So the original project was, we just need HVAC because it's gonna run out. We're gonna be at a spot where we can't revive it. That's where we started. Then we led to where we are now because of the asbestos abatement being required and the extent to which that was going to be. So that is how we got to where we are with this project, if that gives you some clarity on how this kind of grew.
May I add also that Ms. Purvis has fenced me some time in the next construction committee to look at a concept that includes addressing the Pinckney issue. So we'll introduce it there and go from there and work it back and forth.
And I might add that, I might add that getting public input was what the construction committee did. As a matter of fact, asked all of the various stakeholders, and there were many stakeholders in the room at that last meeting, what would you prefer? Was it to get rid of Carthage Elementary and build there, a new school, or various other things? And they gave us that information. And my hope is, at least, at our next construction committee meeting, the administration will give us their input as to, after listening to the community, which is what we just did, that the administration will give us their input as to what they would prefer to do, so that we can at least go to the county commissioners and ask for some money to look at the feasibility of whichever program the administration and the board wants. So it's an ongoing process, and that includes discussions with the county commissioners, of which at least I've had with the chair of the county commission a couple of discussions about, as well as the community, which the construction committee has had discussions with. So we're well into that process. We haven't made any decisions yet, but we're well into that process.
When is the construction committee going to make a presentation to the board of the results of this meeting? You just said that you've got great feedback from the community. When is that going to be passed on to the board and the general public?
Well, our next construction committee meeting is when?
Calendar.
Coming up?
May 24th.
May 24th, and that's what I would hope.
Decided June, the first meeting in June is when we were going to talk to, right, the board about it? Or give the board information, I think. Was that what we were discussing?
We certainly can discuss that at committee, and as always, Ms. Purvis and I are happy to give some briefings. The actual input will be as part of the minutes from the last construction committee meeting that'll be linked on that agenda. And it actually has the exact detailed feedback we got from the members of the public that were there. So we'll have all the information available. Yes, ma'am.
Just an observation. I think that the public inputs are going to be an iterative process. I'm not sure we got the comprehensive look at just one meeting. So I think we need to program these out and have a kind of a disciplined way of going about gathering the information, understanding the real requirement. Thank you.
I heard several times board members say, "Oh, we're keeping stakeholders informed, and we're reaching out to county." Call me skeptical, but the construction committee's not even keeping the board informed. I mean, we should have a construction committee report. I look forward to the committee reports today. Maybe that'll be part of the construction committee's report in today's meeting. What was discussed at this community meeting, and what decisions were made or what the community thoughts were.
I attended that too, and I'll tell you, I thought that the town manager of Carthage her ideas were phenomenal, in my opinion. They were different than what everybody else was talking about. I think she projected ideas that were phenomenal.
All right. Well, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, let's keep on going. The repair and seal of the walls at Northmore.
Yes, sir. So the auxiliary gym built at Northmore High School has had some issues with leaking since its completion. At this time, the flashing needs to be redone and repaired in those joints and walls. It needs to be sealed to ensure no further damage to those walls and floors. Just to give you a little bit of background, Charlie, if you'll pull up this attachment. When the gym was first built, you'll remember I was principal there, and we immediately had some leaking in that auxiliary gym and the weight room. If you'll go to punch list area C, Charlie, where it has the weight room. So we went back to figure out, okay, was the leaking on the punch list from the original build? And we found that if you'll look, area 75, which are the very bottom two red circles there, those are noted as investigate roof leaks and repair. And so at that time, and for about a year and a half after that, Grimy, who was the roofing, came out about 4 times and did work to get those roofs and the spots there that needed to be repaired. The roof was then said, there are no leaks on the roof. But when we had large rains, we still had issues. The issue was that the water was not coming through the roof, it was coming down the walls. So, not through the roof, down the walls. So the water at this point was not a result of a roof issue. So we had someone come in and take a look. They actually removed, if you'll pull this one up, Charlie, they actually removed 2 lines of brick, 6 bricks each, because we had to figure out what's causing this water to run down the wall. What was found was that we needed flashing that would run all the way over the wall to allow the water to go down. That was not found to be in there. So we have been consulting with attorney and with counsel to see, okay, this is way past when supposed warranty on work is there, but is there anything we can do? And at this point, they're looking at that and investigating that. We went back to the specs of the plan, and if you take a look, third down, I'm just going to get up and show this to you. It says flexible flashing with mortar net and weeds. This is what's required now in current construction. That is what you see right here, this mortar net. The water gathers here, runs out of a weed hole that's here on the side of the building. In order for us to figure out if that was constructed properly in the first place, we would have to have 2 to 3 rows of block removed to investigate that, and then immediately put it back to seal the wall before we could ever repair it. So the issue with looking towards some type of litigation will be taking a look at the price that would cost us versus the fix that we are getting ready to discuss. But I'm bringing this to you today with the knowledge that we do have attorneys looking at it, but I wanted to present it today in case we need to come back and see this on Monday for a vote. So, I'm sorry.
So to be clear, because I think I may have misunderstood, to be clear, that is a illustration from the plans that the gym was built from.
Yes, sir. These are the specs from the plan the gym was built from.
Okay.
Because what we wanted to do was investigate the
Right.
flashing to see,
Right.
Is what's in there currently what the specs were supposed to be. The flashing that they will put on will be at the top of the roof line. So we had them remove, and at the top of the roof line is where this will go to angle the water down and out. This is what the specs were for the original plan, and for us to actually get to this down the wall is going to be an expensive process, is what I was sharing, that we'd have to actually remove block to get in there. But these, yes, sir, are the original
Okay,
plans.
well, since I'm asking questions, do you mind?
Go ahead, go.
So, how long ago was this gym completed?
Started in 2019 and completed in 2021,
Okay, and who were the architects?
Morrisburg.
Morrisburg, okay. And part of their job is to, obviously, they design it, but they're also supposed to supervise the construction, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so proposals for the completion of the repair were submitted by the following companies. GMG Incorporated, $119,581. Fox Hill Construction, $84,436. High Rock Waterproofing, $80,150. And Baker Restoration, $77,347. Baker Restoration came in as the lowest bidder. Baker has successfully completed work for Moore County Schools, and staff recommends the award of the bid go to them in the amount of $77,347. The project will be funded with remaining county funds allocated to Northmore High School for this addition. So as you'll recall, there are monies sitting in county funds that were allocated at the time for that building. This will be paid out of the funds that were allocated by the county for the building of that in 2019.
Okay. Further questions?
Yeah, I have
David?
a follow-on. So how do we have money sitting around in a fund from 2019?
In 2019, I can answer that. In 2019, part of that process that I asked be done when, as principal, was let's make sure we set aside enough funds that the drainage issue can be fixed in the courtyard, because that's been an issue for ongoing years and years, was destroying floors. So I asked that we set aside enough funds. Mr. Barath at that time had LKC taking a look at what needed to be done for that drainage. When I came into this position, that had still not been done. The funds were sitting there. As principal at that time, I did not want to spend those monies on furniture, fixtures, and equipment that we didn't have to have until I made sure that we had enough to cover the drainage. So there are monies that are sitting there that we wanted to save, make sure that drainage was paid. In all honesty, there are pieces of things that Northmore would have ordered. You know, stools to go outside, benches, pieces of equipment for the school that we didn't have to have. They were great want-tos and certainly could be used by the students. But that money will be utilized once that drainage is complete, the fire system is complete, and now this restoration. So that's why it was sitting there, because we've been waiting on those repairs of that courtyard that are coming this summer. You're welcome.
Thank you. That is, I mean, that shows good foresight, but it begs a question of the superintendent, right? These little pools of money, I mean, we just learned about some sum of money, I assume is about, the courtyard restoration was a couple $100,000, right?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean.
There's about $749,000 left in the Northmore Fund upon completion of that building.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, we talk about fund balance from operational funds, but I mean, how many of these little funds do we have sitting around on the capital side that are undisclosed?
I will
to
say
us?
this is not in our capital, these are in county funds, and when the county allotted this, it was specific and has the use for only Northmore, just as they assign,
Yeah.
you know, bond premium for a certain thing. The purpose at that time is set aside just for that, so it's in our county chart.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate every single thing that you've said and done.
sir.
I mean, again, you know, yes, we need to do that. I'm glad we didn't spend the money on picnic tables when we could have leagues, but my question remains, I mean, how many little funds do we have sitting around for various capital projects that the board's not aware of? Not that I want to raid them, but.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any other funds that are sitting around that we haven't already disclosed and shared out. We do have lottery funds that's been accruing. We have state repair and renovation funds, which is a fund we've never tapped. That's accrued over a number of years. We have our Fund 4 fund balance, which is local capital funds that we've accrued. And then, of course, what we load into our budget each year to take care of projects and run the district. So I'm not aware of any other little pots sitting around somewhere. If I'd love to find them if we had them, but I'm not aware of any more. But I get the point. This has been, you know, as Jenny said, sitting there since this project. So.
And I'm not at all questioning the
Yes, sir.
wisdom of it. I'm just visibility.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Further questions, members of the board? Okay. Seeing none, let's go ahead and figure out what our agenda is going to be like on next Monday. Going back to item 4A, amended FY 23-24 consent, or no? Action, okay. A renewal of the board attorney, I guess that's action. County schools, cooperative innovative high school, I guess that's action, am I right? Approval of the math text, is that consent or action? Action. The approval and renewal of iReady, consent or action? Consent? Consent. Okay. Exceptional children's services for 24-25, consent? Consent? All right, amended contract for development of daycare services, is that consent? Consent, all right. Endorsement of the career and technical education application for funding assurances, is that action or consent? Action. Okay. Southern Middle flexibility calendar for 24-25, is that consent? Consent. All right, the printer copier contract, consent? Consent. All right, the endorsement of the student fees, I guess that's action. Septic tank and grease pump, I assume that's consent, am I right? Okay. Award of the HVAC bid for Pinckney, action and consent? Consent? Action? 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 Okay, so I assume N, which is the asbestos abatement, is also action?
Yep.
Okay, and the repair and seal of Northmore, I guess, is also action, or is that consent? Consent?
I'm good with it.
Okay, if everybody's good with it, that's consent. Okay. Now, moving along to reports and discussions. Academic update, career technical education for Moore County schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the board has been receiving this year, each quarter, when we bring our discipline update, prior to that, at the board's request, which I really appreciate the request, we've been bringing some updates on our academic work and our learning and teaching in our schools. And certainly, an area that I certainly am extremely proud of, I know we are as a district, is our career technical education program and what we're doing with that and how we continue to improve that and grow that. So with that, we have an academic update around that topic, our career technical education program. So I'll turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf and team. I'll let you introduce the team there, Dr. Metcalf.
And I am proud to introduce this team. This is a top-notch group, as you will hear this afternoon, and they'll go into some quite detail of the opportunities that we're providing students. And we are and have one of the best CTE departments in the state, and the results and the opportunities for our students is really quite off the chain, as I would say, off the chain. And so they're going to go some details of that. Of course, we have with us Dr. Lisa Scott. She spoke with you earlier. She's our director of federal programs, CTE, grants, and 1,000 other things that we asked Lisa to do. Sherry Ivy is our curriculum instruction management coordinator. And Jess Hensley, down here on the end, is our work-based learning and special populations coordinator. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So we are very excited to share with you today all of the great things that are happening in Moore County Schools CTE. Career and technical education provides students with opportunities to explore and learn industry skills before graduation. CTE courses provide classroom instruction along with hands-on real-world skill application. Students are able to use these courses to determine their post-secondary options. Moore County students are able to choose to be employed, enrolled, or enlisted upon graduation. Our students begin exploring their options utilizing Major Clarity, an online tool that provides exploration into careers and interests. Students develop career development plans starting in 6th grade and review these plans each year through 10th grade. Our career development coordinators at each high school use this tool to help students determine a path to explore in CTE. In high school, students in CTE begin career preparation through a variety of course options. So as you can see here, there's a lot of hands-on real-world learning taking place. Our CTE classes are hands-on with in-class instruction to provide industry-aligned opportunities for students. Health science students learning their CPR and first aid skills and how to bandage wounds that are fake, by the way. Those are not real. Our middle and high school culinary students learning how to prepare food and beverages. They made candy lollipops. They make delicious cakes, bread, meals, smoothies, and lots more. Our automotive students practice skills application with their vehicles, as well as those donated by local dealerships and a few staff. Our child care training in middle schools for our students help them prepare to be babysitters. They learn CPR and first aid skills and how to entertain a toddler. Construction students give back to the community with our partnership from Habitat for Humanity. They construct storage sheds for families who are getting homes through Habitat. So Habitat delivers the materials, our students put them together, Habitat picks them up, and our families in the community benefit from this partnership. Our FFA students, Future Farmers of America, they volunteer at several of our elementary school events. Fall festivals, trunk or treat, reading to classes. Most recently, they did a social studies night at Bass Lakeview and tied it to the agricultural community in Moore County. Kids even got to milk a fake cow. I can't make it up. They also have the opportunity to participate in numerous events such as turkey showing, cow judging, poultry judging, truck and tractor driving, archery and shooting events, after they have taken and passed the hunter safety course, mind you, as well as many other opportunities.
Good afternoon. I'd like to highlight our middle school programs. We have 4 primary pathways offered at our middle schools. These courses are all exploring and a great way for Moore County Schools middle school students to gain experience and career options for their future. There are 6 CTE pathway options for students in our high school. These courses have industry-recognized credentials, and they are the vet assisting, you have accounting where they get QuickBooks, you have the entrepreneur and small business certification. For the FACS, Family and Consumer Sciences, they are able to obtain their ServSafe Manager certification through our culinary program. In health sciences, they're able to get the nurse's assistant and pharmacy tech. In our technical pathway, we have CompTIA. We also have Adobe. And then our trade pathway, you are able to obtain your OSHA 10. Students can get their FAA drone license. They are able to get Autodesk through our drafting course. They can become ASE certified techs. And then you also have a certified security tech through our law and justice program. This, yes, sir.
Back a slide, please. So, most of those things up there, you could see, students getting jobs out of high school, potentially entry-level internship, even just an entry-level internship. But what mental health and counseling jobs are available? All the counselors we hire have to have master's degrees, correct?
Our school-based counselors do have master's degree, but
Yeah,
Lisa
and-
probably
and-
can speak to that pathway. And
Yeah.
this is, the career technical education is not just coming right out of high school to get a job. It's about building the foundation and moving forward. But I'll let Lisa speak to that.
Let me frame my question a little bit better then. Again, a lot of this stuff, accounting, you can be a bookkeeper, automotive, you talked about being whatever certified. And all of these, I can see that with the exception of counseling and mental health. So what type of job does a counseling and mental health CTE graduate get within a year or two of graduation?
That is a course that, like some of the others, just like law and justice, they can come out and get a security job. But if it's an interest of a student to pursue counseling, this is a great way to start that introduction. And so they get some foundational skills, just like our automotive kids get foundational skills, because in order to move in the ranks of technician, you have to take additional coursework in order to get up those levels of ranks.
So this is the CTE pathway that leads to college and getting a college degree, a baccalaureate degree, if not a master's degree.
The counseling and mental health class is actually a great one to add on if you are in health sciences. So if you're going to be a CNA or anything like that, if you add on health sciences or add on counseling and mental health, it helps you be a better caregiver.
Okay, so maybe that should be properly categorized under healthcare rather than family. I mean, family and consumer science just seems like a made-up category,
So
quite frankly.
we don't make these up. these are provided to us from the state. And this is how they categorize them and where they fall.
We have flexibility to change them, or these are set in stone?
They're set from the Department of Public
Oh, so
Instruction.
these are North Carolina high school pathways?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, all right.
The next slide goes over the credentials that our students have the opportunity to earn. The highlighted credentials there are your industry recognized credentials, as I had mentioned on the other slide. So again, you have your ServSafe, you have Adobe, you have Autodesk, you have your QuickBooks. You also have your law enforcement certification, your OSHA 10, are just a few of the ones between the certifications and credentials that our students can earn. So the,
Thank you. This will be valuable in mapping into the joint innovative high schools process. So this is real valuable. We'll continue to see this document. Thank you.
Why are some of them italicized?
The ones that are bolded are the industry recognized credentials, but this is the entire list of certifications and credentials our students have the opportunity to earn.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The next slide talks about the partnership, our trade partnership that we have with Sandhills Community College. These options are in addition to all of the other CCP opportunities for our students. Students that are able to take these in this partnership, these are courses that are not offered through our regular high schools, so that's important to note. The next slide talks about our Fun Fest. This is a partnership between Moore County Schools CTE and Sandhills Community College. Students can participate in 24 events, including balsa wood bridges, the Foods, which is a culinary challenge, Egg Drop, which is a problem-solving challenge. We have a healthcare research and hands-on diagnosis competition for students, app design. There's an automotive diagnostic challenge also. Students compete to earn either first, second, or third degree place medals with an overarching winning school for both middle school and high school, and of course, bragging rights for the future year.
Okay, so work-based learning is a wide range of activities that give students a well-rounded career exposure. Students see firsthand the impact of course experiences, career preparation, and career development. It could be in the form of business industry field trips, guest speakers, job shadowing, internships, apprenticeships. There's a wide range of activities that are actually considered work-based learning. So in these photos, you can see our middle school fairs. We do work-based learning in middle school. Part of these photos are our career fair with First Health. They did a CTE healthcare pathway fair last year, which we are doing another one next year. That was our first year doing it. It was phenomenal. Kids had a great time. They got to speak to people within different departments at First Health. And we had all of our middle schools participated in this, and this was all 8th graders. We also have our high school CTE career pathway or CTE pathway fair. The 8th graders come to the high schools and see each of the CTE pathways before they enroll in their high school courses for the next year. So high school career fair was one of our biggest events. It was larger this year than it ever has been. Very proud of that. We had over 80 plus vendors. We had community colleges, universities, local businesses, the military. We even had the Space Force there. Disco 32, Town of Southern Pines, Mohawk Industries, NC State ROTC, the Pinehurst Resort, Pinehurst Surgical. We had a lot of community members there. The kids were able to ask a multitude of questions to all the people at the different tables, ask them what needed to be done. It was a great fair. We had over 400 students attend. And that was for our high school, of course. So business and industry field trips. This is one of the great opportunities that the kids have in our schools. The field trips go beyond the career fairs because they get to go out to locations. Some of these field trips that our students have gone on this year, of course, are First Health. Pinehurst Resort, Johnson Wales University, of course, Sandhills, North Carolina Zoo, the Claire McLean House, which was lots of fun, Fayetteville Woodpeckers. I mean, we take our kids to a lot of places so that they can see different career experiences outside of the classroom. And these are some of our pictures of our field trips. You can see the one up there with the Caterpillar tractors. That one was actually at the resort. So the kids toured the resort automotive, and then they also toured the First Health Automotive Garage. So they saw everything that they got to work on in their automotive garages. By providing students with these tangible experiences, field trips make learning more engaging, memorable, and relevant. Again, last fall, we took a group of students from sports and entertainment marketing to the resort, which is the center photo there with those kids. If you've ever been to the resort, you know where that statue is. Our kids had a great time. A lot of them had never been to the resort before, so this was a new experience for them. And they got to listen to the marketing team firsthand about what they do. Students also toured, like I said, the garage at Pinehurst Resort and First Health, and they got to see firsthand what they do in those. Okay, business and industry guest speakers. First Health has done a phenomenal job helping us out with a lot of this because they have guest speakers from all different departments, and they will come speak to our students. And in fact, we just lined up another one this week that's going to be at New Century. But they have come and talked to tons of our schools. We have Pinehurst Resort is actually coming to talk to more students this week. Lee Electrical talked to our students. Off the Rails Nutrition, if you haven't been there before, she is actually a graduate of Union Pines, and she came and talked to our entrepreneurship classes about opening up their own business. Greenhouse Solutions has talked to our kids. Fayetteville Police, Moore County Parks and Recreation. We have a lot more, but those are some really great ones that we had. Guest speakers do come into the classroom, and they provide our students with access to other perspectives, which adds variety to the classroom routine and demonstrates that learning is collaborative. Speakers share their experience with students and teachers, deepening their understanding of the career field and or topic. Again, more guest speakers. And First Health, again, just been phenomenal with a lot of this. Job shadowing is another opportunity that our students have. They allow the student to explore a career path that they are interested in. Job shadow is generally 2 to 4 hours. It is not a long, drawn-out experience. This picture is actually a student who job shadowed at Pinehurst Resort with the director of marketing. She had a great time. She wanted to learn to be what really was entailed the marketing, especially at Pinehurst Resort. So she spent half a day with her, and she loved it. First Health, we've had a lot of job shadows at First Health. Off the Rails Nutrition also had a job shadow. Empowered Nutrition did one virtually for our students. All great experiences for our kids. Yeah, okay, just want to make sure I hit on all that. All right, so internships. These allow for additional development of career and technical competencies. Internships are often done within our culinary classes and sometimes automotive. Students go to work, sometimes paid, sometimes not. We always hope they're paid, and also have some coursework to complete as they get their high school credits. Internships are usually integrated in some of our CTE courses. Like I said, culinary is actually a required part of the course. Automotive, they can do it in their higher level automotive classes, and some of our, am I missing one other one? But that's mainly it, in vet tech. Okay, apprenticeships. Apprenticeships is a little tricky because this is employer-driven, not education-driven. So again, apprenticeships have to be set up with the employer, primarily through the state of North Carolina, for us to have them as an apprenticeship. Students can participate in apprenticeships or pre-apprenticeships, but again, it has to be registered through the state of North Carolina. We currently do not have any apprenticeships right now, but we are encouraging students even to sign up for them post-high school, where a lot of these actually require them to be 18 or older.
All right, business advisory, as we know, is required by general statute. We are required to hold at least 2 business advisory meetings and have a business advisory committee. Our meetings actually occur 3 times a year instead of twice a year. We feel like it's valuable to get that input more often, so that's why we hold them 3 times. Our current chairperson for our business advisory is Linda Parsons from the Moore County Chamber. We have many county business and industry leaders who attend. Members receive updated information regarding programs and opportunities being provided by Moore County Schools Career and Technical Education. Members are also able to provide feedback to us on our programs and support events with the district, such as the guest speakers, the field trips, the internships, the job shadowing, the career fairs, and our signing days, which are coming up. Just some of our partners that attend these meetings: First Bank, First Citizens, Pines Funeral Homes, First Health, Pinehurst Resort, Moore County Home Builders Association, Legacy Home Construction, Moore County Economic Development, Moore County Chamber, Sandhills Community College, NC Works, Pinehurst Toyota, Cadell Plumbing, Crossroads Coffee, Angela Thompson Realty, Homegrown Restaurant, and many, many more. We appreciate their continued support and partnerships for our programs and our students. So what we have here is our finalized numbers from the 22-23 school year. We are pleased to report that our 2023 students obtained credentials to have Moore County named as a top 10 district for credential attainment. Our students who were able to take the credential did so with success, increasing from 42% attainment to 65% last year. So to date, our enrollment continues to increase with more students choosing to participate in CTE courses. These are our numbers as of this presentation. Our high school student participation increased by 556 students this year. Our career and college promise students increased by 163 students. We increased our CTE concentrators by 54 students. In the district strategic plan, the board's goal was to increase the number of students becoming concentrators by completing a career pathway in 2022 from 441 to 510 by 2024. We are pleased to report that we have surpassed that goal with a total of 514 concentrators this year. Our credential numbers will increase as we complete courses and credentials in the coming weeks. We increased our number of students earning silver or higher on the ACT Work Keys by 48 students this year. We continue to evaluate our programs and offerings as they align with our county business needs. As always, our students have the option of taking Sandhills courses in areas that we do not or we are not able to offer. And of course, our ultimate goal is that when they leave us, they are either employed, enrolled, or enlisted.
Students, are those total number of students enrolled in CTE?
Those are the total number of students that have taken CTE courses this school year, first semester and second semester.
So each one of those is an individual student.
And some of them could be counted twice because they took multiple CTE courses.
So that's the number of courses taken, not
Correct.
the number of students.
That's our high school
participating.
participation. Those are our participation numbers. Correct.
That's the number of CTE courses taken. There were 6,229 high school CTE courses students participating in those courses.
That's the number of students that participated, yes.
Well,
Not the courses.
Okay, let's say there were high school, let's say there were 500.
Mhm.
We have less than 6,200 students, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
high school
sir.
students.
And so a student may take up to 2 or 3 CTE courses in a
Okay.
school year.
So those are CTE courses completed by students. Those are not, I just.
Yes,
casual
I see
reading
what
of
you're
that-
saying. I see what you're saying.
A casual reading of that would
Yeah.
say we have more high school students
Mhm.
participating
Yes.
in CTE than we have high school students.
I understand.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify.
No,
that, 'cause
I understand.
was confused. Okay, so this is probably a Dr. Locklear question, but when we were setting our, the enablers for our strategic plan, our strategic goals, one was CTE, not credentials earned. I think, what up there counts towards our strategic goals? Because we had a big discussion and we narrowly defined what would.
It's concentrators.
Yeah, it's students participating in concentrators. Is correct, because when we set our, and it's very important that everybody on the board remember this, and the public, when we set our strategic goals, in relation to CTE, we decided that the number of CTE classes wasn't important. What really was important, we decided all of that wasn't important. What was important for our strategic goals was the number of students who were concentrating on pathways. And that increased from 460 to 520, 514, so about a 15, from last year, about a 10% increase. Okay.
And at the time the goal was set, we were at 441.
Good. Yeah, so the concentrators is what the board set as our metric to use for the success of the CTE program.
That's not to suggest that the others are not important
Yeah.
too. Industry credentials earned is critically important as well. The board went with the concentrators, which is totally appropriate.
Yeah,
and
yeah, no,
very fair
I'll
focus
agree.
area.
Yes, I did misspeak. It's not that it's not important. If I get my Adobe Illustrator certification, that's important to me. But what's really important is, towards job ready, career ready is the concentrators. Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, you ladies are phenomenal. What a great job you're doing, and it's a lot of work. I'm very impressed. You mentioned Johnson & Wales. Is there a local Johnson & Wales?
It's in Charlotte. So we.
there is one
yes,
in
ma'am.
Charlotte.
So last year and this year, we were able, through some funds, to take our culinary students on a field trip to visit, because some of them didn't even know it existed as a leader in training culinary students.
Oh, it does.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
Okay, the other thing was the high school fair. How come I never got noticed to come to the high school fair?
The career fair, it
Yeah.
should have been on the calendar.
I
It was
went
in
up in-
February.
In February.
Yes, ma'am.
I missed it. Okay.
I'm sorry. It was a beautiful day.
I think that is just, I mean, the participation you have is wonderful. And so where did you have? At the high school?
No, ma'am. It's at the Fair Barn in Pinehurst.
Oh, it's at the Fair Barn.
And we almost don't fit there anymore.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is it at a time when the kids could come?
We
or-
bus the kids from the high school. We provide the transportation. The career development coordinators at the high school work with the teachers to bring the students over, and the students come in. They have an assigned time with which to explore all of the vendors.
Okay.
And I mean, we had many municipalities represented. We had many trades represented. We had community college represented. We had colleges represented. I mean, it was a vast array. There was something there for everybody.
Make sure I don't miss that next
Yes, ma'am.
year, okay? All right.
I got it.
And I think you ladies are phenomenal.
Thank you.
Really good job.
Further questions from members of the board? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you guys, are you guys in charge of the teddy bear fair too, or is that something that Kiwanis
No,
does?
ma'am. That is a First Health event that's coordinated outside, and that's first graders.
Okay, yeah. I just thought it really correlates with you guys too, because it does talk about, even though they're little kids, it talks about what a doctor does, what a dentist does, and all of that. So I just thought when I taught it, that was so beneficial for those little kiddos. So anyhow, thanks. Thank you.
Further questions from members of the board? Let me also say that we went in the past 3 weeks or so, we went to 2 different conferences. One was the business advisory group, but the one previous to that, that was from over at Santos Community College. Okay, I was very, very impressed with that because we had various members of industry, including a guy who manufactures houses or manufactured houses out at West End and the like. And what you guys did, which was great, was along with Sandhills, you worked together and you made connections to industry people, and they were small and medium-sized companies, okay, which really didn't know about our services here. And Dr. Scott, I know you exchange cards with many different people. That's CTE is good, but it really is important that we make those connections. And I wanted to say I appreciate the administration doing that, especially working with Santos Community College, because that was a good precursor to our new and innovative high school as well. So I appreciate that.
If I may, Mr. Levy, just to close this presentation down, I do want to thank the members of the board CTE committee. Mr. Benway and you has come to several of those meetings. Ms. Davis has come to those meetings, asked some tough questions, done a deep dive. We've been meeting every month for the past year toward all the Moore County Schools facilities, toward the Sand Hills Community College facilities where our students may go, asked some tough questions and got down into the nitty-gritty, and I think really been very helpful to the work of this team. Wanted to take the opportunity to thank them.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from the board?
Yeah, just
Seeing
one-
nothing?
Just one
Oh,
comment.
excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Benboy.
You having these three ladies here, the heart and soul of CTE here in Moore County, and they're to be commended. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Seeing nothing, thank you very much. And let's go to the discipline report. Chief Gooch. And
Thank you, ladies. Appreciate your work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have Ms. Metcalf, Captain Gooch, Ms. Sinan for the quarterly discipline update. Want to commend again ahead of time, but I really appreciate Ms. Metcalf's getting this data together completely, and certainly understand some context of the data as well to share out. So I'll just turn it right over to Ms. Metcalf for her quarterly presentation.
That way, red is on. All right. Thank you. I have asked Captain Gooch to be here for this presentation, as well as Chief Hardy had to step out because he was the interim chief during the majority of when the discipline occurred. And so he can lend insight if you have any questions. And I thank whatever officer is managing West Pine traffic. So if you'll note Q3 for 23-24, you'll see for referrals that we've had an increase from last year at this time, but the increase is less than in previous quarters or at the semester. Also see a pattern for that similar pattern for ISS, significant decrease in OSS, out of school suspension. Bus suspensions have remained the same. Believe this is a result of our school's successful management plan. That's their discipline flowcharts and matrices as they consistently enforce those school-wide expectations and have throughout the year. Remember, in a discipline flowchart, students who receive a certain number of classroom managed incidences, those are considered, we call them MERS, minor incident reports. After a certain number of those classroom managed incidents, they get a referral to administration for further intervention and or consequences. Now, normally those consequences are ISS. What this allows us to do is to further deepen our interventions and decrease our need to exclude them from the school day. Here are the percentages assigned to those numbers. Again, as a percentage of actions assigned, ISS has increased by 6% with a corresponding decrease in OSS by 5%. Again, we believe that this is the result of an increase in those non-exclusionary consequences due to more effective classroom management. For our police consequences, there's a decrease in the second chance program while teen court has more than doubled, and DJJ referrals have remained relatively constant. Just as we have discussed before, students who have been through the second chance program often move to teen court for further incidences. If a student has been through both second chance and teen court, they are referred to the Department of Juvenile Justice, and it is the Department of Juvenile Justice which decides whether to accept or defer that case.
Real quick, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that you didn't misspeak. You said that, no, the other one, please, the very last slide. No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, right there. I think you may have misspoke. You said only after a student is given the opportunity, it goes through second chance and team court, only then are they referred to the Department of Juvenile Justice. It's my understanding, I mean, that might be a course of events in an escalating situation, but there are many students who just jump right to juvenile justice.
Correct. There are certain.
Yeah, it's not like a prerequisite. It's
Yes, sir. That is
based
true.
upon the obviously the background of the student, but the severity of
severity,
the
it
offense.
is.
Okay, all right, good. I just wanted to make
Mhm.
sure that that wasn't correct.
Oops, sorry. This is our list of quarter 3 offenses. It's very similar to our semester 1 data. The biggest percentage increase is in inappropriate behavior by about 3%. All right, Charlie, we can go back to the. And then for our specific behaviors that we outline each quarter, aggressive behavior. Although there's a slight increase in aggressive behavior from last year, there are more assignments of ISS than OSS. Decreasing, this may be due to the decreasing level of aggressiveness. Remember that this includes both aggressive behavior with physical contact and aggressive behavior without physical contact, as well as aggressive behavior against staff. And so we're seeing that those incidences are less serious in nature, which would lead us to assign ISS rather than an out-of-school suspension. One note, because I was just interested and dug in a little bit, there's a decrease, significant decrease from semester 1 and quarter 2 in incidences of aggressive behavior. And I really believe that this is due to the school's expectations and interventions and the effectiveness of those with regard to aggressive behavior. Our next one is assault. Here you see an overall decrease at middle school and high school. It's more significant at middle school. There is an increase in elementary school, primarily at two main schools, but again, that is due to specialized classrooms and specific students. All right, Charlie? And then our last one is fighting. So we've remained consistent. At high school, there's been an increase in middle school and elementary school from last year. The biggest increases are at Southern Pines Elementary and Aberdeen Elementary, but as with semester 1, I just remind you that those are 2 schools which are working consistently on correctly classifying aggressive behaviors between aggressiveness and an actual fight. Fighting carries a higher consequence, but they are working for that so students know that there's an increased consequence for actual fighting and what that means. Thanks. We continue to work on our discipline matrices, and our schools that are piloting those are continuing to look at that data. We have been revising that matrix as we go, found some different areas that we've delved into deeply based on that data and are changing, and so that we can deploy that in the 24-25 school year.
I do apologize. Any questions by members of the board? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
No, I don't have any questions. I just have comments. When Mr. Benway and I visited, which one was it? Southern Middle. Mr. Kanicki had a 5-day plan, which we were really impressed with. I thought it worked beautifully. And the teacher that was in there really knew what she was doing. She was awesome, and I could see her face, and I can't think of her name. But anyway, I was very impressed with that. But I hear a lot that we're not following up on discipline. I'm hearing it from parents. I'm hearing it from teachers that we're being way too soft with these kids. And I understand that there are limits to what we could do, but I'm a firm believer in discipline. I mean, there just isn't any way around it. You're not going to have a school and you're not going to have education without discipline. And I don't know.
I would say that we continue to discipline. Our students get a consequence as well as intervention for their behavior. I have not seen in the data that I have, and in speaking to our principals or to schools, that there has been a decrease in what they are assigning as appropriate discipline.
Okay, when we look at these numbers, are these the same kids over and over and over again?
No, some are. I mean, there are students who have repeat incidents. Those
Okay.
students get a higher level of intervention, but they also get a higher level of consequence as well.
Okay,
And those consequences build over time.
okay, thank you.
Are some of those,
Go ahead.
sorry, are some of those students in special education classes too, as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Henson?
Okay, I've done my math. So, a couple questions. One of the reasons, well, we're doing this for a number of reasons, obviously transparency, but, one of the things that one of the concerns I had when we first got on the board is we'd go into closed session or whatever, there'd be an event, and then the board would be told, appropriate consequences have been taken, right? And we go, oh, okay, appropriate consequences. Then we started asking in closed session, what are those appropriate consequences? And frequently, what we envisioned as, as just a board member off the street, providing oversight, what we imagined being appropriate consequences were not anywhere near what was being dealt out. When someone said appropriate consequences for a serious assault, I was thinking this, and then it came out, oh, well, we had them write a 50-word essay. I just made that up, right? But there was a huge delta. So we're like, okay, then we want to start seeing the consequences. That's kind of how this report started coming up. And it's good to see the numbers because you can look at stuff, right? And then you're like in your head saying, we've got these problems, but I don't see how this adds up. So I've got a couple observations just based upon the numbers you threw up there. One is Moore County Schools has a serious problem with truancy. Chronic absenteeism. That's one of the, that's one of our goals. You can't learn if you're not in school. I think we've got a sign here somewhere that says that. And I look up here, and in the last quarter, we have some schools that have like 20% chronic absenteeism, if I remember correct, maybe higher. I mean, it's shocking how high the chronic absenteeism is in our schools. But I look up here, in the last quarter, we had 78 students cited for tardiness and 199 cited for skipping school. And that's over a 3-month, it's over a quarter period. I have a hard time reconciling that we have, schools with significant chronic absenteeism problems, but we only have 199 students cited for skipping school. I mean, if we have a school that has 20% chronic absenteeism, but in a quarter we only have 199 instances of skipping school, where the...
So I think when you're looking at chronic absenteeism, that's any student that's missed 10% or more of the days.
Okay.
If you have a student that's skipping class or skipping school, that's more of a behavior thing. When you're looking at the chronic absenteeism, you're also taking into consideration those excused absences, those unexcused absences. So if I didn't show up to school for 3 days, it may not be coded as skipping school. Skipping school may be coded as I left in the middle of the day and didn't show up to my second period class, or I haven't been there for second block and third block. That would be more of skipping school. They're still marked absent, but if I'm just out for the whole day, that wouldn't necessarily be marked as skipping school. And then tardies would also include those tardies. You've got the coding in the attendance piece for the tardies when it's I show up late to school because I slept in too late, or I had a dentist appointment or something like that.
Right.
The tardies that we're looking at here are those tardies when I'm going from class to class and I am late to my class. I'm still in school, but I'm late to my class.
Right, so we all understand what tardyism is. So skipping class or skipping school, so we don't have a category for students that are chronically absent. If someone just skips school for 3 days, they don't show up on these statistics because there's no punishment, is kind of what I've heard.
If they're skipping class, you want to,
So if I'm chronically absent, that works through our social workers. That's about social workers meeting with parents to put them on attendance contracts to try to remove the barriers for students to attend school. The ultimate result there can be that we file for truancy. So that's a different system.
Since, one of the superintendent's goals is, well, it's all of our goals, is to get students in class and eliminate truancy. We should have truancy on here and consequence. Do we prosecute parents for truancy?
Yes, we do. That's what I meant when I said we take them to court for truancy.
Right, but I would like to see the quantity of that, because again, I'm doing this from memory, it may actually be higher, but we have schools that had 20%. What was the amount? 20%, 30%? Some of them were high, 15%.
I'd have to go back and review the data.
But it was in the double digit percent. It wasn't like 0.5%. It was like 15, 20, 25%.
We had schools that had a high percentage of their students who were chronically absent. You're correct. And that came out during the school improvement process when teams were looking at their data and looking at, obviously you get the kids there. That's the first step of them growing and learning. So that was a specific focus at several of our schools. You're correct.
Yeah, so I personally would like to start seeing, parents taken to court for truancy on here versus the truancy problem, because we need to take it seriously, and people need to know that we take it seriously.
And our social workers do. So they have working with the principal, the social worker has a whole process which they follow based on, there's a 3-day, 6-day, and a 10-day attendance letters that go home to parents. They meet with those parents, again, to try to mitigate any obstacles to getting the child to school, the child coming to school. They then, at 10 days, will put a child on an attendance contract, and that has meets whatever needs to get the child into school. After 20 days, the principal can then file for truancy. Now, most times for truancy court, they want 20 unexcused absences, but usually if we can show that we've tried to work with the parent, sometimes they'll accept it at just 20 days.
It just, again, doing the math in my head, which is dangerous. Let's take at least middle school, right, and say they have 20% chronic absenteeism. That alone should be, there might be some that have doctor's appointments or whatnot, so let's make it 10%. That should be 50 parents going to court for truancy. And my guess is our numbers don't approach that. Approximately how many parents a year go to Moore County Court over truancy issues for their children?
I would not want to guess at the number. That's a number that we have that our social workers have,
I'd like to, I want to know whether it's 2 or 200, because I can certainly go to, the North Carolina DPI and look at the chronic truancy rates of each school, and I can do the math, and then we can figure out if our social workers are really doing their jobs and prosecuting parents or making sure parents are getting their elementary and middle school children to school.
well, again, it's the principal who can file for truancy. As to whether that's accepted, that's up to the court. Whether there's any punishment given, that's up to the court.
Well, okay, then we make the stat, here's the chronic absenteeism rate for the school. Here's the number of referrals that the principal's done, and then here's the number that the court accepted. But again, you inspect what you expect, and we expect students to be in school, so we need to start inspecting what Moore County Schools is doing for chronic absenteeism and truancy. Anyway.
Well, to Tracy's point, I would note that when it's that day 20 mark when you file for truancy charges, and our expectation is our social workers stay on that, and I believe our social workers do a good job with that. And I think a key piece of that is the accountability of the parent to get them to school. But I would say that our folks are living up to their side of our expectation of holding folks accountable for that. But there's a side to that, as you know, is the parents doing their job, the guardian doing their job.
Right, that's why you prosecute the parents, not the principal,
Yeah.
But I would like to share your optimism, but I don't have any evidence of that. We don't even know, I mean, is it 2 or 20 referrals for truancy that are made each academic year? I mean, I could back into the number of students who are chronically absent. And so, I mean, is the number 2 or is it 20 per year?
Keeping in mind chronic absenteeism is 10 days, and you take them to court on 20. So it's going to be those that are well past what the state level for chronic absenteeism is, or a state metric. So there's not going to be a direct correlation in the number to court, but we can definitely look at, what data set do we have and how do we report that back out to the board? Yes, sir.
Okay, so the second thing is, if you look in the third quarter, you look at the total number of second chances, you look at total number of teen courts, and the total number of juvenile justice. That is 64 referrals to the second chance program, the teen court, and the juvenile justice. And as we established earlier, that could be the same student multiple times in some cases, but assuming it's not, that's 64 referrals. But in the same quarter, we had 53 fights, we had 38 thefts, and we had 50 communicating threats. That's 141 fighting, theft, and threats, right? That's 141 instances that I would expect something serious to happen, but we've only had 64 referrals to second chance or teen court or juvenile justice. I just provide that as an analysis, because those are, I mean, if you steal something, there should be something other than, stay after school. But finally, my question for you, Captain Gooch, is this. 2 years ago, under Chair Thompson's leadership, we had Moore County Schools Board of Education had a joint meeting with the county commissioners to discuss expansion of the SROs and upgrading the gear of both the future SROs and the existing SROs. And the county commissioners agreed that they would pay for that. And the key words are upgrading equipment for both the existing SROs and the future SROs. And examples of that gear include entry shields, body armor, level 4 body armor, entry plates, patrol rifles, and stuff to really attack, pun intended, an active shooter. Has that equipment been purchased, or what of that equipment has been purchased for our existing SROs?
All the officers now have shields.
I'm sorry, so they have plates and plate carriers, or they have shields?
Shields.
Shields, like entry shields?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the breaching kits are coming in. The breaching kits, we ordered those also.
Breaching kits?
Breaching kits.
You've ordered them, or you have them?
We have them on order, and we're supposed to have them now, but we were told as of Friday of last week that they waiting on the shovel part of the breaching kit before they send them to us all at one time. So, but we do have the breaching kits, and every officer right now have shields. We got breaching kit coming for every officer. And what else? Was the body
patrol rifles. There was a list of 8 or 10 items.
Yeah,
I was just doing it from memory. There were entry shields. There was plates and armor. Plate carriers and plates, and then
right.
There was patrol rifles.
Right. We don't have patrol rifles yet, but we do have. We did get 2 additional cars as of last month.
I'm sorry, 2 additional cars.
Cars, vehicles.
Right. Yeah, that's good. You guys need that.
So, and we got the first aid kits we got now for every officer. Right. I think that's all we got so far.
Okay. All right, thank you. It seems like 2 years is plenty long to get the appropriate equipment for our existing SROs. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Can I go?
Please.
Yeah, where do you keep the shields?
We just issued them last week when they came in.
Okay,
and,
so where do you plan on keeping them?
Plan on keeping them in the patrol vehicle.
In the where?
We plan on keeping them in the patrol vehicle because a lot of officers got
in the car.
I'm sorry, patrol. I'm saying we don't patrol, so I should say car.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we keep them in the car for the sole purpose of we got multiple schools, and we don't know what school we're gonna be in at what particular time, and officers relay from one school to another. Like for example, I got 3 schools, so I got West End Elementary, I got West Pine Elementary, West End Elementary, and West Pine Middle.
Do you bring them in with you when you go into the school?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's great. Okay, the other question is, who, is it the social worker or the principal that refers children for absenteeism to court?
It's both. It goes through the social worker, but it's the principal who is referring for truancy.
Okay. I just don't think that we're referring enough kids. I really don't. And I've talked to Mike Harden about this, and that's my opinion.
So
I'm finished.
You know, it goes to a campaign, to what Ms. Bruno said about working with the district attorney. Is my suggestion is that Moore County Schools sits down with the district attorney and says, we have a chronic absenteeism problem in the elementary and middle school. It's clearly the responsibility of the parent to ensure the child gets there, and we want to crack down on this. And we should make that liaison to make sure that when a principal does refer a case, that the district attorney understands that we want it taken seriously. It's the same thing with back-to-school campaigns with drivers running the stop arms on buses. You know, we should make liaison with the district attorney so that there is zero tolerance of that. The book is thrown at anybody who runs that arm. And that is an important part of working with the district attorney to make sure that he understands our priorities and prosecutes these people who, A, aren't sending their children to school and run school bus arms and whatnot.
Well, it's a law to send your children to school. And I don't know why or anybody's not living up to this or not taking it. I know we're taking it seriously. That's not right that I said that. I just think this is really, really important, and we need to do this. First of all, it's a safety factor. If children aren't in school, what's happening to them? Are they being abused? Are they being starved? What's going on? It's totally a safety factor. I think it's really important.
Further?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Is tardiness a predictor or precursor to truancy, do you think?
I think in some cases it can be, in others it's not.
Okay, so
We
you
have
don't see a
students who
correlation.
are tardy every day, but come to school every day.
Okay.
They just get there late. Often, this is driven by parents. So when you're talking about students who do not have a driver's license or access to a vehicle, it is often about what the parent can or cannot do, will or will not do. And so we're at the mercy of them, and that's part of their social workers' job is to work with those parents and to try to figure out what those obstacles are and remove those obstacles.
One of the things, just interrupt, I'll give you a second, that I hope we don't conflate is that discipline and absenteeism may be actually two different things. Because discipline is what we do when we look at the kids and say, you've got to do this. And when they don't do this, there's a punishment or there's an encouragement to do better or something like that. Absenteeism is in the older grades, maybe it's a discipline problem. I see you've got a component for ditching. But for the most part, it's a parent's thing. And so it's not quite discipline. It is, but it's important. There's no question about it. But it's an entirely different approach, an entirely different type of a thing, because we've got to get to the parents, not necessarily the child, because in most cases, especially in the younger grades, I'm sure the kid would much rather be in school than not in school. Or, if it were up to them, they would be in school. So that's important. So I just want to say that, at least for myself, I understand that there's fundamentally a different look at these things and why absenteeism might not be on this particular discipline report, but it's crucial to successful schools. And I might also add that schools throughout the country have had problems since COVID with chronic absenteeism. And I do understand that has something to do with the lack of resolve after COVID. So it's also part of it. But go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt. Anything else? Okay. Moving along, let's thank you very, very much. We appreciate. Oh, I did want to say one other thing. Anecdotally, I have seen less this year in terms of parents calling me and saying massive discipline problem, whatever, than I have seen in years past. So anecdotally, you must be doing something right. Okay, so I want to say how much we appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Let's go over to Robbins and the dual language system there.
Thank
Bob,
you.
I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt real quick. I do have to leave to go pick up my child, but I will be listening online.
Thank you,
Okay,
Ms. Collins.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
We still have a quorum.
This is administration's last informational item, Mr. Chair, but there's been questions from the board and work that we've been doing at Robbins around our dual language program, reviewing that, looking at it, getting feedback from the staff and from parents. Donna and Jamie have been leading that process, and so I think we have a good update with some background information as well as the design of that program, if you will, moving forward. Based on that feedback and based on what just makes good instructional practice sense. So I'll turn it over to Jamie and Donna, and appreciate their work on this as we continue to make sure we've got that rigor of what we're pushing forward at Robbins. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. So since 2015, Robbins Elementary School has hosted a dual language program in our district. The program serves students across the county, both who are native Spanish speakers and those that are native English speakers. Currently, we have 176 students enrolled in this program, which makes up approximately 44% of the student population at Robbins. This year, we conducted a review of the program to include a data review, which included both school-wide data as well as data for specific dual language students, curriculum and resource review, feedback from parents that have students enrolled in the dual language program, staff members at Robbins Elementary School, and we also consulted with Participate Learning, who helps out with our dual language program, and North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. So there's a difference between dual language and English as a second language, and a lot of times folks use that interchangeably. There are some students that may have both. If we have students that are in dual language that are native Spanish speakers and qualify for English as a second language, they would get both of those services. But the dual language program teaches students to learn another language that's not their native language. So in our situation with Robbins Elementary School, it is both English and Spanish, because we do have some native Spanish speakers in that dual language. For English as a second language, it focuses on teaching English to non-English speakers. Create multilingual plans to ensure development of English language by non-English students. So these are our students who come in that do not speak English, and there's a plan put in place to help develop those English skills. It's identified as needing language services in order to experience academic success. So it's similar to if a student is identified as an exceptional child, they have an IEP. If a student comes in and it's determined that they need some additional services so that they can learn English, then they're provided those services through specially designed instruction. So dual language is a form of enrichment. So it is not something that every single student receives. It's enrichment, where students learn content. So they're learning their curriculum, they're learning the content in math, science, social studies, in both their native language and the target language. And again, the target language at Robbins is Spanish or English. So the program goals for the dual language program is that we want students to become literate in both English and Spanish. So by the time they go to middle school, when they leave 5th grade, that they can speak, read, write, both in English and in Spanish. We want them to master grade level content, just like we do for any of our students. We want all of our students to master grade level content. We want them to become multilingual, educated citizens prepared to meet the educational challenges.
So as we look at data, Ms. Synan and I have spent a lot of time looking at the data from this year as well as over the past few years. You will see this is a sampling, and you'll see benchmark goals on there where you see iReady, BOY, MOY, and EOY, beginning of grade 3 test, grade 3 EOG. So this is a sampling of the student performance. Overall, what you notice is even on benchmarks, they may be a little higher, the dual language program, but overall, they are running neck and neck. Statistically, they are having about the same outcomes, whether they're dual language or non-dual language. A little better successes on benchmarks in ELA than currently in the mathematics. So again, we're really looking at the data to ensure that we are making good decisions and how to look at how do we move Robbins Elementary to ensure academic growth of all students.
Let me ask if you can address this. Perhaps you're going to, perhaps you can't. Are there any EL students, ESL students, who are not in the dual language program at Robbins? And what is the difference between an ESL student who is not in the English language program at Robbins and the ESL student who is in the English language program at Robbins? Because the key here, to me, the key is whether this program is helping the ESL students, not so much whether it's helping the non-ESL students.
Many students that are in the dual language program may not be ESL. We have
I get that, but I'm talking about students who are trying to figure out whether the dual language program helps the ESL students or doesn't. So in other words, are there any ESL students which are not in the dual language program? Do you see what I'm saying?
I think we're going to address what an EL student is and how we provide services to them at Robbins Elementary School. I think that's a distinct difference we want to differentiate from the dual language program as we're walking through this. So if you'll, I think later in the presentation,
let me give you a wider berth. So I apologize, but go ahead.
Yes, sir. I think we'll get a little more information, and then if you still have those questions, please ask, sir.
Okay.
So one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we were doing was to get feedback from the staff members at Robbins Elementary School and also the parents that had students within the dual language program. We wanted to get their feedback on how they felt about the program, how they felt that their children were doing in the program. So we asked these 3 questions, and we asked them to everybody that we talked to. They did provide some additional information, but these were kind of the main questions that we asked. We wanted to know, what do your English language learners need to be successful? So our parents and our teachers who have students that their native language is not English, that it is Spanish, what is it that needs to be done for those students? How can we make sure that those students are successful? How can Spanish instruction be incorporated for students whose first language is English? Because one of the things that we found about the dual language program at Robbins is that our students whose native language is English, those parents and teachers really liked the fact that their children were learning Spanish when they were at school, and they were learning Spanish at a young age. What additional suggestions do you have for improvement where dual language is concerned? Because we wanted to find out from them, what is it do they see that we need to make improvements on? Are there any changes that need to be made? And then we also gave them the open-ended piece of just add any additional information you feel is important for us to know. So we wanted to make sure that we got their thoughts and feedback. So overall, and this is pretty much overall what we got when we met with the parents and we met with the teachers. This is not every single comment that was made, but this kind of encompasses everything that was shared. Overall, the parents were very positive about the dual language program. They thought that their children were receiving a lot of benefits from being able to learn Spanish and English whether it was a native English-speaking parent or a native Spanish-speaking parent, they really liked the idea of their child learning another language. Staff shared the same appreciation. So the staff at Robbins really felt as though that this was a benefit and something that kind of set their school apart from other schools. They had this program that other schools didn't have. The staff did note that some changes needed to be made to process and procedures, as well as scheduling to better meet the needs of students. So just tightening up what those processes were, what those procedures were, how things were scheduled, the curriculum that's being used so that there was more consistency. So as we were developing what the new schedule was going to look like, what the processes and procedures were going to be, what support they needed, we used that information from them to develop that. So one of the things that was mentioned in the feedback was that collaboration and support, to make sure that there was collaboration between teachers within the school, but also collaboration with other dual language teachers through Participate. And also what support are we providing to our dual language teachers? Because it's a very different type of classroom where you're learning Spanish and English. So what support do we need to make sure that we're giving to our teachers that are teaching those classes? So our district leadership, we met with Participate Learning. We had them look at kind of a draft schedule that we came up with to get some feedback because, I mean, Donna is fantastic, but Donna has not done a dual language schedule. So we wanted to make sure that we talked to those folks that is their area of expertise, is the dual language program, and look at, you know, different schedules. And these are also folks that have seen schedules that have worked really well. We wanted to make sure that whatever schedule we put in place or whatever one we promoted, it was beneficial for the students and the staff members, but it was also productive, that we're going to see the results based on that schedule. We wanted to make sure that there were resources for our teachers. So what resources do we need for our dual language teachers that is a little bit different than our other teachers? And then additional training. So professional development for our teachers. Maybe some training for our parents to make sure that they really understand dual language. District leadership also met with DPI because we wanted to talk to them about alike schools. So what are some schools across the state that look like Robbins Elementary that are getting really good results with their dual language program? Because if they're doing something really amazing, we want to see what it is so that we can maybe steal some of those things from them. And then get feedback from them on the program design. So as we looked at the schedule, we looked at what curriculum we were going to use. We looked at letters, and Donna's going to talk a little bit more about that. When we looked at those things, we wanted them to give us feedback on it to make sure that we were on the right track. We felt like we were, but we wanted that stamp of approval that we were.
So as you see, through all this research, we are looking at some revisions to the program. One of the things that we know from letters that is essential is that students have phonemic awareness and phonics in English, all students, looking at a 30 to 45-minute timeline each day, taking in opportunities to build vocabulary and comprehension in English, as well as looking at Spanish, having that same opportunity with vocabulary and comprehension and the phonemes, the cognates in the Spanish language. Math could be taught in both of those, science in Spanish, social studies in Spanish, which we hope will elevate the vocabulary that our students are hearing, and of course electives are in English. So we've got, looking at the program structures, we looked at how to best serve these students. And currently, based on all of our data, it looks at a self-contained experience where Donna would have her dual language students all day long, and I am the English teacher and the Spanish teacher, except maybe for that phonics piece. Because of the cognates in Spanish, the Spanish teachers are possibly not able to handle phonics instruction. Intervention in Rocket Time is based on the needs of the student, but it could be Spanish or English. It could be me doing some comprehension in Spanish and the next day doing math in English. So this is an example of a schedule that, again, working closely with our partnerships, they really have worked out a schedule of the types that I really wanted for curriculum, which was that phonics piece and that comprehension piece in English. So you'll see this, the times are just there, but you would see they'd have a homeroom time, they'd have science in Spanish, they'd have social studies in Spanish. The Rocket Time or their intervention time would either be Spanish or English based on their needs, But then we get into a consistent amount of Hegarty and core phonics instruction in English, and then a comprehension opportunity in English. So they would be able to use the district core resources that we provide all of our schools, which is magnetic reading in 3 through 5 and our core phonics program in K3. And then they would have an opportunity for Spanish word work and comprehension. So they would have a different resource, which they would be able to go in and do their Spanish instruction around comprehension. So the beauty of this is if I'm working on my RL3 standard of character development, I do that in English, then I go back to that same premise. I'm going to do it in Spanish, which is hopefully strengthening their understanding of character development, utilizing both languages. And then, of course, math could be in English or Spanish. So we're very excited about the opportunities of looking at and greatly received the sample schedule. So we're very excited about this additional supports to our students.
Did I hear you right? Maybe I didn't. Science is only in Spanish?
Science and social studies in K2, predominantly in K2.
So I'm still a little mixed up. So from kindergarten to second grade, they get no science in English?
It would be a mixture. So when I say primarily it would be in Spanish, so looking at a lot of pictures, looking at a lot of visual supports. So, but science and social studies, the model that we're looking at in K2 is a 70-30 model, and then in 3 through 5, moving to the 50-50. So we're trying to really immerse them in the Spanish language, giving them that strong visual support where if I'm teaching them what port is in Spanish, I would see that visual support in English as well. But the content would be through that Spanish and that immersion into the Spanish with the readings, etc.
So this appears to be aimed really at a dual language system for primarily English speaking students to learn Spanish rather than Spanish speaking students to learn English. Am I right?
Correct.
Yes.
That's what a dual language program is
Okay.
to.
I just want to,
Yeah.
I want to be very, very clear about that. This is not helping our Spanish-speaking students speak English, but rather helping our English-speaking students speak Spanish. Am I right?
Or non-Spanish speaking students.
Or
So it could-
non-Spanish speaking
Yeah.
students speak Spanish. Okay. I'm really confused here because Robbins is a school which is struggling, okay? And it is struggling in many ways because we have Spanish-speaking students who need to learn English because our tests are given in English. Yet we're concentrating on English-speaking students learning how to speak Spanish. Seems to me it's absolutely
Well,
opposite, or
just-
am I wrong?
This is a program that was brought in 2015, I believe it was. And it was because of the unique situation that Robin's in. Yes, it is in a highly populated Hispanic community. And I think that was part of the opportunity to bring this program in. As Ms. Sinan's going to, I think, share in the next slide, I think we're talking 28% of our students at Robbins are English as second language students. So that's probably a little lower than you expected.
It
But
is
only
a little lower.
only
because it may-
28% are actually English as a second language student.
but-
Doesn't mean we don't have 80% of our students who are Hispanic at Robbins, but just because they're an Hispanic student doesn't mean they're learning English as a second language.
Wait a second, I thought we were just told that Elise not today, but previously, that Elise was 60% ESL.
I'd have to double check that data. It might be
As a
60%
matter of fact-
Hispanic, but I don't think they're 60%.
Well, the only reason why I say that is because I specifically asked, I believe it was the principal at Elise, what is your ESL percentage at Elise? And I believe her answer was 60%. Maybe I believe that was the answer, and maybe we
Probably was her answer,
miscommunicated.
but I think it was a miscommunication.
Okay, maybe that's of Hispanic descent, which is entirely a different question. Okay, so you're telling me that it's only 30% or 28%
Yes, sir.
is ESL
At Robbins, yes, sir.
at Robbins.
Yes,
I
sir.
assume the similar would probably be at Elise. Okay, all right.
Could I make an observation?
Yeah.
Pauline and I just recently visited Robbins to look at this specifically in a somewhat unscientific way, but I think the outcome is that virtually every Spanish kid we encountered spoke perfect English, and truly. And equally, the English kids were picking up Spanish in a tremendous way, too. In fact, one of the little girls I asked, what's the best thing about this dual language thing? I think she was third grade. She said, you know, before I could only speak to English kids. Now I can make twice as many friends. That's quite a testament, I think, to the end state of this sort of a program. I went into this as a skeptic, believe me. But I came away from Robbins feeling really differently. And that comes from a guy who attended a dual language grammar school for 9 years, K through 8, plus 2 years of high school and another 2 years in the Army. I think dual language can be really a valuable asset in the comeback of Robbins. I truly do. That's my viewpoint, my assessment, having been there.
Oh, yeah, yes, please.
Oddly enough, Chair Levy and I discussed this issue many times over the last 3.5 years. So first of all, I was at the North Carolina DPI website, and as an aside, for last year, Robbins Elementary had 24.56% chronic absenteeism. We were just talking about chronic absenteeism, and I said you could look it up. Last year, it was almost 25% of the students were chronically absent. But anyway, that's an aside. Okay, so this started, just a couple observations. So first of all, I share Levy's observation. This does not pass the common sense test, because if you want Spanish people to learn, if you want native Spanish speakers to learn English as fast as possible, then you immerse them in English, not immerse them in Spanish. You transition them as young and as quickly as possible. Secondly, if you're taking native English speakers and you're teaching them science and something else in Spanish, imagine how much better they could be doing if you were teaching them that in their native language. So I think this holds back both student cohorts. And I understand what your chart said, but imagine how much better they would be doing if we rapidly transition the Spanish speakers to English and we taught the English people science in their native language. Secondly, to Mr. Benway's point, this started in Robbins Elementary in 2015, yet, 9 years later, they're a chronically low-performing school. They're a restart school. So, Insanity's doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. They've had 9 years for this great experiment to turn Robbins around, and it hasn't done it. But the most important thing is it's simply illegal to have a dual language immersion program in North Carolina. And I brought this up in June of 2021 with the previous council. And North Carolina General Statute 115C for Charlie, 115C, covers everything having to do with elementary and, all, grades K through 12 in North Carolina. 115C-81-45 states, and I'll read it verbatim. This is the North Carolina General Statute. And by the way, I've heard time and time again, Miss Caldwell, I just can't violate the law. We got to follow the law, talking about the school calendar. The vice chair, I just can't violate the law when talking about the school calendar. Well, let's see what the North Carolina law says about teaching in a foreign language. 115C-81.45 states verbatim, except when a board authorizes teaching in a foreign language in order to comply with a federal law. Is this mandated by federal law? Okay, that's the only exception. Except when a board, that's us, authorizes teaching in a foreign language in order to comply with a federal law, and we just determined that there's no federal law mandating this. Local boards of education, that's us, shall, that means must, not can, shall require all teachers and principals to conduct classes except foreign language classes in English. Any teacher or principal who refuses to do so may be dismissed. The plain language of 115 Charlie-81.45 clearly states that it is illegal to conduct classes in any language other than English. And then you say, but this is a dual language immersion program. If you read the North Carolina general statutes, and I've read the whole thing, dual language is only mentioned once. And it is actually mentioned in a section that discusses third grade class sizes. And it grants an exemption for third grade class sizes for dual language programs. But then it doesn't ever define what a dual language program is. So dual language programs, my reading, they don't exist under North Carolina law, but we do have this law that says all classes shall be taught in English. So this was addressed by the previous attorney, and it was determined that, well, since it's a restart school, they have flexibility. So first of all, I didn't see an exception in what I just read for a restart school. I just, kind of let it drop at the time, but now's a good time for a board to take a look at this, because I think the dual language, you talk about the parents saying the children receive benefits. Oh, okay, great. What are the benefits? When
They're learning a second language.
Okay.
I think that's the benefit that a lot of those families were speaking of, is that their kids are learning another language.
Okay, so what's the benefit? I mean, they could take Spanish in high school. There's other ways.
Most of the research are going to show you that if you're learning it kindergarten through 5th grade, it's going to stick with you the rest of your life.
So we have to have a dual language program for that?
No, sir, we don't have to. We'd have to hire foreign language teachers to be teaching
Right.
that
Well,
at
so
the
then
kindergarten to 5th grade level.
so then there's another. It's all in how you phrase the question. If you go to a parent and you say, "Hey, what do you think about this dual language program?" They think, I think it's great. I get benefits. Really, what benefits? Well, they learn another language. Oh, okay. Then you phrase the question, okay, the time that we spend educating your children, for whatever, 4 grades in Spanish could be spent teaching them computer science and, whatever else. It could be taught on other STEM subjects. Then you present it that there's a trade-off, which there's clearly a trade-off in learning. Then they might have a different point. But the bigger point, regardless of what arguments you want to make for this or against it, again, except when a board authorizes teaching in a foreign language in order to comply with federal law, local boards of education shall require all teachers and principals to conduct classes except foreign language classes in English. So we're in violation of the law. That's all I got.
Further? Anything else? Okay.
We do have the rest of the presentation, if we may present it, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought this was
Yeah.
this was it. I do
Yeah.
apologize.
Yeah.
I'm apologizing a lot today.
Jamie, if you could talk, that slide is important, because
Okay.
there was a lot of discussion around our EL students. And so I do think it's important to talk about how we identify them and how we serve them. And then if you could briefly sum up, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, no problem. So support for our native Spanish-speaking students, which are ESL students. This is additional support for the population of students that we serve. Students who are native Spanish speakers and are not in dual language. It could be native Spanish speakers who are in dual language and also not in dual language. Again, we only have 28% of our students that are enrolled at Robbins Elementary are considered ESL. Again, the Hispanic population is much higher, but those students that qualify for ESL services are 28%. in order to qualify for those services, they have an assessment to determine their language needs. So as they come into the school, as they enroll into the school, they are given an assessment to determine, do they qualify for ESL services? If they qualify, then they receive services through our ESL program. Currently, Robbins has 2.5 positions that are ESL teachers to provide those services for our ESL students. Those services are based on that assessment and based on what it is that they need, because there's just varying levels, just like there are with any other student, there's varying levels of what support is needed. So that support is provided through that ESL teacher and also through their regular classroom teacher. They provide services as well. Those students also participate in a yearly access test per NCDPI testing requirements. So they do take the regular, after a couple years, they do take the regular EOG. They do participate in their iReady assessments and things like that. But they also have to take that access test, which determines their eligibility. For middle school, if I can just share this as well, those students that complete the dual language program at Robbins Elementary in grade 5, they transition to East Middle School. All of our Robbins kids go to East. In grade 6, they have an option to participate in Spanish as an elective as 6th grade students. And then starting in 7th grade, they can enroll in the Spanish 1 course through North Carolina Virtual Public School. They can do that in 7th grade. In 8th grade, if they get at least a C average in the Spanish 1 course, then they can enroll in Spanish 2. And part of the UNC requirement, so if a student, when they graduate high school, wants to go to a UNC school, there is a foreign language credit component that's required for that. That'll qualify for one of those credits. So there is a continuation once they go into middle school. The enrollment begins in kindergarten. And families have to complete the following for dual language. They have to do the transfer application to Robbins Elementary if they live outside of the Robbins Elementary District. We do have some students that do not live in Robbins Elementary District that their parents want them to participate in the dual language program, so they have to do that transfer just like we do for any other transfers. There's also an application for enrollment in the dual language program, which really is just a demographic sheet so that we know which school they're coming from, if it's outside of the district, parents' names, things like that, contact information. We'll have a classroom cap for the dual language program each year, and should the applications exceed the allowable number, students will be placed in a lottery for selection. So we look at that classroom cap for how many students we should have in that classroom. And currently we have 38 applications from Robbins for dual language for kindergarten. So we can't have 38 kids in a kindergarten class. So we'll have to do a lottery for that. And then that's it. Any additional questions?
Okay.
Thank you, Jen.
Further questions by the board?
Comment.
Yes, sir.
I think it's important not to begin subconsciously blaming the dual language program for other shortcomings in Robbins, okay? I think that the dual language program is a true asset in many ways. There are other things I think we can do management-wise, perhaps, in the curriculum, constructing the curriculum that can begin making up for the problems we see. So I think we need to take a look at the whole picture here and not just condemn dual languages. Thank you.
All right. Further questions or comments by the board? Yes, sir.
Yeah, obviously I have an opposing view to Mr. Bentway, and that's okay. What I don't understand is well, let me first say something that I didn't blame Robbins. Unfortunately, the North Carolina report cards only go back to 2015, and that's when they implemented this, so I can't see how they performed before, but I'm not blaming all of Robbins Elementary's problems on it. I just simply stated that they've been living under the dual language immersion program for 9 years, and it hasn't. They've become or continued a low performing school, and they've just kind of vacillated between a D and just last reporting period before last they were F, and now they're D, and they've just kind of seesawed back and forth. So that was my point. But what I don't get is why people are tenaciously clinging to the dual language immersion program, because I'll make 3 points about it. It has questionable value. One other point that I'm surprised Mr. Levy didn't bring it up, because we discussed this many times several years ago, is what your statistics, I don't believe, reflect. or the families self-select to go into the dual language immersion program. And, you know, self-selecting families tend to be more motivating, and their children do better at schools because they have more family support. And so it's a self-selected set who probably would do better anyway. You know, that's an argument that people use to criticize charter schools as well. Of course the children do better because the parents, you know, the families self-select. Well, it's the same thing with the dual language. So I don't know whether your statistics, I don't know how your statistics would account for that. But anyway, going back to my point is about tenaciously clinging to this program because it is of questionable value. It has added costs. There's added costs to the program if only administering the program, and there's, you know, administrator cost and this and that, and it's arguably illegal. So we have a program that we're perpetuating in Moore County that is deemed a success, but it's at a chronic low-performing school, so I question the success. It has questionable value because it just doesn't make common sense how you help Spanish-speaking people learn English faster by perpetuating them speaking Spanish. And the added costs. And again, the third thing, you can sit here and read the statute for yourself. It's simply illegal for Board of Education to allow classes to be conducted in any language other than English. That's the plain language of the statute.
We keep using the term total immersion, and that's a fallacy. This is not a total immersion program. Yes, you will, okay, today we'll start with an English lesson and go through that in English, and tomorrow we'll pick up that lesson again in Spanish. That's the way it's approaching. Okay, so it's not, we gotta just get rid of the idea this is total immersion.
Well, it's just illegal, you know.
Okay, well, let's work with that. Let's work with our council again and take a harder look at how this might work. I think dual language training can be a very valuable asset in a full package of education at elementary school level. And I think we ought to pursue it to the best of our ability to make that happen. Thank you.
Further? Let me ask it maybe in a different way. This is a chronically underperforming school. What are we doing? And this isn't a question which I'm sure you can answer right now, so not to worry about it. If we're not looking at the dual language program, what are we doing to get this school to an adequate performance level? Because there's something wrong, and we need the solution. So I don't know where that is. It was always my understanding that the dual language program was not helping our Hispanic, our ESL kids. And we need to help those ESL kids, and how best to help them. And the best way to help them might be to help them learn English. In other words, more English, not less. And let me also say one other thing. It frightens me that we would be giving ESL kids science only in Spanish. Because if you're giving ESL kids science, and I think there was one other side, social studies, only in Spanish, how are we going to expect them to do well in their exams, which are taken in English? And how are we going to expect them to succeed in a country which primarily, well, almost entirely exists on the English language? Aren't we condemning them to being second-class citizens by living? But certainly, I came from a family, my mother did not speak English as her native language, okay? And her family, when we would go into the family home with some of my relatives, English would not be spoken, all right? But clearly, everyone learned English, because the only way to get along outside of the home is to exist in English. So, so if my family was to have been immersed in their native language, they would have never been able to be successful in business or in or in just regular life. So aren't we holding them back? And aren't we doing a disservice to our ESL students by doing things like science and history only in Spanish? Seems crazy to me. I don't know.
This situation changes in the third grade, is that right? Okay. So do you detect any handicaps of kids language-wise coming out of second grade into the third? I mean, do we have any indications of that sort of thing?
I think that's why you see the proposed schedule change where we're really hitting the phonics and in English and K3. Phonics and phonemic awareness are a really strong push for us to help build that English foundation so that they're able to attack the language third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade.
Okay. I think we all have to admit that dual language is not the silver bullet to change the trajectory of Robbins. And in the absence of a course of action, in the absence of a concept that we might talk about, I like to throw back on the table the notion of the strategic elementary school and the benefits of that approach. Maybe we can refer this to the curriculum committee, and we can sit down and talk this through.
Who was on the curriculum committee? I appointed that so long ago, I don't know. Okay. All right.
And then we'll come back and talk what comes out of that curriculum committee overview.
Not a bad idea, because I don't want. Obviously, we're not going to make a decision here, but certainly this is something that should be studied, and maybe the curriculum committee is the place to put it.
Again, this is information to the board. Since I've been superintendent, which I'm going into 2.5 years, including the interim, this is something we wanted to analyze and look at.
Right.
I wasn't here in 2015, but we wanted to analyze where we were with our dual language program at Robbins. How did that need to be adjusted, revised, to ensure it has the level of rigor that we need for our students that are learning? As Donna noted, that we saw immediately we need to be doing phonics, core phonics work, some of the literacy work, the Haggerty, et cetera, in English. So there's some shifts in the schedule and how we're approaching our instruction next year with the dual language program. But it was overwhelming that the staff and the parents and the community really saw this as an asset to their school. And I think we have to honor that. As superintendent, I certainly do. I would also say, though, how are we improving Robbins? I think the staff did incredible work last year in honing in on the needs of each student, of working in their professional learning teams, of putting together a school improvement plan that was attacking the areas of weaknesses. I think the staff's continue that. We know they've had significant transition this year with leadership, and that's a challenge. But I still admire that staff and the work they're putting in every day, and I believe in them and look forward to seeing continuous improvement there. That doesn't mean we won't have setbacks here and there, but I do believe that's the only way the work gets done. Is zeroing in on the where the learning needs of each individual student are, and then moving from there. The other point I'll make that Jamie was hitting on is our EL kids do get that additional layer of support through the ESL teachers. We have 2.5 teachers there at Robbins to support those needs, and so they're getting those needs. So the dual language program is not meant to provide those needs of our EL students. It's the EL work from our teachers supporting them is meant to do that. So just a couple points I wanted to note, and certainly always open to continued discussion and ideas and thoughts. But that's a couple things I'll note.
Okay, all right. So, Ms. Bruno, I want to refer this question to your committee. How about that? Okay.
And what question is that, Mr. Chair?
Just is there anything we should do or any modifications we should make to the ESL program?
Oh, and
Just a
and it-
question. I'm not saying that there necessarily is a solution, but just the question.
and examining a general framework
Yeah.
within which dual language can function along with the other topics.
Sure.
I don't know. I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
So why don't we ask that committee to take a look into it, and we'll see what happens. If there's some adjustments that you recommend, then come back with a recommendation, or maybe not. I just don't know. I can see it's quite controversial. But the one thing I do want to say is to make sure that the public understands this. There is nothing imminent or nothing is happening with regard to it, like tomorrow or anytime soon. So I don't want anyone to get very upset that all of a sudden some rash thing is going to be done. So I think that's important.
We're always happy to discuss information and ideas in committee. I would just note that the superintendent just trying to update the board with this item, and I'm certainly not recommending any changes with the dual language program above and beyond what we're doing for next year, but I think it's healthy to discuss.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about discussing it, and I'm not talking about, because I don't want anybody to say, oh, you're going to get rid of the dual language program next year, because I do understand that our English, especially our English-speaking students in the dual language program, see it as an asset. I understand that. My consideration is, oddly enough, not so much for the English speakers as for the ESL students, because they're the ones that really need the extra help. And that 1/3 of, or whatever it is, of ESL students over at Robbins, if we can elevate them in English and being able to to do better on their EOG tests or whatever it is, then we can get the school out of the doldrums. And that may have nothing to do with the dual language program. May have nothing to do with it at all. Okay, but it bears looking at, I think. Okay.
As we get this curriculum committee running a little bit, we benefit certainly from your participation in that. You'll be vital, in fact.
Yeah, and we appreciate you looking into it. Thank you. Anything else on this? Okay, seeing nothing, thank you very, very much, ladies. Okay, board committee reports and updates. Why don't you talk about the CTE committee?
Okay, yeah, I was going to mention that. Just to say that we saw the effects of the efforts of the CTE committee today in a good laydown. I think the public now can understand the breadth and depth of this program. We had the opportunity to see some of the dedicated folks who make it happen. I think that the CTE program is vital to the future, to the vision of Moore County. I think it's going to play a critical role, and we have to shape that role, I think, to accommodate that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have some questions. I mean, first, it's worth noting that 3 of the committee chairs are not here today. Secondly, this seems very dysfunctional because all the committee chairs should have to give formal reports at each work session because, you know, stuff goes to committee and nobody knows what's going on if you're not in the committee. I mean, you know, Bob, you say, well, gosh, just show up to the committee meeting. Well, you know, not everyone has the flexibility to come here on a Tuesday afternoon for 3 hours or however long it lasts. Plus, there's question as to whether you can participate or not. That was a very muddy discussion earlier today.
You saw the outcome of the CTE committee meeting today
Yeah,
in that presentation.
Yeah, Ken, I wasn't criticizing you, but what I'd like to see is I'd like to see formal committee reports that are a standardized format, and committee chairs are required to brief the past actions of any actions or meetings that they had in the previous time period, the previous month, any upcoming meetings and proposed agendas. When you go and attend, if you go attend a Lee County School Board meeting, it's just committee chairman doing reports. I mean, the central office kind of takes a back seat to the committee chairs. If you go to Sand Hills Community College, their board meetings are organized around committee chairs. But what we've done here is we form committees, and they've just turned into black holes, and there's no information being shared with either the public or the board. So I would like to start seeing well, first of all, I'd like to see committee chairs actually show up for the work sessions where they're supposed to give committee reports. And then secondly, I'd like to see standardized formal reports that are required from committee chairs. I mean, if they can't make it to a given meeting, then they can appoint someone on their committee. And at a minimum, those reports need to say, update people on projects. They need to talk about anything that was discussed in their previous meeting, and they need to talk about upcoming meetings and upcoming agendas. That's a properly functioning board, properly using committees.
Well, okay, I will tell you that I understand your belief in the rigors and the like of committee reports. But I've always found that meetings which just have committee reports don't get much accomplished. I personally prefer this type of a format, and what occurs in the committees are generally brought out to the board anyway. But I'm not gonna particularly order each committee chairman will do what that committee chairman thinks is essential, and we'll discuss their various results.
Again, I
here.
found out about the community meeting with Carthage about the construction committee had a major meeting at Carthage. I found out about it not from the committee chair giving a committee report, which she had the opportunity to do, but I found out about it when it showed up on my Facebook feed from the Sand Hills Sentinel. So it serves, regardless of what you think, committee reports serve a very, very important purpose, and that is coordination and sharing information among the board at large. Otherwise, they're just down there doing work in a complete black hole. The public doesn't know what's going on. If a fellow board member doesn't know what's going on in committees, the public has no clue.
Well, it was interesting that particular meeting, I think almost every member of the board was there. With you weren't, and Philip wasn't, but
Well, how was it communicated to the board members? And that's just one example.
Well, for some reason, every board member knew about it, and if it wasn't communicated to you, maybe we've got to take a look at how our calendaring is. But actually, I believe it was discussed at our previous meetings many times over.
I don't recall that.
Actually, I do, as it's coming back to me, that because as a matter of fact, I believe the way it happened was I wanted us to move forward with Carthage Elementary. You then requested that we have community input. And I believe then the superintendent set up the community the community input. As a matter of fact, I think that meeting was in part because was one of your suggestions, but my memory is might fail me for a little bit. But I think our our committee chairs are doing a good job, and I think it's, I like the format that
The
we
committee
do.
chairs may or may not be in a good job, but they need to coordinate their efforts and they need to brief what they're working on to the board at large, but I'm sorry, I have to go.
All right. Let me also talk about the policy committee meeting. We don't, we have one, yes, sir. Okay, I believe we can continue with information without a quorum. We cannot take any action without a quorum. So, as a matter of fact, I'm fairly sure of that in terms of Robert's Rules of Order. So I'm going to continue with the meeting in absence of a quorum, but we will not make any decisions other than a decision to adjourn. And I believe I'm exactly correct on that Robert's Rule of Order. And I am a little bit concerned that that someone would say that that too many people are absent from committee reports, and then we have someone who leaves during the committee report and not getting information. Okay. At any rate, in terms of policy committee situation, we have one coming up when?
22nd of May.
22nd of May. But Dr. Locklear, I believe Ms. Bruno can't make it. So I want to take a look at that date and see, not right this second, okay?
Of course. Yeah.
But maybe we can move it days, one day, one way or another. We still have some time there. The construction committee report, unfortunately, our chair had to leave, and she had to leave because she had to pick up her child. And I might add that I appreciate members of the board being here as much as they can, because these meetings are long. I think we've discussed almost ad nauseum what went on in the construction committee meeting and about Carthage Elementary and the like. So I don't think anything further is going to necessarily help us there. Is there any other thing to come up? Okay. Mr. Benway, do you have anything to add before we adjourn? Ms. Bruno? Yes.
Yeah, I believe it's Teacher Appreciation Week, isn't it? So
Well, we appreciate our teachers.
Yes, we do.
I don't know, but the administrators, I don't know about it. But the teachers, yeah.
That's right.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
So
Okay.
I just want to thank
Okay. Dr. Locklear, do you have anything to add? Okay. And
I appreciate the board's engagement and work. Yeah, that means we need to adjourn the meeting, doesn't it? But I just want to say thank you for your time.
and I want to thank the board. And I want the public to understand that these meetings are long, and people do have obligations to pick up the child at school and to do other things. So I appreciate the board sticking around for this long. So is there a motion to adjourn? So moved by Ms. Bruno. Is there a second, Mr. Benway?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.